Morning everybody and welcome along to Lydden Hill for the final two rounds of the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. We're all set for a busy day of daylight and floodlit rallycross action across the course of Saturday before the championship concludes tomorrow on Sunday for the final day of 2025. Paddock's busy, the sun is out and we are ready for a good day in store. Super Retros are going to be our first couple of races to come down onto Canterbury Straight. Now practice has been completed. I'm Dan Wright. I'll guide you through the action on the live stream and trackside here at Lydden Hill today. Great to see so many of you already in the circuit. The paddock's busy. We've had 55 cars out in practice first thing this morning, and it was Patrick O'Donovan who was fastest of all in his Peugeot 208, a time of 46.5. Andrea de Bourg second quickest, our French visitor for this weekend in another Peugeot, and making it an all Peugeot 1-2-3 was Derek Tohill third fastest. They're from the Supercar category, the headline division, and we've got a title on the line with Derek Tohill 20 points clear of Patrick O'Donovan, but with a double header and points handed out both days, there's still quite a lot to play for. Supercars obviously the headline, but below that we have many categories and many titles on the line to enjoy. We've got a special Autograss demonstration across the course of the 2 days as well. We're going to kick start with a Class 7 Autograss demo before we go racing in a few moments with Super Retro. So the Autograssers are here this weekend joining in the Rallycross competition and showing just how impressive these machines are as they take to the circuit. But just to run you through the plan for the day, we'll be kick-starting Q1 very shortly with the Super Retro runners. The Super Retros will be out on track next once the Class 7 Autograssers have got their first demo run out of the way. Super Retro will kick-start our Rallycross competition, followed by the Supercars. So Super Retro and Supercars is the order of play. The Cross Cars and RX 150s will be next out on track. Junior Swifts, Retro Swifts and Cross Car Juniors, an all new category for this weekend, is going also making its debut at Lydden. So the Autograssers making use of Little Lydden Oval, and as they complete their first practice runs, Q1 will follow with Super Retro. We'll be into Q2 after that, and then we'll be breaking for lunch at about 1 p.m. So that's the plan before Q3 begins into the semi-finals. We're having semi-finals for the Super Retro and the Cross Cars with a big enough entries before the finals begin and darkness falls here at Lydden before the fireworks spectacular at the end of the day. So lots to pack in, and great to have the Autograss demo drivers out on track. We've got competitors from across the country, from the local Invicta Kent Club in Ivychurch right across the UK, all heading here to just put on a show and give an idea about what these Class 7 Autograss machines are all about. Usually only turning right on an oval, but they're turning left as they head back to the paddock here at Lydden today. Cross Cars will be, Autograssers will be back out on track later on, but our attention now turns to our first heats, which will be for the Super Retro division. Super Retros lined up in dummy grid, one of the most popular categories in the British Rallycross Championship division, and we have a title on the line in this one as well, because Alan Crockett and Charlie French enter this event with just 7 points between them. The Opel Kadett GTE of Alan Crockett from Northern Ireland, one of the real stars of 2025. We look forward to seeing him out on track in just a few moments. Start line marshals already heading down onto the Canterbury Straight, and the first grid of the weekend is getting ready to go. This is the more powerful retro division. Shirley Gibson, who created this category, in the early 2010s, has seen it grow and grow in recent years. We have the two classes, the up to 1600cc retro division and the more powerful over 1600cc super retro class, where we see turbocharged machines and non-turbo, such as Stuart Emery's Volvo 242 in the Petter Solberg tribute colours. Stuart from Faversham on his home circuit has had a decent year in his Volvo, which is getting quicker and quicker each time we see him. And it's a busy field of super retro runners as they come down to the start line for the first race of the day. And on pole is Hannah Stewart in a new car to the super retro division, the Talbot Sunbeam. The car her dad Barry previously raced in rallycross competition. Barry sadly not out in his Porsche 911 this weekend. Had engine failure at this event last year and hasn't been able to get that rebuilt in time to get out on track, mainly because he's been busy building this Talbot for his daughter. And we see how Hannah from East Sussex goes from pole. Alongside is a car we've seen on the entry list a few times in recent events, but not seen it out on circuit too many times. Another Martin Skanker tribute in the hands of Martin West in his Ford Escort Mark III. Great to see another Skanker tribute car come down onto the line. And on the outside of row one is where we find the man gunning for the championship. Second in the series, Alan Crockett from Northern Ireland in his Opel Kadett GTE, the RX NI racer. Row two, it's the ever-present Ray Morgan in his ex-Mark Lloyd Ford Escort Mark III. And on the back row, Stuart Emery in the Solberg Tribute Volvo 242. Thumbs up then from the start line marshal. No joker lap for the retro division, so straight fight to the flag for the category. We get ready to race. And the first race of the season finale is go, and it's a very good start from Alan Crockett, as you'd expect in the Opel dealer team entry. He charges down into Talladega for the first time into the Chestnut Drift sequence with the lead. Ray Morgan into second spot and Stuart Emery third in the Volvo. Martin West has only just about trundled away from the line in his Skanker Tribute Ford Escort, so he's a long way away from the pack. But as they come up over the tabletop, Stuart Emery is challenging Ray Morgan as they come into a Devil's Elbow for the first time. Already out front is Alan Crockett in the 779 car, and Stuart Emery's now trying to make a move on Ray Morgan for second. Morgan in the trusty Ford Escort. Emery, who's learning rear-wheel drive, having been a star of front-wheel drive competition. He's now coming down Hairy Hill and going to try and make his move. But, as we've said, there's no joker lap in retro, so he's going to have to find a gap for this huge Volvo 242, which has been built in Belgium and brought across the Kent in recent years. There's a drama for Ray Morgan coming out of the chicane. So Morgan has a drama in second spot and spins the 114. So Morgan's had a drama coming out of the chicane in front of Emery. Got away with it, but Morgan with a drama in 114. Thankfully, there was no contact there. Stewart's now up into second spot. Morgan recovers to third, but it's all about Alan Crockett out front in 779, who is edging further and further clear. His championship rival, Charlie French, will be out in the next Super Retro race. So the got such a big entry. We've got two grids for the Super Retro division, and it's Alan Crockett who's charging away from Emery. That was a close call with Morgan and Emery on that last lap, with Ray having a spin through the chicane, but they are still circulating without any damage at this stage. They are continuing on their way. Crockett begins the third lap with the advantage. Emery bouncing his way through. He's got a new engine coming for next season, has Stuart, in the Volvo. A car he's been getting his head more and more around in recent events. He had a starring role here at the BTRDA two-wheel drive Super Prix earlier in the season, where he got a race win in a heat, which he was delighted about, beating Charlie French and Alan Crockett. So we know the pace is there, and Stuart is just continuing to get used to the rear-wheel drive competition. Still got his Peugeot 206 from the Super National category, which he drove to the title. It was out here at a rally sprint a few weeks ago, but he's back in the rear-wheel drive Volvo for this weekend as Crockett comes through paddock for the penultimate time. They're about to start that final tour. Emery bouncing his way through in the Volvo, number 71, across the timing line and into the loose for the final run they go. And there's a good gap between them because that drama for Ray Morgan didn't help Stuart Emery's race time. But at this stage of the event, it is all about the qualifying set times. You want to set the quickest time possible. Yes, you want to have a good race on circuit, but ideally you want some fresh air, and Alan Crockett has found that on track. He's found the clean air. He's been able to get the foot down, but Stuart Emery has gone quicker on individual lap time, a 51.9 from Stuart Emery in the Volvo 242. So even with that spin, or without that spin, Emery could have been nipping at the heels of Crockett. So that's encouraging for Emery as the day goes on, and Hannah Stewart is now in danger of being lapped, which won't help Alan Crockett's race time, but Alan takes the win in 7.79. He gets to the flag, and it's a 3 minutes 35.4 from Alan Crockett. That's the early benchmark, but yes, Stuart Emery, the fastest driver on circuit, a 51.8. On individual lap times, Emery had the better of Crockett, but it's the overall time that counts, and Crockett has set the benchmark with a 3:35.4. Ray Morgan comes through in third, and Martin West in number 9 comes up through North Bend Hairpin. It's been a slow race for Martin after his drama at the start where he's unable to get off the Canterbury Straight, but he is coming down Hairy Hill now and will be able to get a finish. So too will Hannah Stewart in the Talbot Sunbeam, which is a really smart car. Great to have it out on track this weekend, and the 314 car will see Hannah improve, I'm sure, over the course of the weekend. She raced in the Swifts here at the nighttime event in the past, but this is her first taste of Super Retro competition, and great to see another machine onto the Super Retro field. So Hannah comes through in a very neatly turned out 314 entry, and she completes the finishers. So it's Crockett who sets the early pace. 3:35.4 is the one they'll be looking to beat, and our next grid will be let out of a dummy grid very shortly. So Stuart Emery's 51.8, still the best overall lap time. But Alan Crockett's 3:35.4 is the one they're all going to target in this next batch, and it's Vince Bristow who comes down onto pole position in number 97. We've got a big varied field of Super Retro competition. Bristow will start on pole in the BMW. Andy Grant alongside in number 45 in his Ford Escort Mark II. Another Ford on the outside of row 1 will be Charlie French's Martin Skanker tribute, but it's Vince Bristow in the shades who sits on pole position looking as cool as ever in 97. He starts from pole in the BMW. Andy Grant next door, the Devon racer, and Charlie French, the reigning champion in the Martin Skanker tribute, starts from third. Row 2, it's an all Devon affair. We have Pat Duran, the circuit owner, 4-time British Rallycross champion in his Zack Speed Ford Escort Mark II, and Alan Tapscott in his barn find number 91 Ford Escort. Alan's still got another Ford in build, but he's using his trusty barn find example this weekend again. And on the back row, Nigel Davey in the Triumph TR8, and our last starter, Darryl Ambrose in his Peugeot 205. Just checking the entry list, it was down as a Peugeot 106, but it's a 205 for Ambrose, and it's a busy grid. Hannah Stewart's Talbot Sunbeam has been, or is being recovered to the paddock, so we'll have a brief hold, but our next batch of Super Retro runners are set to go. Andy Grant from the middle of row 1, a 6-hour drive to Lydden from Devon for Andy, but he loves the place and is always a regular in the Retro division. It has been in recent years, having bought the ex-Lee Wood title-winning Ford. It's powered by a Vauxhall red top engine, and we'll see how the Ford Escort Grant Auto Services stickered car goes from the middle of row 1. A busier grid than Q1 race 1, so they'll be looking to find some space and set a time good enough to beat that early benchmark of Alan Crockett in the Cadet. Charlie French from the outside of row 1 has the championship lead. He comes into this finale weekend on 131 points, 7 clear of Alan Crockett in the Opel. But he wants to start his day well here. We're ready to race with race 2 of Q1 for the Super Retros. We go, and it's Andy Grant gets a poor start from the middle of row 1. He's been swallowed by the Ford Escorts with Alan Tapscott and Pat Duran going either side of the number 45 car. They charge down into Talladega. It's Vince Bristow into second spot, but Charlie French is already trying to make good his escape as they come past the flags for the first time up over the tabletop. Vince Bristow in second position. Alan Tapscott third. Pat Duran's currently fourth, with Andy Grant after that slow getaway dropping down from second on the grid to fifth already. So not a great start for Andy in the Wood Machine, but he's up into fifth. We're ahead of Darrell Ambrose at the minute. Alan Tapscott in a close third. He had a good result at Mondello Park at the previous round, so Alan's always there or thereabouts in his Ford Escort to come down into paddock for the first time, and it's Charlie French with that early lead. He'll be wondering, it's odd not to see him and Alan Crockett locked together, but we'll wait and see that in Q2 later this morning. At the minute, it's all about Charlie French and looking to set a good enough time to take the Q1 win away from Crockett. Bristow slides his way through the Talladega turn ahead of Alan Tapscott with the circuit owner Pat Duran behind. Pat lent his car to Liam, his son Liam, in one of the earlier rally sprints a few weeks ago. So Liam was out in the car at the end of the day getting some seat time and trying to set the car up and improve and refine things on the number 46 car for his dad, and we'll see how if those improvements can be made this weekend as Pat goes through North Bend Hairpin chasing Alan Tapscott. Andy Grant still there in fifth spot. Darrell Ambrose having a good run in sixth in his Peugeot. And Nigel Davey, who has not been seen too much this season after an engine rebuild, he's at the back of the pack, the Cornwall racer, in his Triumph TR7 V8 as they come past the timing line. 2 laps left to go, and Pat Duran is trying to make a move now on Alan Tapscott. The beauty of the Talladega banking now is there's a variety of lines. Drivers can take a shallow approach or run high and wide up round the banking, and Duran is trying his utmost to make a move on Tapscott for third position. Andy Grant and Darrell Ambrose having a good fight coming into a Devil's Elbow. Andy Grant's gone a bit deep and Ambrose is up the inside. That's a Peugeot versus Ford scrap. Now Pat Duran's had a drama coming out of the elbow, spins up the hill, and Duran has rotated in the Ford, so he drops to the back of the pack, and it's Duran with a rare mistake for a circuit owner. An odd spot as well as they climbed up Hairy Hill. Charlie French, meanwhile, has already begun his final lap, and he set the best lap of the session. A 50.5 is the best lap of the day so far from the Super Retro runners. So Charlie French is really going along nicely at the minute. The BMW 318i of Vince Bristow is still in second as he comes up over the tabletop into the elbow for the final time, but there's still a good duel behind as well, because Andy Grant and Darrell Ambrose are going side by side over the jump, and Ambrose and Grant swap positions. So good close racing from the field. Ambrose now up ahead of Grant as they come out of Devil's Elbow for the final time. Pat Duran has recovered after his spin. He's still circulating at the back of the field, but he's now down in the 7th position. But it is going to be a win, that's for sure, for Charlie French. He comes under Lydden Gantry to take the win. A 50.5 is the quickest lap of the session. That's 1.3 seconds faster than the lap time set by Stuart Emery. He beats Alan Crockett's time by 5 seconds. The track's developed in that time, of course, with cars running around in Q1 Race 1. That's improved track conditions for the Q2 runners, but Charlie French has taken 5 seconds off his championship rival Alan Crockett's time, and he's delighted with that. SR1 on the side marks he's the reigning Super Retro Rallycross champion, and he's looking to make it 2 from 2 years for the East Sussex racer. The Tuesday Night Rallycross Club put together a tremendous machine, and Charlie French knows how to pedal it. He heads back to the paddock with a win in Q1, beating his championship rival Alan Crockett by 5 seconds in the overall times. Supercars are on circuit next for our first dose of the headline category. Us onto the circuit then for the first time this weekend, and we have a good entry across 2 grids. The drivers took part in a grid draw just after the drivers' briefing, where they pull their name out of a hat, a random draw, and they can choose exactly where they want to go. These 2 drivers were the first out of the hat. So we have Tom van der Heuvel from Holland in his Volkswagen Polo will start on pole for race 1 in his Markland Motorsport built car, alongside Derek Tohill in number 77, the championship leader, coming into this weekend in his Peugeot 208, 20 points clear of Patrick O'Donovan in the similar Peugeot. Patrick will be out in the next race, so we're waiting to see if any more cars are coming out of dummy grid, but we should have a few more in a moment. Steve Harris was due to be out in this one, but we are not seeing the electric powered Mini, so the 3-car race has become 2 for our first, but that will help the championship leader Derek Tohill in 77 as we get ready to race with our first supercar race of the weekend. We go, and Derek Tohill's going to try and grasp this opportunity to get a clear track and get a quick result, because that is the aim of this part of the event, to stop the clock first. And the Dubliner is already out into top position. He's fresh from competing in the last round of the French Rallycross Championship at Dreux in France. So Derek has had a lot of seat time in this season with the DA Racing Peugeot. He's really enjoyed his rallycross. He's fell back in love with the sport with his work through the DA Racing squad. The team from France have run a great operation. It's really drawn Derek back into competing in as many events as he can. He's raced in Ireland, in Britain, into France for a part season as well, but he's being chased here by Tom van der Heuvel in the Volkswagen Polo as they come through paddock for the first time. Tom has been a spectator at this event in the last couple of seasons. The Dutchman has liked what he's seen here at Lydden. He's loved watching the event on the spectator banks, and he's thought, right, I've bought a supercar, I want to enter the British Rallycross finale. He's done just that, but the more extraordinary, he's running the car completely himself. He's running the car, no mechanics helping out. Tom is launching over the jump for the second time, and he's running this car as a solo effort. A great run from Tom van der Heuvel in this Markland Motorsport Polo, but he might have hit the jump landing too hard, because he's got smoke pouring from the front right as he turns into the North Bend hairpin. And yes, I think Tom took the jump too hard. The landing has damaged something on the ex-Fardel Volkswagen Polo, and sadly we've lost the VW Polo. He's trundling down Hairy Hill as Derek Tohill comes across the timing line with 2 laps left to go. Derek in the Peugeot 208 with now a very clear circuit. There's no Volkswagen Polo in the mirror. He can get his head down as Tom van der Heuvel with his Volkswagen is slowly making his way past the commentary box. Derek Tohill, meanwhile, is now got to just think about the times. In that number 77, the championship leader by 20 points coming into this weekend, and the ex-Gregoire de Moustier Peugeot 208 looking very smart indeed as he rides the curb around the North Bend hairpin. He's about to begin his final lap, and we'll see how the European champion from the touring car category from years ago, a multiple Irish champion, the 2021 British Rallycross champion, starts his final lap. And this is now pretty crucial, because Derek wants to get a good clean run here. No dramas on this last lap to try and stop the clock as quick as possible, because he knows full well that Patrick O'Donovan will be out in the later races. Up into the Devil's Elbow he comes, through the left-hander for the final time, and up Hairy Hill. Derek is a star of Lydden Hill events. Hasn't been at this nighttime one for a good few years, so it's great to have him back in the Peugeot as he goes round the curbing for the final time. He's going to pass Tom van der Heuvel. Great shame that Tom's race ended very early on, but he's going to try and drag the Polo around. Derek into the Joker lap through the barriers and up over the timing line to stop the clocks first. So Derek Tohill then is our early pace setter, a 3 minutes 14.2, a best lap of 46.7 from Derek. Tom van der Heuvel will be a lap down, sadly, in his Volkswagen Polo. But Derek Tohill then breaks the beam first, and he sets the early benchmark. Julian Godfrey, Sam Clennell, Mike Seller and George Tracy Jr. are due out in our next race, but Tom van der Heuvel and Tohill, our first supercar drivers to take to the start here. Derek Tohill's early benchmark is the one they'll all be looking to beat. Sorry, mate. And he's now leading the multiple champion as they come up over the tabletop. It's Clennell from Godfrey from Seller. 1, 2, 3 with George Tracy Jr. in the red entry, the Citroen C4 at the back of the pack. But Sam is learning fast here. He's been a star of RX 150 competition when he's dropped into the buggy series in previous years. But this is a whole different element, a whole different series for him to jump into. And Sam is going along smartly at the front of the field. Into paddock they come. Godfrey opts for the Joker. So the number 20 of Julian Godfrey then into the Joker lap section for the first time. Mike Seller comes up into second as a result, but Godfrey's trying to find some clean air, doesn't want to look at the rear of the Proton for too long, and Sam now may want to respond on this lap. He may want to try and cover off Julian Godfrey's lap 1 Joker and respond on lap 2, but we'll wait and see what happens. It's Clennell into the elbow with the Proton in the lead, Seller second, and Godfrey's now closing up already. Don't forget Mike's yet to Joker, so Godfrey's going to try and find a way past. He doesn't at least want to get held up behind the Volkswagen Polo through North Bend for the first time. Clennell coming down Hairy Hill into Paddock Bend, and he's sticking to the normal line, so the crew are confident he doesn't need to cover off Julian Godfrey just yet. And Sam in 22 through the chicane, hits half distance in this one. Julian Godfrey still running in third spot. George Tracy Jr. at the back of the pack in fourth in the Citroen C4 as Seller goes deep through Talladega. So too does Godfrey, and that's allowing Clennell to just stretch a little further clear in the Proton. With Ollie O'Donovan absent for this weekend, that's allowed Sam to jump in the car, and Julian Godfrey now struck a barrier somewhere because he's got damage on the rear of the number 20 Citroen DS3. The Citroen climbs Hairy Hill for the penultimate time, but looks rather battle scarred as it comes up to the rear now of Mike Seller's Volkswagen Polo, and that rear panel coming loose on the number 20 car. Sam's going to go Joker this time through, so Clennell into the Joker lap section, comes out with the lead. Tohill's time, the one they'll be looking to beat, so we'll see how it compares once this session continues. But Sam Clennell's onto his final tour now, less than a mile to go for the Supercar debutant, his first weekend in the category, and he's really learning quickly here up over the tabletop. Godfrey now into second, with Mike Seller dropping down into third after his penultimate lap joker. But Godfrey, after that, must have had a drama somewhere on circuit for that amount of bodywork to come loose on the Citroen. They climb Hairy Hill into North Bend, and Sam Clennell's already making his descent down past the grandstands for the final time. Derek Tohill's still got the fastest individual lap time to his name, a 46.7, but Sam Clennell's going to try and stop the clocks as quick as possible. Up over the timing line he comes. Sam Clennell then, a 3:16. So it's only 2.3 seconds off the pace of Derek Tohill. So that's really good speed from Sam on his Supercar debut in the Proton. He sets a 3:16.5. That's 2.3 seconds off the pace of Dubliner Derek Tohill in number 77 from Q1. George Tracy Jr. comes through in number 18 to get the finish in the Citroen C4. So great to see George back out on track in the British Rallycross Series. But Sam Clennell wins race 2 of Q1 for the Supercars. He stops the clocks first with a 3:16, which puts him second overall in the times. 2.3 seconds adrift of Derek Tohill. Julian Godfrey sits into third in the overall standings, but we've still got another Supercar race to come. They've been split into 3 for our first Q1 race of the day for the Supercars, and our final batch is now heading out on circuit for the final Supercar run of the opening heat. Supercar race 3 of heat 1 onto the line, and it's Tristan Ovenden from Addisham in his Citroen DS3 who comes down onto pole position. The Goody Demolition sponsored car starts from pole. Alongside is GB1, the reigning champion Patrick O'Donovan, who has all the work to do this weekend. 20 points adrift of Derek Tohill in the overall standings. Colin Anson alongside in the ex-Julian Godfrey Mitsubishi Mirage, and a great addition to the championship this weekend, Andrea de Bourg from Bordeaux in France. The first time Andrea has actually raced here at Lydden. His older brother JB had raced at the circuit, but Andrea hasn't set foot on the home of Rallycross before. He enjoyed being here at the Easter event, helping Derek Tohill run his Peugeot that he thought he'd put an entry in for this weekend. So great to have Andrea de Bourg, a man who's won at Lowiac this season, now making his Lydden Hill debut. Ready to race. Race number 3 of Q1 is go, and Patrick O'Donovan gets the best start from pole position. The two Peugeot 208s go side by side into Talladega, and Andrea de Bourg is flinging the Peugeot sideways. They are synchronised, sliding through the Talladega turn. But it's GB1 who has the lead in the mean black livery of the Shannon sponsored car. POD has the advantage. Andrea de Bourg there in second in the DA Racing Peugeot, Tristan Ovenden third, and Colin Anson in the Mitsubishi Mirage at the back of the pack in fourth. But that was hopefully a sign of good close things to come, because O'Donovan and de Bourg absolutely together through the loose section for the first time at Talladega, and they now come down Hairy Hill as one. Derek Tohill had the track all to himself, don't forget. He set the early benchmark, a 3:14.2, but Patrick O'Donovan's on a mission. He flings the car through the chicane into the Talladega for the second time, sliding the Peugeot on the loose section with Andrea de Bourg on his tail. The Peugeot 208, his first time here, don't forget, at the circuit. So Patrick knows this place very well indeed. Andrea is learning each time he comes out on track in the Motul sponsored car through the Devil's Elbow for the second time. Tristan Ovenden trying to live with these European world spec cars out front. They are really top-end supercars. Tristan, in his trusty Citroen DS3, is not going to have the overall pace of the top-line machinery, but you can never rule him out because he's a top driver and a multiple class champion in the British Rallycross Series, and he's now going into the Joker lap. So Ovenden Jokers, that leaves the Peugeot pair out front with Patrick O'Donovan, now the fastest driver on track with a 45.9. That's the best lap of the session. So the track's definitely improving as well, but Patrick O'Donovan is throwing down a strong long time already. A 45.983 from POD in the Shannon-sponsored Peugeot through the Devil's Elbow for the penultimate time. De Bourg's yet to joker behind him. He's just shadowing the reigning British Rallycross champion into North Bend. So who will blink first? They've got this lap and one more to go. They need to do their jokers before the checker flag flies, and Andrea may go this time. He's going to follow. So he follows Patrick. They're not going to split their moves on this one for now. They stay as they are, and Patrick O'Donovan's going to be shadowed by Andrea De Bourg right to the line here, it seems, into the Talladega turn for the final time they come. They both throw their Peugeots through the banking, as Tristan Ovenden holding his own in third. He's just done his best lap of the session, a 47.1. So Tristan's finding more speed. That's quicker lap time than what Sam Clennell did in his race. So Tristan Ovenden's definitely got good one-lap pace in the ageing Citroen, but it's all about the Peugeots in this one, as O'Donovan rides the curbs through the North Bend hairpin for the final time down Hairy Hill, and he knows he needs to stop the clocks first. Derek Tohill's time's the one to beat, a 3 minutes 14. Will Patrick O'Donovan be able to beat it? It looks likely. He comes across the timing line and he does so. It's a 3 minutes 09 from Patrick O'Donovan. He shaves 5 seconds off Derek Tohill's early benchmark. The track's improved in that time with 2 qualifiers run after Derek's race, but Patrick O'Donovan's taken 5 seconds off Derek Tohill's early pace setting time. So O'Donovan wins. His best lap was on the last lap of 45.3. Andrea De Bourg was right up there as well. His best effort of 46 dead. Not bad for your first race at Lydden Hill. Great to have Andrea De Bourg here this weekend from the DA Racing squad. He is second overall for 3 minutes 11. Third in the times will be Derek Tohill. So Derek's time is good enough for third in the overall classification. So it's O'Donovan, De Bourg and Tohill, just as they were in practice. That continues into Heat 1. Cross cars will be out on circuit next as Patrick O'Donovan takes the applause of the crowd through North Bend hairpin, and it'll be our first dose of the buggy machinery out on circuit next. Some good close racing expected from the cross car class. Cross cars and RX 150s are onto the line for their first race of the weekend. It's been a busy season for the cross car runners throughout 2025, and we'll be crowning a champion this weekend. It's James Constantine from North Yorkshire who starts on a pole position with Will Ovenden, the local Addisham racer. Just seen his dad Tristan out in the Supercar race. Will in the Digger Sim car starts from the middle of row 1. On the outside, Irishman Kevin Sharkey in 4-2-0. Teenager Ben Bartlett's on the second row in 44 alongside Liam McMullen. And on the back row is the only non-cross car in the field, the RX 150 of Stephen Jones. A busy grid, and we're ready to go for 4 laps of cross car and RX 150 racing. It's a very good start from Kevin Sharkey in the speed car wonder entry. So it's the speed car which gets the best of the starts coming out of Canterbury Straight and down into a Talladega turn. So it's Sharkey with the lead, Ovenden into second spot, third for McMullen, Ben Bartlett's fourth, James Constantine fifth, and running at the back at the minute is Stephen Jones in sixth spot. But these cross cars all with their 850cc engines, but a mistake from Ovenden through the elbow, and he's now being swallowed by the pack because here comes Liam McMullen as they go into North Bend hairpin. They're absolutely together, Ovenden and McMullen through the right-hander, and Ben Bartlett squeezed in between them both. So Ben Bartlett sees the opportunity in number 44. He comes through and gets ahead of his former junior rival Will Ovenden in the Digger Sim car. So it's Ovenden now goes joker. Not entirely sure what happened at the elbow, but he lost time through the left-hander as they turned in through the tight left-hander at the bottom of the hill. It's now still Sharkey with the advantage. Second spot for McMullen, so it's two speed car wonders from Ireland which are first and second, but do not rule out the feisty Brit behind them, because Ben Bartlett is very quick indeed. He was going to be racing, or planned to race, in the French Junior Championship this year, but plans changed at the last moment. He stepped into a Mygale, another different chassis in the cross car division, and Ben Bartlett is now up into third spot as Will Ovenden makes a move on James Constantine, and Stephen Jones is going to come through as well. So we've got place swapping going on throughout the order as the Joker laps are being now completed by Ben Bartlett. So Bartlett goes Joker in 44. He comes out ahead of Will Ovenden in number 5. James Constantine and Stephen Jones at the back of the field continuing their little tussle. But Bartlett and Ovenden now third and fourth. It's still Kevin Sharkey out front. Bartlett, Ovenden third, fourth, Stephen Jones fifth, and then James Constantine sixth, and James is trying to make a move as they come up over the tabletop. Now the RX 150 next to it is more powerful. It's got a 1000cc engine, but it's heavier and it's not as nimble as the cross car behind. In a straight line, Stephen Jones will probably be able to pull away, but in the corners, under braking, the little cross cars with their 850cc engines and incredibly strong handling characteristics are able to be thrown around by the drivers, as Sharkey and McMullen both go into the Joker this time through. 4.20 of Kevin Sharkey starts his final lap, and we now have a change for second place because Ben Bartlett is now up into second. He's passed Liam McMullen. On this final lap, McMullen drops down into third, and now Will Ovenden wants to make a move as well, and Ovenden's trying to go around the outside of the Talladega turn up to the tabletop jump for the final time. McMullen from Ireland against the Kentish teenager into the Devil's Elbow for that final run through the left-hander. The number 5 of Will Ovenden is there in a strong fourth, but whatever drama happened on the opening lap has cost him time, and he's now trying to make up lost ground. Ben Bartlett's the fastest driver on circuit, a 49.0 as they come down Hairy Hill for the final run. Sharkey's already got his Joker lap done, so he comes through paddock up to the timing line, and he's going to break the beam first and set the early pace setting time. Sharkey wins it. Ben Bartlett second. Will Ovenden has to settle for fourth behind Liam McMullen. Stephen Jones is fifth, and James Constantine is in sixth spot. So good racing from the cross cars, and it's a 3:25.5 from the speed car wonder entry of Kevin Sharkey. He was on his roof at Pembrey a few months ago, a dramatic roll after a wheel came loose on Max Weatherly's car and Kevin Sharkey went end over end, but he's had the car rebuilt, back out on track. He returned here at the BTRDA two-wheel drive Super Prix in September, and he's back for the championship finale and sets the early time to beat. More though coming out on circuit for the next bout of cross car action, because we've got a good entry from the motorbike engine division. These single seat space frame pocket rockets really do put on a show, and our next grid is now out on track for our second race of the cross car division. David Kane will be on track as Kevin Sharkey heads back to the paddock. It's David Kane, a multiple race winner in the class this year. He has been on fine form in recent rounds. Kane from Ireland starts from pole. Max Weatherly will be alongside in the number 7 entry, the championship leader coming into this weekend. It's been a few months since he's had a win though, so Max will be looking to put that right this weekend. On the outside is the number 32 of Stephen Burke, the only non-FIA spec car on the entry, so he's got a 600cc engine compared to the 850s around him. On row 2, Ben Hardy, former RX 150 champ, makes his return in the pink 1000cc Rage buggy, and on the second row alongside him is youngster Brad Turner, and on the back row the number 88 of Rowan Lundy, a newcomer to the division in his Live TN11. We're ready to race. Green and go. Stephen Burke gets a good initial start in the number 32, the 600cc spec non-FIA class runner. He's fighting with the more modern machinery as they come down into Talladega for the first time. It's David Kane with the lead. Brad Turner from the second row has swept around the outside. He's into second spot already in number 61. So that's great stuff from Brad, the former BMW mini racer, up into second as Rowan Lundy goes deep in number 88. Max Wedley's already dropping down the order somewhat, so Max has definitely not been on his usual pace in recent events, and having started second, Max now fourth, as Ben Hardy has retired sadly in his RX 150 buggy. So Ben Hardy is going to be out of this one, and that leaves us with David Kane leading the pack. Brad Turner goes joker this time through in the number 61. So Brad Turner gets his joker lap completed, comes back out in fourth spot with David Kane still leading, and then this fight for second, and Stephen Burks keeping Max Wedley at bay. Brad Turner's now on the rear of Rowan Lundy's number 88 entry as they come up over the tabletop for the second time. Stephen Burke in the Yakar Cross, so the 650cc entry is running really smartly here for Stephen, but he's gone deep through the elbow, and Max Wedley comes up the inside. So a mistake from Burke through the left-hander, and Max Wedley now into second spot. So the rally instructor from Faversham into second position. The championship leader coming into this weekend, but he just hasn't been on his usual form in recent rounds. He had damaged steering at the last round here at Lydden, as Rowan Lundy's gone through the gravel trap and made his own joker lap at Paddock Bend. Lundy on his Rallycross debut in the number 88 entry drops it through the gravel. So the officials may look at that as not a completed joker lap, but we'll have to wait and see what is decided. It's still David Kane in that lead. Brad Turner having a good run in second spot in his Live TN11. He started the season in the older TN5 spec car, but he's moved into the more up-to-date TN11, and he is really enjoying this most up-to-date Live entry. The company run by Thierry Neuville, the World Rally star, and the team have built this great Live machine. The TN11 working smartly as it comes down Hairy Hill and into Paddock Bend. They begin their final lap. Max Wedley and Brad Turner almost swap positions as they come out of the joker. They are very close indeed, and Wedley's now lost the spot to his teammate Turner. Turner up the inside into Talladega. Wedley's going to try and fight back at him though. They come side by side, and the two Live machines are nose to tail over the tabletop and into a Devil's Elbow for the final time. Wedley up the inside trying to make a move on Turner. The less experienced of the two is ahead of the reigning champion in the cross-car division up Hairy Hill for the final run, and Turner looks to be getting the better of his teammate. They come through the right-hander. David Kane's already coming through Paddock. He's so far clear in the number 581 entry. David Kane wins it, but this fight for second is drawing attention because Turner and Wedley are absolutely together. They come across the timing line. Turner beats Max, and Stephen Burke is fourth. Our final finisher, Rowan Lundy in number 88. And sadly, Ben Hardy's RX 150 buggy is a DNF for the 169 entry. David Kane's time 3 seconds quicker than that of Kevin Sharkey. So David Kane is continuing his excellent form. He's really found something with the 581 car in recent times because he has won event after event. His season has come alive and he is continuing to climb the championship order. David Kane wins Q1 for the cross cars. Our first taste of the weekend of the junior competition from the junior Swift division, and it's Caden Harris who comes down onto a pole position. The Essex-based teenager in number 84 settles down onto the first row. Big weekend for Caden in number 88 because he's looking to 84 because he's looking to take the title away from Teddy McPherson, who sits alongside him in 119, the Buckinghamshire-based racer. He's leading the series coming into this weekend, 3 points clear of Caden, and the two championship rivals sit together on the front row. On the outside is Will Hands in number 23. Now, Will was on his roof in practice, so Will's got out in the number 23 car. Good to see the Lydden local back out on circuit. And on the back row, Harrison Foley in 273, the ex-Tyler McAlpin championship winning Suzuki Swift. And number 18, Tommy Brown, a newcomer to junior competition this year, third in the standings coming into this final round on 99 points. A good grid of 1.3 litre Suzuki Swifts will be let loose very shortly once Ben Hardy's car is removed from Chessons after his DNF in the cross car division. But this is the 1.3 litre division of the Suzuki Swift competition. We'll see the more powerful 1.6 litre adult division for the Suzukis out on circuit later on. But this is where the juniors take to the stage. And it's Caden Harris versus Teddy McPherson for the title. How will the first chapter of this championship finale go? It's Caden Harris in 84 against the 119 of McPherson. The revs rise. They look towards the timing line, or do they? Because we've got a red light on and a full start. A little bit of creeping, it seems, on the line. So the officials will look at it. A double Joker lap board is being made ready. And that's not what the drivers would want to see on their first weekend. The first race of the weekend, as Harris heads his way back into position. The Suzuki Swifts replaced the Minis in the junior category in the 2011 season. We've seen so many top drivers come through the junior Mini route and then into the Suzuki Swifts, Kevin Hansen being the one that immediately springs to mind in the Suzuki Swift division. But before that, the Minis were a great training ground for future rallycross, touring car stars. We're seeing George Tracy Jr. out on track today. He was a former junior Mini racer, now into the Supercar division, making a welcome return to the sport. We're getting the Swift shuffled around slightly as they come back into position. But it is really a fight between McPherson and Harris this year. 128 points to McPherson, 125 to Harris as we get ready to race. 4 laps ahead of us. Will we go green this time? The elite sponsored car of Harris starts on pole. We're green and go, and it's a poor start from McPherson in 119. Teddy gets squeezed away from the line, didn't get the best of starts. There's a little bit of contact between himself and Tommy Brown as they head down into the Chessons Drift sequence onto the Talladega banking. And after rolling in practice, it's Will Hands who has the lead in number 23. The red-wheeled bright green Suzuki has the early advantage. As contact behind, Tommy Brown gets a tap and loses ground in the number 18. McPherson and Foley both come through, but it's Will Hands who is doing the early leading in this one, which you probably wouldn't expect it with the 2 championship contenders, first and second on the grid. But we might have a change as they go up Harry Hill for the first time, because the elite sponsored car of Caden Harris is up the inside of Hands in number 23, and here comes Teddy McPherson. The Teddy Bear sticker car is looking to make its way through as well, and McPherson in 119 is now onto the side of Will Hands as they come down into paddock. Harris goes Joker, so the race leader opts for an early Joker lap. That's quite a bold call. Hopefully he won't get delayed in traffic and continue his good run. Tommy Brown follows through, so too does the Will Hands entry, but our new race leader is now the slow starting Teddy McPherson, who bogged down on the line, didn't get away at all well, and now McPherson has the lead thanks to the first lap Joker from Caden Harris. Caden will be hoping he doesn't lose time behind Harrison Foley. Harrison's quick and is racing in the cross cars division as well this weekend, but Caden Harris doesn't want to lose time behind the white car ahead of him. They climb Harry Hill, and Harris now will want to see Harrison Foley step into the Joker lap once they get to the bottom of the hill. We'll have to wait and see what they decide, but our early race leader still Teddy McPherson in the 119 entry, and he's sticking to the normal route. He doesn't go Joker, so Caden Harris now is going to come up into second, with Harrison Foley dropping down into third after the Joker. Tommy Brown after the first lap contact, he's in fourth, but he's got all out of shape coming through the chicane and does go into a spin eventually. It looked like he might be able to save it, but Tommy Brown has a drama in the 18, and Will Hands just avoids him in the bright green. So a drama for Tommy Brown that could have hit the tyre. Well, he did well to keep it out of the barriers, but he has a spin. Damage-free, he continues on his way, but Tommy Brown with a drama through the chicane as the race leaders are going up into North Bend Hairpin. And if I was Teddy McPherson, I'd probably think about jokering on this one, because Caden Harris is beginning to close in. They come down Hairy Hill for the penultimate time. They're about to start their last lap, and yes, Teddy is into the joker. This will be pretty close between them, but of course Caden's got 2 to do after the jump start, so Caden's got 2 as well. They've got 2 to do after that lap 1 joker. He settles into the joker for the second time and re-emerges ahead of Harrison Folly, with Tommy Brown trying to recover on circuit. He's a long way adrift now of Will Hands in 4th, so Caden, after the jump start, with that double joker penalty, has put him down into second place, having to get that early route, extra route out of the way. McPherson will be enjoying this clear track in top spot, with Harrison Folly into 3rd now, as 4th place runner still Will Hands in the 23. But our race leaders come up a hairy hill for the final time, and after that jump start, Caden Harris is on the back foot for going into Q2, but we know he's quick. He's rebounded after that error at the start and is still going to finish second in this one. But it is the championship leader, Teddy McPherson, in number 128, who comes across the timing line to win. McPherson wins Q1 for the juniors. Caden Harris is second in the number 84. Harrison Folly third. Will Hands will be final finisher on the circuit, because Tommy Brown has no longer circulating, it seems. So Tommy Brown, after his dramas, is not going to finish. But Will Hands, with the slightly battle-scarred 23A car after it was on its roof in the Devil's Elbow gravel trap in practice, he gets to the finish in 4th. So sadly no Tommy Brown getting to the line, but Teddy McPherson wins Q1 by 3.7 seconds. That double joker, that penalty, really hurting Caden Harris, as McPherson takes full advantage. Retros will be our next track action once the Swifts head back to the paddock. A big grid of retro division runners come onto the line, and it's Pete Christmas who starts on pole in his Toyota, another new addition to the category. Great to have Toyota Corolla on circuit, the former rally car which Pete Christmas found in Wales and has built into this rallycross machine. Alongside him, Ian Halfhide in his Peugeot 205. Into his 70s now is Ian, but really keen to continue competing in rallycross competition, and Ian's a great addition to the retro division this season. See how he goes in 226. 57 of Joe Luke Eastwood in his repaired Metro after it rolled here in September. Ian Biaggi, Simon Hart make up row 2, and our final starter, Dan Swayden, the championship leader from the Isle of Sheppey, on the final row. Ready to race. And Q1 is go for the less powerful but equally exciting retro division. We're away, and it's Ian Biaggi who got the best of the starts. The Scotsman is away incredibly well. No Terry Moore, sadly, in this one this weekend. The Ashford-based mini racer is a star of the retro division, but we're still got a mini at the front, and it's Ian Biaggi in the race leading clubman up over the tabletop, with Simon Hart behind. Dan Swayland in 4th spot, with Joe Leake Eastwood making good ground in 3rd. He is showing no signs of any ill effects after he rolled the car dramatically at the 2-wheel drive Super Prix a few weeks ago. You can notice the front of the car doesn't match the colours of the rear. That's a result of the repair job needed on the Metro after he clipped the barriers through Paddock Bend and had a heavy roll a few weeks ago. Great effort to get the Metro back out on circuit, but Dan Swayland, the championship leader, is showing why he is a star of this division. In the number 22, he's across the timing line, and he's already up into 3rd spot. So Dan Swayland in the Ford Escort Mark 1, now 3rd. It's still Ian Biaggi with the lead. The road legal, MOT'd and taxed Ford Escort Mark 1 of Simon Hart in 2nd, but the more developed Ford Escort like a proper Rallycross BDA powered machine behind of Dan Swain, and is now closing in on the second and first place runners. They come through Devil's Elbow as one. There's no joker lap to split them up, so the three leaders are absolutely together. You can throw a blanket over the three of them as they climb Hairy Hill, and Dan Swayland's making his move. So Dan Swayland in the Kent Movers car up into second position in number 22. He gets the job done into second spot ahead of Simon Hart, and it's now Ian Biaggi in the Mini with the lead through the paddock bend turn they come, and Ian Biaggi in 55 with the advantage. Dan Swayland into second spot now, 2 laps left to run of it, and Swayland's gone from the back to the front because he comes through into Talladega and nearly takes the lead away from Biaggi. He shows his nose up the inside, but Ian shuts the door, but Swayland swoops around the outside of the Scotsman. He gets the move done and is into the lead. He started at the back, but this is why the Isle of Sheppey racer is the championship leader by more than 20 points. He's got 97 points to his name, 74 for our nearest challenger, Joe Luke Eastwood. So Swayland's speed is always evident, and he's shown great pace again in this one, coming up to top step in the Ford Escort Mark 1. Down Hairy Hill in 22 with the advantage. Biaggi still second. Simon Hart third, Ian Halfhide your fourth place runner, Joe Luke Eastwood in the Metro, and Pete Christmas in the Corolla. They begin their final lap then, and Dan Swayland is into the loose section for the final time. Best lap of the race has gone to Swayland of 54.3, Biaggi second, and now still Simon Hart in third in his the Road Legal Mark 1, with Joe Luke Eastwood in the Rover Metro trying to make a move now, and Ian Halfhide. Halfhide has a little bit of a drama through Talladega, and Joe Luke Eastwood's gone right around the outside. That was an incredible move from Joe Luke Eastwood. He's got it done. Halfhide's going to try and come back at him, but the Rover Metro has got the lead away from Ian Halfhide. They go through the elbow for the final time, and Dan Swayland's already making good his descent. He climbs down Hairy Hill into Paddock Bend in the number 22. Swayland across the loose section comes up towards the checker flag, and Swayland in 22 takes the win. Biaggi second, and third will be Simon Hart. So Simon's had a really decent run in the Ford Escort. He's bought a Fiat Strada rally car, which we'll see out on hopefully at the Lydden Legends event next year for Simon, but he's concentrating on the Ford Escort for this weekend as Joe Luke Eastwood and Ian Halfhide, 4th and 5th. Our final finisher, former drag racer Pete Christmas in number 77. Dan Swayland then wins by 3.9 seconds. Despite starting at the rear of the field, he's climbed his way through the order in the Ford Escort Mark 1 and takes the win. Doors open for Dan. He's delighted with that as he heads back to the paddock. Our next track action will be the Senior Swifts for their first race of the weekend. Good grid of Senior Swifts onto the line. 6 identical Suzukis, and on pole position it's Kent racer Sam Peterson in 114 in the Ultra Vision sponsored Suzuki. Alongside him is runaway championship leader Matt Cake in 630, and newcomer Tyler Scott, 3rd generation rallycrosser. Great to have Tyler making his debut. Son of Darren, grandson of Dave, both former rallycrossers. Well, current maybe for Darren, although we haven't seen him out too much this season. Great to see Tyler out in the car. Row 2, Nafta Ieko in 254, the former mini-crosser. Phil Seath in number 80. And our last starter is the 555 of Dave Halford, who swapped his Audi Quattro for a Swift this weekend. Let's see how they go. Ready to race, and the Senior Swifts are green. Matt Cake's been the star of the season, He's won every event he started, but he's got competition here, it seems, because Sam Peterson in 114 is coming into Talladega with the early lead. Tyler Scott settles into third spot. This is a Suzuki which has seen a lot of track action. Both Chris, Darren's brother, and Darren himself have driven this car for many a season. It's one of the original Swifts from the start of the championship back in 2009. There's a drama behind for Naftali Echo. The London-based Kenyans off at the side of the road, and so too's Tyler Scott. So Tyler Scott's had drama at the elbow in 143. So it's all kicked off all of a sudden at the left-hander. Sadly, Tyler has found the gravel on his first rallycross start, but that's opened the door for Matt Cake to have an easy lead, it seems, with Sam Peterson in the 114 in second spot. Phil Seath is now your third place runner, and Dave Halford, who's using the Lydden Hill hire car, he's running in fourth position. Tyler sadly is out in the 143 entry, but we have a good strong early lead by more than 2 seconds already for Matt Cake, who's charging up over the tabletop into the Devil's Elbow. Sam Peterson in the 114 car behind him. They're into a yellow flag zone here, so if anyone was close enough to overtake, which they're not on this tour, they wouldn't be able to make a move there. But Phil Seath is beginning to close in on his Kent-based rival Sam Peterson up ahead. It's Matt Cake with the advantage still. He is putting a long way ahead of the Sam Peterson in 114, but Phil Seath in number 80 is having a decent run here in the grey with the orange flashes on the side of his Suzuki. All of these cars closely controlled. They run to identical specs. It's all about the driver skill as Dave Halford flings the Lydden Hill Swift through the paddock bend turn. But the closest battle on circuit is the one but through Talladega. Seath and Peterson, they've both just done their best of the session. They're finding more and more speed in the 114 of Peterson and the 80 of Seath, but they can't live with Matt Cake. They come into the yellow flag zone again through the left-hander at the elbow, and Phil Seath is closing and closing again on Sam Peterson for second spot. It's still Matt Cake who's leaving the North Bend hairpin before the others even got there, but Peterson and Seath are really having a decent duel. A lock up from Seath in the 80. Cake's going to get his Joker lap done this time through. If the drivers clip the barriers through the Joker lap section, they're going to pick up a penalty, so you've got to be careful not to strike the barriers in the Joker. A 30-second penalty will be coming your way, which will ruin drivers' races. So they've got to be careful through that section. But it's Sam Peterson and Seath. That was a bizarre lap, really, because they all followed each other through the Joker lap. No one wanted to stick to the conventional route. Seath and Peterson followed each other. So too did Matt Cake. So all of the drivers stuck to the Joker lap route lap time through, and we're going to have now a straight fight to the finish as they pass the stricken Tyler Scott entry, climbing Hairy Hill for the final time, as Dave Halford and Naftali Echo are closing up at the back of the order as well. There's two packs of two with Scott out. We've got Cake out front leading, but the fight for second and the fight for fourth is still pretty close as Matt Cake flings the Swift through the chicane. He wins Q1 in the one make category. Sam Peterson is in second. Third for Phil Seath, and this fight for fourth is still on because Naftali Echo, after his dramas on lap one, is now closing onto the rear of Dave Halford in the Lydden Swift. They come up to the timing line, and it's Halford who gets the better of the former mini-crosser. Naftali returning to rallycross in recent seasons, having previously competed in the Revival's Racing Run Minicross team in the 2000s. So great to have drivers returning to the sport after many years away. Naftali, another example of that. But it's Matt Cake who wins, and he's done a lot of that this season. He continues his strong form in the class. He's won every event this year, has Matt. He has been a star of the division, a second-generation rallycrosser with dad Chris watching on, and his sister Phoebe will be out on track next for her first race of the weekend in the Crosscar Junior division. Matt Cake does what Matt Cake does, and he wins again. Our final race of Q1 is a new category to the British Rallycross Championship, and it's the junior cross cars. So this is the same cars we would have seen in the seniors, but they have a different engine. So these junior divisions use a 700cc Yamaha MT-07 engine, and the seniors use a more powerful MT-08 850cc. That is the only difference. The car is the same. If you buy a junior car and race it during your teenage years, you can then just change the engine and go racing in the very same chassis into the senior division. So that gives you a bit of an idea of these single seat cross cars. The juniors are popular in Europe. Drivers are racing them as young as 12 at times. Robert Vittles, remember, he raced here in the senior cross cars but had junior experience from many years ago earlier this year. But now it's the first time we've seen a taste of this in Britain, and our grid is a 3-strong one with Harrison Foley in number 54, starting from the outside in his black, orange and green. 91 of George Edinburgh, and and Phoebe Cake, who's just seen her brother Matt take the win. For a first start, 3 cars on the grid gives us an idea of how this junior category can grow. The seniors have been strong. How can the juniors go? They'll sound different to their senior siblings as these 700cc machines blast away. It's a good start from the outside by Harrison Foley in 54 as he charges into top spot. George Edinburgh's making his rallycross debut in the junior cross car divisions. It's good to see George out on circuit. His dad Darren's helped Darren Scott run his Citroen C2 in recent seasons, so George is no stranger to the rallycross paddock in number 91, but this is his first start on the circuit. Phoebe Cake, far more experienced in 631. She's raced in the junior division in recent seasons and also in the Rally X series in Europe. So Phoebe, very experienced in really gaining a lot of seat time in recent seasons. But this is a real advert for what could come with the junior cross car division next season, because the cars can be used in the seniors and the juniors. Just swap the engines over. That could really be a good entry point into rallycross competition. The seniors are booming, and we'll see how the junior division goes. These are the first shoots of that, the first time we've seen it out on track, and Harrison Foley is our early race leader. He's got a busy weekend, has Harrison, racing the Life Live TN5, which we see here on circuit now, plus his Suzuki Swift. So he's swapping from front wheel drive to rear wheel drive in just half an hour or so. So this is a really good grounding for Harrison Foley. He's really learning quickly how these junior cross car entries go. Out of the Devil's Elbow for the second time they come, and Harrison's already up into North Bend, but he's had a spin in the North Bend turn, and this may open the door now for Phoebe Cake. Harrison Foley can't restart yet. Phoebe Cake's coming, and Cake comes through into the race lead. So Phoebe then in 631, now your new race leader. Harrison with a mistake at the North Bend turn, and Phoebe Cake into the early lead, into the lead on lap 2. Harrison Foley drops into the normal line. This will be close between them as they merge. Phoebe Cake went joker. We hit half distance of this one, and the two leaders are now pretty close on circuit into Talladega. Foley trying to go around the outside of Phoebe Cake in the 54 entry and gets the move done. So Harrison, after that mistake, gets the move sorted through Talladega and up over the tabletop. Harrison in the 54 entry ahead of Phoebe. We did see one of these junior cars being used in the Lydden Rally Sprints a few weeks ago, the new form of motorsport we've seen here at Lydden this season. The Rally Sprint format will be worth looking at next season if you haven't made your way along to one of those events in 2025, because the circuit looks very different. It's a WRC super special style event with cars running side by side, and cross car drivers can get out on track and get more seat time in their cars before their full-blown rallycross events a few weeks later. They begin their final lap, and it's Harrison Foley in the 54 who has that advantage. The 631 of Phoebe Cake in second spot, and our final runner George Edinburgh at the back of the pack in the 91 entry, getting his first taste of Lydden Hill in the junior cross car. Up over the tabletop, Foley adjusts his goggles again as they climb over the jump into the left-hander of the Devil's Elbow. The conditions here a lot nicer than they had a few weeks ago at Knock Hill at the BTRDA round. The senior cross-car drivers were caped in mud. They were putting their suits through the washing machine 4 times, Max Budley said, and still found mud on them. They could not get the mud clear. The conditions were pretty atrocious, but they continued on their way, and the drivers with limited visibility still got a finish under their belts. It's the juniors now taking their turn on circuit in the sunshine at Lydden, and Harrison Foley wins the first race then of our junior cross-car division, the first taste of this non-championship event at the minute, but look to see how the division grows in future seasons. 631 of Phoebe Cake is second, and our final finisher, George Edinburgh, in the 91. All of the Live TM5s get to the line. The 3-strong grid is completed, and it's a win quite comfortably for Harrison Foley by 10 seconds from Phoebe Cake. We have now an empty dummy grid because Q1 has concluded. Autograss demo is due to be out on circuit next, but we'll wait to see when they're let out onto track, and will be followed by Q2. Autograss cars are there in the dummy grid actually, so we will be getting ready to go in a few moments. That will be the end of Q1, and it'll be our first time we see the oval races on the Lydden Hill circuit. So Class 7 Autograss cars on track for the first time this, the second time this weekend. Their first full demo though this time. They usually race and only turn right around an oval, but they're being let loose at Lydden here this weekend. Liam Duran has really enjoyed his spell in this category, and it really is the wild child of Autograss racing. Unlimited capacity engines allowed. We've got a mixture of twin-engined motorbike machines in this grid, plus full-blown V8 engines, just a single engine. So it's either a double engine or single the drivers choose from, but they have to be rear-wheel drive, and the engines have to fit somewhere in the back, which they just about do in these Class 7 space frame single-seaters. When they're racing in full-blown Autograss competition, they run up to 8 cars starting in a straight line for 4 to 10 laps and only go in a circle, just turning right. So it's a bit different for these drivers as they come into the Devil's Elbow, turning left and through the chicane. But these rear-wheel drive little pocket rockets are sure to put on a show across the course of the 2 days. Just to give you an idea of the drivers out on circuit, we have a majority being mini pickups, but we do have a Fiat Seicento out on track in the hands of Darren Hockley. The Darren is out on circuit in his Fiat, going up over the tabletop now and into the Devil's Elbow. But Andrew Graney, Damien Harris, Dan Parker, Luke Hall, Ollie Eggleton and Liam Duran are all out on track for the demos, or at least due to be this weekend. It's the Invicta Kent Club, the local club from Ivy Church on Romney Marsh. We've got a couple of their members here this weekend, so great to have the local drivers putting on a show at Lydden. And if you weren't able to get to an Autograss event in 2025, this is a really good advert to see what these cars can do, with running up to 10 wide as they do when they're racing on the proper ovals in their season competitions. But the season's now come to a close. They can come out and have a blast around Lydden Hill for their Autograss demos across the course of the weekend. Liam has been a star in this car, in this class in recent years. You're buying a car and taking it demoing and donutting around America and Europe, and it's really drawn this category to the rallycross events in the last couple of years. We saw Senna Proctor here last season driving a car, the current British touring car racer, And now we're seeing a real variety of drivers from the local clubs and further afield as they come into the finish line for the final time. Class 7 demos are going to be a part of the weekend throughout the last 2 days of the British Rallycross Championship, and that's a nice way to end Q1 on our final weekend of the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship. Q2 will be our next track action, and it will kick-start with the Super Retro Division. The Q2 will be out on track shortly once we've got a bit of track maintenance complete, but the grids will be made based on the times from Q1. So we'll have the slowest drivers from Q1 who will be out on circuit for the beginning of Q2, and that means we'll have the two championship protagonists, Charlie French and his main championship rival Alan Crockett, out on track together for the first time this weekend. And if you've only caught a glimpse of the Super Retro competition this year, you'll know that battle is one to watch. Andy Grant, Nigel Davey and Pat Duran will be the row 1 for race 1 of Heat 2. Ray Morgan, Martin West and Hannah Stewart make up the grid. Race 2 will see the two championship rivals, Charlie French and Alan Crockett, go wheel to wheel for the first time, with Stuart Emery, Vince Bristow, Alan Tapscott and Darryl Ambrose, who's qualified for the faster of the two races. A good first effort for Darryl to kick-start his Saturday in 1.70. But the cars and drivers are getting ready in dummy grid. Ray Morgan in 1.14, ready for another start at Lydden in a car which has competed in so many British Rallycross events. It must be the most driven car in rallycross competition that's still active in Britain, at least. Ray is always here at Lydden, the Hastings-based garage owner, and great to have him here in the ex-Mark Lloyd Ford. Hannah Stewart will be looking to make ground again in her Talbot Sunbeam. Her dad Barry running the car this weekend, and Hannah making her retro rallycross debut, and it's great to have her, a new driver and a new car, in the championship for this weekend. Alan Crockett and the rest are already down in pre-grid, ready for their heat race, and they'll be ready for Q2 in a few moments. A little bit of track maintenance to do over at Talladega on the Chestnut's Drift sequence, and once that is complete, the Super Retros will be green for their second race of the weekend. So beginning of Q2 is about to go, and it's Andy Grant who comes down onto pole position. We're seeing the Super Retro division as our first race of the Q2 bout. Nigel Davey will be alongside the Cornwall-based Triumph racer. It's Andy Grant in number 45 who starts on pole. A car that's won the title in the hands of Lee Wood, but Andy has put his own mark on it, and we'll see how he goes in the Carnival Red Ford, not orange, it's Carnival Red. Andy in 45 starts from pole. Nigel Davey alongside in 691. Pat Duran, after his hairy moment in Q1, he'll be hoping for a clean run in the shades in P3. And row 2 is an all Ford Escort Mark III affair. Ray Morgan in 114, Martin West in number 9. Hope Martin can get away from the line in this one in the Martin Skanker Tribute. And our final starter, Hannah Stewart in the Talbot Sunbeam, the great new addition to the Retro division. A car her dad Barry raced in period in the 1990s, and we've now got it back many years later as the Retro division continues to grow. A little bit of track maintenance machinery needs to clear the circuit over at Chessons. Once that is complete, we'll be ready to go with Q2 race 1. It's an all West Country front row. Grant and Duran from Devon, Davey from Cornwall, who will come out on top in the first race of the session. We are set to go racing then. The quickest drivers from Q1 are in the next race, but who will come out on top in this one? Duran didn't expect to be in this one. He thought he'd be fighting with Crockett and French. He needs a good result after his dramas in Q1. We're ready to go, and we're away. Duran does get a good start in 46. Nigel Davey an equally good low in the Triumph TR7, but Pat Duran, who blasts into the lead, the former Rallycross Grand Prix winner, 4-time British Rallycross champion, leads the way into the Talladega turn. Ray Morgan and Andy Grant are over an all Ford Escort fight as they duel over third spot, but it's Pat Duran who gets all sideways coming over the tabletop. He's lost a little bit of ground there, but he's kept it pointing in the right direction, and he's got Nigel Davey on his tail as they go out of a Devil's Elbow for the first time. Davey is representing the sports cars in this because John Cross has sold his Lancia Stratos, and the former European regular is no longer going to be driving a VW powered Stratos in this category. He's got a new car in build though, and we'll wait to see what John has planned for 2026, but it's still got a sports car out on circuit, and it's in the hands of Nigel Davey in 691. Next, John Sampson, Triumph TR7 V8, is living with Pat Duran in the Zaxpeed Ford Escort through the right-hander of the loose. Pat, who stepped back into two-wheel drive competition, having been a supercar star for many a season, up over the tabletop for the second time. This is where he got a bit squirrely last time, but he keeps it neat, keeps it tidy on this run through the Devil's Elbow. But Nigel Davies not letting the circuit owner get away. Duran is being pressurised on his own turf here as Davey is right with the 4-time champ into North Bend hairpin. Duran even went a bit defensive that time through. He comes out of the North Bend and down Hairy Hill. This is about to hit half distance, so we still have 2 laps of lift to go, and this is a good duel between the new engine in the Triumph against Duran's Ford, which he's always tinkering with, trying to find a good setup. He changed the pedal box before the start of this season just to feel more comfortable in the car, but that's been one of many changes for the duo sponsored car, as Ray Morgan still in 4th spot, but up over the tabletop comes Duran in the sunshine into the elbow for the penultimate tour. Remember, no joker lap of course with the Retro division. They run to old fashioned Rallycross rules before joker laps were ever thought of, and that does keep the packs close, and Andy Grant and Ray Morgan are locked together going out of a Devil's Elbow. They climb Hairy Hill, and Nigel Davey in 2nd spot is just dropped a slight bit away from Duran on this last lap as flames belch from the side of Duran. It's 1.1 seconds was the gap when they came over the timing line last time, but that gap's probably widened. They begin their final tour, and yes, the gap has gone up. It's now over 2 seconds. So Duran's found some good speed. He just set the best lap of the race, 51.2. So Duran is the man to beat out on circuit. The Ford Escort Mark II racer in this Super Retro division is enjoying this race, a bit more needed Q1, I'm sure, because he hasn't had any dramas coming out of Devil's Elbow, and he gets through this turn for the final time, nice and cleanly, this time through, climbing Hairy Hill, flames again from the left-hand side of the car as they go into North Bend Hairpin. Davey just can't live with Duran as the race has progressed, but Andy Grant's up ahead of Ray Morgan in that Ford Escort fight as Duran fights at the steering, coming down under braking into paddock. Up to the timing line, he's going to set the benchmark, and that's a far better drive from Pat. He'll be pleased with that one on his home turf. He takes the win in 3 minutes 32.0. Nigel Davey second. Andy Grant is third in his Vauxhall-powered Ford, number 45. Ray Morgan fourth in 114, the long-time Rallycross campaigner on his local circuit. And good to see Martin West is getting closer to the pack. He didn't get away at all well at the start of Q1, but he's had a decent run that time through and had a clean performance. Yes, he's a long way off the pack of the pace of Duran, but it's a finish for Martin. Hannah Stewart's going to get to the line as well in her Talbot Sunbeam to complete Super Retro Q2 race 1. The fastest drivers from the first race are going to be out next, and it'll be Charlie French, Alan Crockett and the rest coming out onto circuit. Q2 race 2, and the first time this weekend we see the two arch rivals for the championship. The respect between these two has been brilliant all season, and Charlie French starts on pole, having got the better of Alan Crockett, the second generation rallycrosser in Q1. Dad Davey was a star of the Vauxhall Nova Challenge, and we've in other categories after that as well, but great to have Alan in 779 in the dealer Opel team car coming down onto second spot. Stuart Emery alongside in his Petter Solberg tribute livery Volvo 242, non-turbocharged. New engine coming for next year. It's been built by the Swedish equivalent of Julian Godfrey, Stuart said, so that's a good review. A real top engine builder in Sweden is building the power plant for Stuart's Volvo, and we'll see that next season. So more power to come for Stuart next year, but how will he compete with the stars of the championship? The Ford Escort Mark II of Charlie French, built by the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club, the 1.9 litre turbo Smith & Jones YB engine will power away from the line. Vince Bristow, Alan Tapscott on row 2, and Darrell Ambrose, who had a really good run in Q1. How will he go in the Peugeot 205? We're ready to race. French versus Crockett, with Emery thrown in as well. We're green and go, and Stewart gets the best of the starts. He's really been improving those in recent times. Emery gets the best blast down into Talladega. They go 3 wide as they come into the loose section for the first time, but Crockett and French are already wheel to wheel as they come into the loose section. Vince Bristow's into the rear of Emery nearly as they fight for the third spot, but Stewart got a really good start in the non-turbocharged Volvo up over the tabletop. It's Charlie French with the lead. Alan Crockett into second, the dentist from Northern Ireland running in second position. The local man Stuart Emery third, Vince Bristow fourth, Tapscott fifth, and Darrell Ambrose at the back of the pack in sixth. So they're in grid order at the moment. But Charlie French in the SR1, the reigning champion, has the lead. Alan Crockett with a huge bit of understeer as he went through the North Bend hairpin. That was far from ideal for the Opel man as he turned through the right-hander at North Bend. That's cost him a bit of time because French in the bewinged Ford Escort has been able to pull slightly clear. They end their first lap with 0.8 of a second between French and Crockett. 1 and 2 are absolutely locked together, as we've seen so many times this season. There's 7 points between them in the championship. French is 7 points clear of Crockett at the top of the standings. How will that change as the weekend goes on? We'll have to wait and see as French, in his usual style, flicks the car from right to left through the Devil's Elbow. He's a really accomplished driver, is Charlie, a top engineer off circuit, but he's a very handy racer as well. He's competed in RX 150s before. He's driven in many sprints here at Lydden, but he's become a real star of Super Retro Rallycross in recent seasons, and he is now the reigning champion, looking to make it 2 from 2 as he leads Alan Crockett through Paddock Bend. Stuart Emery third, Vince Bristow's fourth. Alan Tapscott's having a good run in fifth position with Darren Ambrose sixth. We hit half distance of this one. There's 2 laps left to go. The gap has increased by 0.4 of a second. So Charlie French has found more pace. He's the only driver into the 49.2 bracket. So he is really pushing on here, is Charlie, as he locks up into the Devil's Elbow that time. Flames spit from the rear of SR1, but this Ford Escort Mark II, which has been built as a Martin Skanker replica, it's been parts donated from a number of rallycross drivers. John Cross has given panels to it. The crankshaft for this car came from the late great Dermot Carnegie. So many top drivers have been involved in providing parts to get this Escort out on circuit, and it's a real joint effort from the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club, and they've done a brilliant job to get this Ford Escort working as it does. Vince Bristow fourth, Alan Tapscott fifth, still Darren Ambrose sixth. Stuart Emery's in a rather lonely third now in the ever impressive looking Volvo 242, but up over the tabletop for what is now the final time. It's Charlie French in SR1 as flames spit from the rear. The two of them were absolutely locked together in the BTRD8 two-wheel drive Super Prix here a few weeks ago, but there's a bit more of a gap. French seems to have found something, and he's edged clear of Crockett in this Q2 race. Pat Duran's time's the one they're looking to beat, but French is charging down Hairy Hill for the final time into Paddock then in the SR1 number 42 onto the loose section. Supercars are on the dummy grid watching on as Charlie French wins in 42. And does he beat Pat Duran's time? Yes, he does, quite handsomely so. 10 seconds quicker than Pat in the Ford Escort Mark II. It's the Skanker Tribute which wins Q2 for the Super Retros. 3 minutes 22.4 for Charlie French. 1.4 seconds clear of Alan Crockett. Third was Stuart Emery. Fourth, Vince Bristow. Alan Tapscott fifth. Darren Ambrose sixth. When night falls later on, Charlie French's Ford Escort will look very spectacular indeed. Flames pouring from the rear of the Ford. So make sure you're having a look at that as he goes into North Bend Hairpin and Devil's Elbow, because that will certainly be good for photography as he charges his way around under the floodlights here once darkness falls. But French wins Q2, and it's Supercars which are on circuit next for their second race of the weekend. And George Tracy Jr. ready in dummy grid. Thumbs up from George. If you're watching on the live stream, you can see cameras. We've got a cameraman down in dummy grid. We're looking at the drivers up close. And if you hear trackside, remember the paddock is open as ever at Lydden. So if you haven't looked through the paddock already, please feel free to do so. All of the tiers are open. You can see the drivers up close. Pick up posters. Charlie French and Dan Swayland have got posters and stickers available if you want to pick up those. Programs are also available in the circuit merchandise stand. So if you haven't picked up a program yet, do please have a look in the merchandise stand, and the food bay and all the other catering options will be open throughout the day into the lunch break, which will follow once Q2 is complete. The fun fair is already up and running as well. There'll be a lot off track to enjoy across the course of the weekend before the fireworks conclude Saturday at the end of today's meeting. George Tracy Jr. though in the Citroen C4 getting ready to go. His dad George Tracy Sr. is here helping run the car this weekend, a man with a lot of rallycross experience. So great to have Tracy Jr. on track. Tom van der Heuvel from Holland also there, but it's George who comes out onto circuit first. The former junior rallycross racer competed against Ben Renison, Samantha Tom and co in the 2000s. Great to have him back here at Lydden, and we'll see how George goes in the Citroen C4. Dad George raced in Europe with John McCluskey during the 2000s. A brilliant Peugeot 307 at one point for George Tracy Sr. But it's the Citroen C4 which we see out on circuit now with the younger of the two Tracys. He'll be joined on track by Tom van der Heuvel. Tom is here, solo effort from Tom. He's got no mechanics with him at all this weekend. Tom is running the car by himself, but in classic rallycross spirit, the spirit of the paddock always evident, Derek Tohill's team have offered a mechanic to help run the Volkswagen Polo. So Tom is already feeling at home here at Lydden. He's competed at the track before, but he's never raced here, and he's in a Markland Motorsport built Volkswagen Polo with a fully up-to-date Troll Speed engine. It should sound the part. The Polos always sound brilliant on track, and do watch for Tom, because he was struggling in Q1 when the suspension broke over the jump. So he'll remember not to fly as far on the jump this time, and hopefully the Polo we can see in full flight. We have a similar car, the ex-Tanner Faust, another Markland Motorsport built car of Mike Seller, starting second. Some brilliant supercar machinery here on the line. Julian Godfrey starts on pole in number 20 in the Citroen DS3. Mike Seller alongside in number 69. Colin Anson in the ex-James Grint Julian Godfrey Mitsubishi Mirage starts row 1. Another driver who only runs the car with a very small team, just him and his wife prepare the machine, and Colin is out on track in supercars. So do cheer on Colin and Tom just for their pure effort to get these supercars out on circuit. We're ready and go, and Q2 is alive for the supercars. Colin Anson doesn't get the best of starts, but Tom van der Heuvel, the Dutchman, is flying around the outside. He gets the lead, and he is into top spot already. Julian Godfrey into second spot. Mike Seller into third, with Colin Anson after a slightly slow start fourth. George Tracy Jr. in fifth as Tom goes up over the tabletop. He's been a star of autocross competition in Holland in previous years. He's won the championship, but he wanted a new challenge, and he's bought this ex-Fiat Sfardel VW Polo, and he's now coming under pressure from the 6-time British Rallycross champion Julian Godfrey. This should be a good supercar scrap here, because we've got the newcomer to the sport with Julian Godfrey behind him, the 6-time champ. Mike Seller thrown in as well, the former super modified racer. There's real experience out on circuit, but a novice really in the Rallycross competition is showing them the way. The newcomer who finished second in the Pro-Am series for the Rally X competition this year. He was second in the amateur class. He's really showing good speed here in a car that we know should be effective with its newly prepared Troll Speed engine. Up over the tabletop in 6.35. He has the lead, and he's holding the 6-time champion at bay. Julian Godfrey will want to try and ease the Dutchman out of the way at some point if he can. They climb up Hairy Hill into North Bend Hairpin. Godfrey ahead of Seller. He's in a Volkswagen Polo sandwich at the minute, with both Markland Motorsport built cars first and third, and the Citroen DS3 still there into second. Godfrey goes Joker, trying to find some fresh air, get some clear track so he's able to get his foot down without looking at the rear of a Polo. He's been followed by Mike Seller as Colin Anson continues on his way. George Tracy Jr. has retired, it seems. He's not out on circuit in the Citroen C4, but this is a really good drive here from Tom van der Heuvel. Up over the tabletop, a big jump from the Dutchman, the flying Dutchman there, as he goes up over the tabletop. If Julian Godfrey right with him. Godfrey's jokered though, and he's already closing back in. So Tom van der Heuvel now is coming under a lot of pressure from the 6-time champion, and Godfrey's in the box seat here. They come through North Bend Hairpin, out of the tight right-hander and down Hairy Hill. 2 laps left to go, and Tom goes Joker this time. So into the Joker lap goes van der Heuvel. Into the tight sequence, got to be careful not to run into the bollards. He avoids them, but he drops down into third. George Tracy Jr. is continuing, but he's just a long way adrift at the back of the pack. But we now have a new race leader, and it's Julian Godfrey from Heathfield in East Sussex, who's leading Mike Seller and Tom van der Heuvel. But the former Markland Motorsport team cars are now locked together. They would have been run from the same awning in a few seasons ago in the World Championship, but they've now found a new home in the British, Dutch and Rally X series, and Mike Seller is getting the better of the Dutchman at the minute. They come into North Bend Hairpin for the final time, and Mike Seller from Sittingbourne has the second spot to his name ahead of Tom van der Heuvel. Into paddock for the final time. George Tracy Jr. sadly a long way off the pace, but it's going to be Julian Godfrey who starts his final lap with 1 mile still to go ahead of the 2 Polos. George Tracy Jr. is going to be lapped here. He's slowing in the Citroen C4 as the Polos come through the Talladega turn for the last time. Godfrey passes George Tracy. So sadly, George has struggled again in Q2. Hopefully the Citroen C4 can get up and running as the meeting goes on. But Tom van der Heuvel and Mike Seller have put on a good show for second and third. Godfrey, though, after that earlier Joker, has been able to find good track. He's got a clear circuit, no one around to worry him. He can get his head down, and without having any body damage, as we saw in Q1, he's kept the Citroen DS3 neat and tidy, and he takes the checker flag. Julian Godfrey then wins race 1 of Q2 for the supercars. Mike Seller is second. Tom van der Heuvel is third in the Volkswagen Polo. Colin Anson, fourth in the Mitsubishi Mirage. The former Saab racer who drove a Ford KA for many years in the Supercar Championship. And George Tracy, a lap down, is fifth. Sadly, a non-starter was Steve Harris in his ex-Gerlain Chicherit Mini, which has been turned from a petrol supercar to electric, and Steve Harris has not been able to get that on track in the battery-powered Mini. But Julian Godfrey wins, and it's a time of 3 minutes 55.7. Best lap of 44.7 from Godfrey, and his time will now be the target of Patrick O'Donovan in the Peugeot 208 and Andrea de Bourg from France in the very neatly turned out DA Racing entry number 92. He was a star of a Q1, and we'll see how Andrea gets on. Peugeot 208s locked out the top 3 positions in Q1. POD, de Bourg and Tohill ahead of Clennell and Ovenden, and it's those 5 drivers which will start race 2 of Q2 in a few moments. Q2 and race 2 for the British Rallycross Supercars, and it's Patrick O'Donovan who was the star of Q1, setting the best time, means he gets pole position for this one in GB1. The ex-Hanson Peugeot starts on pole position. Andrea de Bourg, his first outing here at the circuit for the number 92 driver, he comes down onto second spot. And it'll be his teammate, Derek Tohill. You can see them running from the same awning in the paddock. Tohill in the Parts for Cars sponsored Peugeot, bright blue and yellow as ever. Familiar livery for Derek, a former European touring car champion, starts from third. Fourth will be Sam Clennell, another first-time starter here in the Supercar division in his Proton Iris. Ollie O'Donovan unavailable this weekend, so the car was free, and Sam, who usually runs the cars, he has had experience of driving them in testing, done quite a lot of shakedown work with the Proton, so he does know the machine, but he hasn't ever raced it wheel to wheel in supercar competition. Let's see how Sam goes in the SEM prepared RX Racing entry. On the outside, Tristan Ovenden, the former motocrosser turned rallycrosser, who's been a star of this split surface discipline in recent years. Son Tom recently won the Mini Challenge JCW title at Brands Hatch. A top circuit racer now is Tom, and he'll be watching on, probably on spotter duties I'm sure this weekend, in his dad's ear, helping him and guiding him around the Lydden Hill circuit as Ovenden gets ready to race. Thumbs up then from the start line marshal, and we are ready for race 2 of Q2 for the British Rallycross Supercars. 4 laps ahead of us. O'Donovan and Tohill, the championship fighters, are on track together for the first time this weekend. And we're away. And it's a good start from the DA Racing Peugeots. Patrick O'Donovan might lose the lead here, and he does. Andrea de Bourg's into top spot then with the advantage. Tohill and de Bourg, a little bit of door-to-door contact, but it's the Frenchman who leads. Derek Tohill into second spot. Patrick O'Donovan's all out of sorts. He's into third, but it's Andrea with the advantage. And so much of the rallycross is all about the start. And Andrea de Bourg has got a great getaway there. He's leading from second on the grid. His teammate Derek up into follow him in second. And Patrick O'Donovan, having started on pole, down into third already. A bit of bodywork damage on the rear of the de Bourg Peugeot as they come down Hairy Hill. and into paddock for the first time. Patrick's had enough of looking at the back of Toe Hill already. He goes into the longer route. So this will be interesting. When will the DA Racing squad decide to joker the two leading cars? Because Patrick O'Donovan is on a mission. He is sideways into Talladega. He's already got the joker lap done on lap 1. He's come out ahead of Tristan Ovenden, which he wanted to do to get some clear circuit. So this now is pretty crucial in the outcome of the race. This lap here, when will De Bourg and Toe Hill go joker? Toe Hill will probably want to do it fairly soon because O'Donovan is already showing good speed, but we've got a red flag up at North Bend Hairpin. Red flag at North Bend. And De Bourg and everyone's brought to a halt. Trying to look why the red flag has come out, because and there's a car off in the gravel at the joker. So Sam Clennell, just out of view of our tower, is in the gravel in number 22, and he's deep in the gravel as well. And the officials had no real choice there, but Sam Clennell has buried the Proton in the kitty litter at paddock. And Sam is out and in the firing line there on the outside of the joker lap entry. So the officials sensibly waving the red flag, and what was set to be a very exciting conclusion to that lap has now come to an abrupt end. But we'll get the grid reformed, and Andrea De Bourg and Derek Toe Hill will have to do it all again. Lydden crew get to work, and they're going to remove Sam Clennell's car from the gravel trap at paddock. The grid will be rebuilt, and Patrick O'Donovan can reclaim pole position. So De Bourg and Toe Hill are going to need to fire away from top spot as they did in the first attempt. They line up side by side, but Sam Clennell's car being recovered. He will miss this one. Tristan Ovenden starts from 5th. So it'll be very shortly underway once Sam Clennell's Proton is pulled from the gravel at paddock. Sam Clennell is recovered from the gravel trap, and it looked like he was trying to get into a restart, but having caused a red flag, the officials have said no, and he's got to head back to the paddock. So the SEM boss, who runs the RX racing cars usually, getting his first taste of supercar competition, and it's ended in the gravel in Q2, but he's definitely got good pace, and we'll see how Sam goes as the weekend unfolds. That leaves us with 4 starters, a Proton-sized gap on the Canterbury Straight, but Patrick O'Donovan Andrea de Bourg and Derek Tohill, 1, 2, 3, and Tristan Ovenden. Tristan, who's qualified for this faster race, but he's in a car which started life as a Citroen C4 before it was rolled here at Lydden by Liam Duran in 2011-ish, I think, when it was preparing for a European Championship, reshelled into a Citroen DS3. So it really is one of the ageing supercars in the field. But Tristan's been an event winner in this very car. He's won at Mondello Park in Ireland in 2022. He can drag good results out of it, but he's really hanging on to try and live with these world and European spec cars alongside him. GB1 of Patrick O'Donovan against Andrea de Bourg in 92. Derek Tohill in 77. We're ready to go. It's a complete restart, and the DA Racing team have to do it all again, and they look like they might do it, but there's contact between POD and de Bourg. They lift the front left of POD's car up, but Derek Tohill's going to benefit from that and take the lead. So contact between the two as they charge down into the first bend, but Tohill's made good of the best of that. He is up ahead of his teammate Tristan Ovenden, now into third spot ahead of POD in GB1. So Patrick's got work to do here. We saw him take the Joker at the end of lap 1 in the first attempt to run this race. Will he do the same again here? I suspect so, because you're then putting the pressure on DA, and when will they want to go longer? No, he's going to stick to the normal route for now then. So Patrick O'Donovan is confident he can close in on the de Bourg car up ahead. Tohill the early leader. Ovenden running along in fourth spot in the only non-Peugeot in the field as Patrick goes really deep through Talladega. That's a very high, wide and handsome line really through the loose section, but Patrick O'Donovan has lost a bit of time doing that, I think, because there's a couple of car lengths now between himself and the DA Racing cars up ahead. Tohill in the Parts for Cars stickered Peugeot, the ex-Gregoire de Moustier World Championship car when it was run by Sebastian Loeb Racing in the World Series. It's now found a new home in Ireland and in the British Championship, and Patrick this time goes Joker. So he started his rallycross career back in 2018. He's been part of this sport for every year since, and he's now got his work cut out here because he's got to chase down the Peugeot pair up ahead of him, and Patrick's flinging his ex-Hansen car through the right-hander of a Talladega turn up over the tabletop. Last lap board is being made ready, so will the DA Racing squad send one or both of their drivers in? We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully a red flag won't come at this point and spoil what should be a real showdown come the Joker lap are completed, but we'll wait and find out. De Bourg smokes the tyres through the right-hander of North Bend Hairpin, and Derek goes Joker. To Tohill then into the longer route. Patrick can now seize his opportunity. They're going to come out very close indeed, but Tohill's just ahead. Patrick O'Donovan then, the reigning champion, trying now to chase the former champion on circuit. Their Joker laps are done, so this is now a straight fight for the first time this weekend between the two championship protagonists. Tohill in 77, POD in GB1, and don't forget de Bourg out ahead as well, because he's yet to go into the longer route. So Andrea on his first start here at Lydden has the lead, but it is an artificial one as they go into North Bend Hairpin for the final time. He backs the Peugeot in, smoking the tyres beautifully through North Bend. Andrea de Bourg, spectacular stuff as they charge down into the Joker lap. He comes. The Peugeot racer is into the longer route, and Derek Tohill and Patrick O'Donovan are both going to nip through on the inside. O'Donovan can't live with Tohill though. Derek does it. Derek beats O'Donovan by a tenth of a second. Great close racing. Patrick O'Donovan, the fastest driver on circuit in individual lap times of 43.3. But that was a great race, and we got two stabs at it as well. The rerun was just as exciting as the first attempt, and Derek Tohill wins Q2. Championship leader then gets the better of Patrick, and these DA Racing Peugeots look very quick off the line. We'll have to see how the rest of the day unfolds. Tohill, O'Donovan, de Bourg, your first three, all Peugeots, but in a different order to Q1. Tristan Ovenden, fourth quickest of all the supercars. He went quicker than Julian Godfrey. So although Tristan wasn't on the pace of the Peugeots, he was quicker than the rest of the headline division. He'll be very pleased with that indeed. And Julian Godfrey fifth overall ahead of Mike Seller. Great stuff from the supercars. Cross cars will be out on track next for their Q2 race. cross cars are getting ready in the dummy grid. David Kane will be out in our second race, the star of this division in recent rounds, the Irishman, alongside fellow speed car wonder racer Kevin Sharkey. Great to, if you're seeing the live stream at home, we've got nice shots of the dummy grid, the drivers getting ready, and so many of you packing into Lydden Hill already. Great to see the circuit filling up for what is the track's biggest event of the year. Completely sold out for the fireworks later on. So thanks very much to everyone for joining us here as the track gets ever busier throughout the day, building up to the Supercar final under the floodlights and the fireworks at the end of the meeting. But cross cars will be our next track action. Marshals are busy at work at the Joker section, clearing a bit of gravel away after Sam Clennell disappeared in the Proton, but we'll be ready shortly with the cross cars for Q2. Next race to come out onto circuit, and it's Q2 for this division, a mixture of the 850cc Yamaha cross cars and the one only 600cc entry, the non-FIA spec car of number 32 Stephen Burke, the rest being full 850cc Yamahas. But our pole sitter is in an RX150, the category run by Ollie O'Donovan's team for many seasons in the British Rallycross Championship by Team RX Racing, and that's number 19 Stephen Jones in the 1000cc RX150. He starts on pole in the khaki colours. Max Wedley, the championship leader in number 7, starts second. Stephen Burke third. Row 2, James Constantine in number 8. Number 88, the newcomer Rowan Lundy, who's done circuit racing previously. And the final starter, former champion in the RX 150 division, Ben Hardy. Now hopefully Ben, in the bright pink livery, can get to the checker flag this time. He stopped at Chessons in race 1. We're ready to race. Max Wedley needs a good result here. Oh, his teammate makes a bit of a launch away. Rowan Lundy looked a bit too keen to get away there. He's run from the Live awning. Brad and Adrian Turner running the team now, and they've got a really good selection of TN5s and TN11 entries. The cars we're seeing out on track now are the TN11s. We've got a TN5, the older spec car, in the hands of James Constantine. His cousins Tom and Luke are off in the world of rallying now. Luke going very well indeed in the Pro Tyre Tarmac Championship, winning that this year. So they've gone into rallying, having moved across from Rallycross, but we do have James still representing the Constantine family, and we'll see how the number 8 goes from the second row. Ben Hardy starts off the back. Get ready to race. Rowan Lundy will have a double joker lap to serve in number 88, so he's got his work cut out in this one. But we are away and green, and Lundy's already trying to make a move around the outside, but he can't get the move done there. It's Max Weatherly who takes the early advantage in number 7, the Faversham-based rally instructor, into second spot. He's ahead of the 600cc Yamaha of Stephen Burke from Ireland. So Burke drops down into second spot. It's Rowan Lundy who's into third position, with the double joker lap looming over him. So number 88 needs to get his wriggle on here if he's going to be able to climb up the order. Stephen Jones, using the pace of the buggy in a straight line, is now up the inside of Lundy. So this is where you see the strengths and weaknesses of the RX 150 against the cross car. The RX has 1000cc but is heavier, so it's quicker in a straight line but not as nimble in the corners as these 850 Yamahas. So you really see a mixture of these motorbike engine pocket rockets as they fly around Lydden Hill circuit. They are like a swarm of bees going down into Talladega, with Max Wedley leading the pack ahead of Burke. Stephen Jones, your third place runner in the RX 150, and Ben Hardy's dropped off the rear of the train as well. It looks like Ben might have retired his buggy, so sadly the RX 150 of Ben Hardy's gone back to the paddock. But it is Weatherly who leads by 1.6 seconds ahead of Stephen Burke in 32. Jones in 19 into third spot, with Constantine fourth. Fifth spot is still Rowan Lundy, who's got those 2 joker laps to do, but we now have a fight for second because Burke in the 600cc Yakar Cross is trying to keep the more powerful 1000cc RX 150 ahead. He goes joker and drops into the longer route. So Burke goes into that longer route. He has to get done once a race. If you forget to do so, you're going to be picking up a 30-second penalty. So drivers have got to remember to do that mandatory longer route as this race progresses. Out for the tabletop come the third place car of James Constantine, landing neatly, avoiding the little tyre bail which has been put out on the approach to the elbow. Another thing that officials will be keeping an eye on. If you strike tyre bails, you can pick up 5-second penalties. So drivers have got to thread the needle here. Be careful around Lydden Hill circuit. It's the best, most famous rallycross circuit in the world, the best in the eyes of many, and the drivers absolutely loving being part of this rallycross finale here at the home of rallycross for the final round of the British Series. Wedley in number 7 starts his final lap. Number 19 of Stephen Jones follows on through the joker section. Stephen Burke's come back into third spot now. Now the joker lap's been played out, and Rowan Lundy in 88 has dropped to the rear of the pack, having jumped the start and had to do 2 jokers. Max Wedley is really trying to stop the clocks as quickly as possible here. He kisses the curb through the Devil's Elbow and climbs Hairy Hill for the final time. Up into North Bend Hairpin they turn. Rowan Lundy at the very back of the pack is having completely different fortunes to his teammate Max Wedley. They both run from the Live awning, and we are seeing Max Wedley here put in a real drive we'd expect from the number 7. He's not had the best of luck in recent events, but he's back on form here, it seems. How will the times compare with the faster drivers out in Q2? We'll have to wait and see. But his time is the quickest so far, a 3 minutes 15.8 for Max. Stephen Jones is second. Stephen Burke third. James Constantine fourth. And Rowan Lundy gets to the line in 5th position in his cross car. So Lundy a long way adrift after his double jokers, but Max Wedley seems to be back on form at 3 minutes 15. How will these times compare? We'll find out shortly, because Q2 race 2 is already getting ready in the dummy grid. We've got Ben Bartlett. It's getting a chat of his team in the dummy grid, and we'll be back on track very soon. Will Ovenden will be there as well, his former junior rival, and our second cross car race will be out on Canterbury Straight very shortly. Drivers getting ready, set for race 2 of Q2 for the cross cars, and they know that Max Wedley's had a pretty clean run there at 3:15.8, the time they'll all be looking to beat. We'll have a grid made up of British teenagers, Ben Bartlett and Will Ovenden, Brad Turner from Yeovil, and Irish racers, David Kane in the speed car wonder, Kevin Sharkey and Liam McMullen. The championship's really got strong Irish support in the cross car division. They've been popular at Mondello Park. They've been popular around all of Europe, really. The category has really grown, and having been introduced to the British shores in 2022 by the BTRDA, the series has really blossomed in 2025, and we've seen events at Blyton, a double header here at Lydden, a double header at Mondello, Pembrey, Knock Hill was the last round, and now concluding here at Lydden. They've had a very busy busy season, and it's Max Wedley who comes into this final round with the championship lead. He's won 5 events so far, has Max, who we've just seen take the spoils in race 1 of Q2, but he hasn't won since July, and that was at Pembrey in the middle of the summer. And since then, he hasn't been on the podium. So Max's form has fallen away in recent times, not helped by dramas here at Lydden with damaged steering at the two-wheel drive Super Prix, and the others have sensed an opportunity. But Max gained such a strong lead in the championship early on that they are just chipping away at his lead, and he's sure to wrap up the title this weekend. This is Rallycross though, and we can never rule anything out. Ben Bartlett will be in this one. He's second in the series. David Kane third. He'll be starting on pole in race number 2 for Q2 of the cross cars. So our grid for race 2 of Q2 is now set free from dummy grid. Liam McMullen putting his gloves on now, getting ready to go, as it's David Kane who starts on pole for this one. Our Q1 winner. He's won the last 3 events at Knockhill, Lydden and Pembrey. So he's won around Britain, and he's now hoping to do the double here at Lydden this weekend. The 581 of David Kane, the very smartly turned out speed car wonder, starts on pole position. Alongside the 420 of Kevin Sharkey, who had a very good run in Q1. He's only 10th in the standings, is Kevin, in 420 coming into this weekend. So that was a really strong drive in the opening race for the Irishman. Ben Bartlett alongside in 44, youngest driver in the field, former junior racer. And Carter, he's had a good first season in this category. He's driving a Mygale. This is the beauty of cross cars. It's not just a one single spec car. You can have different manufacturers, different shapes and models. Mygale, the former Formula Ford constructor, which built single seaters for decades. Top drivers race Mygales in circuit racing. Now they're branching into rallycross, and you can see the Mygale UK entries here with Will Ovenden and Ben Bartlett. The speed car wonder is on the second row as well with Liam McMullen, and on the back row it's a Live. So 3 different makes and models of cross cars, all 850cc, and they are going to be very close indeed as they charge down to Talladega for Q2 race 2. We're green and go, and Ben Bartlett in 44 gets the best of the starts from the outside of row 1. He's going to try and chop across the nose of the Irishman. He gets ahead of Kevin Sharkey at least, but he can't live with David Kane as they go down into Talladega for the first time. It's Will Ovenden, Ben's former junior arch rival really in the category. They've been good friends off circuit, always seem to run together on track as well. And Will Ovenden and Ben Bartlett are together again, the 2 Mygale teammates, through the left-hand of Devil's Elbow and up Harry Hill, trying their utmost to keep with David Kane, who has been the runaway leader in cross-car division in these last few events. Something has changed. He has found superb pace, having not been on the podium in the earlier events. David Kane is absolutely on a mission in this latter part of the season, and he's going along very nicely indeed as he leads the pack into the chicane. A lot of Joker action. We've got 3 drivers through the Joker, Sharkey, McMullen and Turner. Across the Joker lap section they go, so we've got a real split here. The field is cut in half. 3 drivers have taken the Joker. They're now going absolutely as fast as they possibly can to reel in the gap, but the 3 drivers out front, Ovenden, Bartlett and all chasing Kane, are yet to take the longer route. So the field has been completely cut down the middle, and you can really see here the effect of the Joker lap. That's how much time a Joker takes. So from Ovenden down to McMullen in 4th spot, and McMullen and Turner are now beginning to fight, and you don't want to be doing that because they're going to hold each other up and they're not going to be able to catch the leading trio. Will Ovenden goes into his Joker this time through, so Ovenden into the longer route. He gets the mandatory extra diversion route completed, looks right, checks his mirrors and sees that there's no one there behind him. He's come out in 3rd place quite comfortably indeed. Ovenden then is now still 3rd place, and that little bit of fighting between McMullen and Turner has not helped their race time, because they have now thrown a couple of seconds away, squabbling up at North Bend Hairpin, and that's allowed Will Ovenden to come back out in a comfortable 3rd place. They climb, the leaders climb up Harry Hill. Kane and Bartlett, our first 2 drivers, and they're both yet to go into that longer route. So they're going to have to do it before the end of this one, and we have a lap and a bit to go. Kane is going to leave it until the last. Bartlett goes Joker this time. He's going to try and come out ahead of Will Ovenden. How's Will's pace been on this last lap, as Will will be able to turn the tables here on Bartlett? They'll be close. The blue corner of Bartlett, the red corner of Ovenden, but it's Bartlett who comes out ahead in the Dayglow yellow flashes to his number 44 car. It's now Bartlett and Ovenden, a straight fight to the flag then between the 2 youngsters, the youngest drivers in the category. They come up over the tabletop for the final time, and they're trying to live with David Kane. Kane's yet to go into that longer route, but we know that he has the pace to come out ahead once he's done it. They climb Harry Hill, Bartlett and Ovenden together as always, but David Kane, it's all eyes on what he can do here in the final section. Bartlett up onto 2 wheels nearly through the curbing of North Bend and into the Joker now goes the race leader. leader. David Kane then just needs a neat and tidy joker lap and victory will be his. He comes out across the timing line and he's going to win again. David Kane is on an absolute streak of form here. That is another victory for David. He's won the last 3 events outright and he's now won the 2 qualifiers on the penultimate day of the season. David Kane has come alive in the latter part of the 2025 Cross Car Championship season. And it's the familiar pattern behind. Bartlett, who's second in the standings, is second in the race. And Will Ovenden, who is yet to have a win outright in this class. He's had 3 seconds and 1 third, but he hasn't stood on the top step of the podium. And we'll see how Will goes as the race continues across the course of the weekend. But the Mygale XC04 entry finishes 3rd. Liam McMullen 4th, Brad Turner 5th, and Kevin Sharkey is in 6th. Q2 is continuing at quite a pace here because we've got the Swift Sports, our next track action. The Junior Swifts, our next track action, and we'll see the younger of the drivers come out onto track with Teddy McPherson in 119 at first starter. Teddy starts from pole in the championship leading grey entry, the Buckinghamshire racer. Went to the same school as Patrick O'Donovan. That's how he found out about Rallycross. Was encouraged to come to an event at Lydden, encouraged to get it into the sport by the O'Donovan family, and Teddy McPherson hasn't looked back since. He starts on pole, but is planning to move into cross cars next year, as many drivers seem to be tempted into the buggies. They are a category that offer supercar pace at a fraction of the cost, really. So you can see why drivers are attracted to the single seat buggy division. Caden Harris starts from the middle of the grid in 84. Harrison Foley will be on the outside nearest our commentary tower in number 273, and on the second row Will Hands in 23, a newcomer to the series, and Tommy Brown as well, another newcomer this year. So the 2 least experienced drivers are at the back, but they'll be getting faster and faster each time we see them as we get ready to go with Q2 for the junior rallycrossers, aged just between 14 and 17 years old. We're green and go. Caden Harris gets a typically good start. He's always quick out the blocks. Look at Will Hands go as well. Will's got a very handy start from the second row in his green and red machine, but there's contact behind. Harrison Foley and Teddy McPherson are involved, and Harrison just can't save it. He goes from left to right and right to left, but around he goes. Harrison Foley then is out of the contention in this one. Contact with the championship leader as they ran down into Talladega, and that leaves Caden Harris as our early leader, and Caden hasn't had much luck so far today. He jumped the start at the beginning of race 1, which meant he had to do the double joker lap. So the teenager from Essex is now trying to make up for his poor Q1 by winning Q2. He'll be helped by the contact that his championship rival's just been involved in. The real surprise package of the weekend so far, in what has been a quite literally topsy-turvy weekend for him, is Will Hands. He was on his roof in Q1 in practice, had a decent Q1, and is now running at the front of the end here in Q2. He's got a damaged bright green Suzuki, but he's running in second as Teddy McPherson goes joker, chased on by Tommy Brown in number 18. Harrison Foley will be recovering at the back of the pack, taking his joker this time through, but it's the race lead for Caden Harris, the fastest driver out on circuit with a 55.988. Caden Harris has the advantage ahead of Will Hands in number 23. Now, Will is getting faster and faster, it seems, each time we see him out on circuit in the bright green colours. If you can see a shot of the windscreen, you can see the damage from the roll we had earlier in practice where he rolled at the devil's elbow. But the team have got the car repaired, and he's now only 1 second behind the man who's second in the championship. So this is good stuff then from Will in the number 23 car, chasing on Caden Harris in the elite stickered car. They both stick to the normal line for now, and Caden, after his very rapid getaway, is starting the second half of this one with a good margin over Hands. The one to watch, probably Teddy McPherson in third spot, because he's just set the fastest lap of the race, and the Teddy Bear stickered number 119 car bouncing its way through Talladega. It's now the fastest car out on circuit at 53.722. Will Hands in second, but the car behind him is the quickest one on track. It's set in purple lap times on the timing screen. It's lighting up the timing screens here in the commentary box because McPherson is closing in on Hands and Harris ahead. He needs to make up for lost time after the dramas at the start of the race when he had contact with Harrison Foley, and McPherson's got his head down, and the 16-year-old from Buckinghamshire is now chasing the leading duo coming down Harry Hill. Caden goes Joker, so too does Hans, but where will McPherson come out? McPherson's done his Joker, he's going to get second. Away from Hans, it seems. This is a good effort from Teddy. He's come back up from the rear of the field into second spot, and he's now the closest challenger to Caden Harris as these 1.3 litre closely controlled Suzukis bounce their way through Talladega. The series run by Peter Gwynn Motorsport, who run a number of driver experiences days here at Lydden Hill throughout the season, and more noisy days are permitted at the track in 2025, and that's allowed more rallycross days to be held. A number of these drivers have got extra seat time in the Peter Gwynn training days, and it's been a good way to get new people into the category as Caden and Teddy go into the North Bend hairpin for the final time. Teddy rides the curb and lifts up 2 wheels as they go through the right-hander, but it's going to be a straight fight to the finish here between them. They've both done their Jokers, and Teddy McPherson's going to have to settle for second here. Caden Harris up over the timing line, he comes in 84. Caden wins it, takes the checkered flag, the double checkered flag we've got here at Lydden this weekend. McPherson second, Hans third, Brown and Folly round out the top 5. Good racing from the juniors. After the dramas at the start of Q2, it was a good clean fight between the teenagers, and Caden Harris turns the tables to McPherson in Q2. It's the retro division out next. Once Q2 is complete, we will be breaking for lunch, so we'll get Q2 finished and we'll then be into the lunch break before Q3 begins this afternoon. Once I have the times on lunch and how long it'll be, I will update you, but don't forget there's plenty to see off track with the fun fair open, as it will be all weekend. The food stands, the Lydden Hill food bay is open in the old scrutineering building, so do take a look there if you haven't already in between the races and during lunch. Retros are our next track action though, and it is the championship leader Dan Swayland, the runaway championship leader in the Kent Movers car, who starts on pole. He's planning a graduation to a super retro category in future seasons with a more powerful engine in the Kent Movers stickered car, so we'll see how Dan progresses as the seasons go by. But Ian Biaggi alongside, a long trip down from Scotland for Ian to get to Lydden, but he's a regular face here at the home of Rallycross. Great to have him on track. Alongside him, Simon Hart in 137 in the road legal John Taylor replica Ford Escort Mark 1, previously owned by ex-Rallycross driver Mark Williams. It was looked after by Matt Roach Racing in previous years, and now into the hands of Simon, who's driven the car up the hill at Goodwood in previous events, the Haynes of Maidstone stickered car. Row 2, Joe Luke Eastwood in the next normal Outchin Rover Metro, a car that's got proper period rallycross history from the 90s. Probably still got some of its stickers on there, I think, the BARC sticker on the side of the Metro. See how the 57 car goes. Ian Halfhide, who last raced in Rallycross in the 70s, starts second on the second row. And Pete Christmas, a newcomer at the back of the grid. But we are going to get a full start. Someone has crept forward. And this retro division, the less powerful class for the cars up to 1600cc, a real variety. Yes, 2 Ford Escort Mark 1s, but the rest, a real varied field. The Toyota Corolla adding to that, the former rally car that Pete Christmas, the former drag racer, has switched to Rallycross this year and found the rally car in Wales and has turned it into this retro Rallycross machine. Great to have him out on circuit in the 77. But Ian Halfhide has been given a jump start penalty. With no joker lap, the retro cars are pushed back a row. So that's an old-fashioned style way of doing it. No joker, so you get pushed back to the back of the grid. And Ian Halfhide from Windsor is now to the rear of the pack in 226. He raced in Rallycross so long ago. Snetterton was still in use of the Rallycross circuit. Ian's returned to the sport this year, and great to have him back in the ex-Nigel Davey Peugeot 205. Let's see how he goes after his jump start. Ian's got his work cut out in the 205. Thumbs up though from the start line marshal and the drivers on the front row. We're ready to race. Swayland went from the back to the front to win Q1. He's starting on pole in this one, so we can think who the race winner will be, but Dan doesn't get the best of starts, and Ian Biaggi and Simon Hart are away very well indeed. They charge down into the Talladega turn with the advantage, and it's Ian Biaggi then who does the early leading in this one. He's got the jump ahead of Dan Swayland. Simon Hart, after his good initial start, has dropped into third, and Joe Luke Eastwood in the period Rover Metro, he's in fourth ahead of the Ian Halfhide Peugeot and Pete Christmas in the Toyota. A long field of retro cars. Sadly no Tony Lynch this weekend in his Peugeot 205 or Terry Moore in the Mini, but still a good strong turnout from the less powerful up to 1600cc retro division. And through the right-hander of North Bend Hairpin for the first time they come, and this is great stuff from Ian Biaggi, the softly spoken Scotsman, in the top spot at the minute in his period Mini. It's a top little car, this one. It comes all the way down to Lydden many times throughout the season, but he's now coming under a lot of pressure from Dan Swayland, because Dan Swayland in the Ford Escort is closing down on the Mini, and he's going to make a move. Swayland then gets the move done on the Mini. You can see why Dan is thinking about moving up to the Super Retro division, because he's a champion in this class. He knows how to win it. He will win it again this year, but he really could mix it with some of the best in Super Retro if he can develop this Mark 1 Escort into a more powerful weapon. I'm sure he will. The car is always so neatly turned out, and we look forward to seeing what he can do as he graduates, hopefully next season. But he's still got his work cut out here, because little Mini of Ian Biaggi is not getting away from, not letting Dan Swayland get away. Ian Halfhide, after his jump start, has made good progress. He's now on the back of Joe Luke Eastwood in the Rover Metro, as Simon Hart in the Ford Escort Mark 1 still holds on to third. Across the chicane they come to hit half distance, and there's a decent fight for third here, because Simon Hart is ahead of Joe Luke Eastwood, but Ian Halfhide is getting involved as well, and they come down into Talladega, and Joe Luke Eastwood's trying to make a move on Simon Hart. The Rover Metro, with its hastily repaired front end after a big off at Lydden in September, has gone right around the outside, and Joe Luke Eastwood's got it done, or has he? No, he's going to slip off the side of the jump nearly. Joe Luke Eastwood with a very brave around the outside move, but it's now ended half on the jump, so what a shame for Joe. A really good effort from the hard charging little Metro, but he's dropped to the wreck of the pack now, and the number 57 car of Joe Luke Eastwood spins away and out of contention. He'll be back for more, we know that. Even rolling the car in September didn't put him off, so we know Luke Eastwood will be back out on track and back on form again in Q3 later on. But it's Dan Swayland's show again out front. He's got the lead from Ian Biaggi. The gap now is up to 2.5 seconds between Swayland and Biaggi. Simon Hart in third spot. Ian Halfhide is now fourth, with Joe Luke Eastwood running at the back of the pack behind Pete Christmas in his Toyota Corolla. As Dan Swayland continues to lead, it's Simon Hart versus Ian Halfhide for third spot. We'll see who comes out on top in this one, because the Ford Escort Mark 1 of Simon Hart is up ahead of Halfhide for now, but Ian, who started with a jump start, has now come back through the order, and he's going along nicely. Swayland sliding the Mark 1 through the right-hander of North Bend. The Sheppey racer is really putting on a show here out front. No Terry Moore to fight with in the Mini this weekend, or Lynchy, who's usually right at the front in the retro division, but Dan Swayland wants to go out of this category with style, and he takes the checker flag to win. Dan Swayland then wins Q2, Ian Biaggi second, and who will be third? Looks like Simon Hart will do it in 137. He'll keep Ian Halfhide at bay. Good close racing from the Escort and the Peugeot. And our last couple of finishers, Pete Christmas in 77 and Joe Luke Eastwood, after his dramas in the middle part of the race, finishes in 6th in 57. Good stuff from the retros. It's the senior Swifts which will be our next track action as Q2 nears its conclusion, and we'll be moving into lunch pretty shortly. Swifts out next, and we'll see how Matt Cake and the rest can go. Lunch break, and it will be the Swifts next. Junior cross cars will follow, an Autograss demo after that, and then we'll be into lunch. Drivers are ready. Phil Seith's given the thumbs up to Sam Peterson on the front row. The senior Swifts our next race, and Matt Cake, who has won everything this year, looks to do the same again. He starts on pole. Sam Peterson in 114 alongside. Phil Seath, the Lydden local, in the Ovenden sticker car on the outside of row 1. Dave Halford, Naftali Ieko and Tyler Scott at the back. Keep an eye on Tyler, he's got good pace. We'll see if he can keep it out of the gravel this time though and get a good clean race under his belt. Ready to race. We're green and go, and Matt Cake gets the best of the starts from pole. Phil Seath and Sam Peterson get a equally good getaway really, but Matt Cake with the positional advantage of having pole position allows him to keep hold of top spot as they bounce into Talladega. Dave Halford in 4th position with Phil Seath in 3rd. Halford, who's stepping into Swift, having been in the retro division in previous seasons. There's dramas behind because Naftali Ieko and Tyler Scott have found the barriers sadly out in the approach to the jump. There's heavy damage on the front of Naftali Ieko's car. He just got a bit out of shape trying to go around the outside of Dave Halford, and that put Ieko into the wall, took Tyler Scott with him, and that's a great shame for Tyler because he's on his Rallycross debut, and the former Autograss racer has got good speed, just hasn't been able to show it yet. He's going to drag the car off to the side of the road, but it's got broken steering, so he's not going to be able to get very far. As Matt Cake continues to lead, 3 laps left to go. It's Phil Seath and Sam Peterson, 2nd and 3rd, with Naftali Ieko making his way back to the paddock. He's done well to drag it round. Tyler Scott is frustrated with that, and red flags fly. So with Tyler's car off at the side of the road, red flags are called for. And sadly for Tyler, he's out on the spot. The youngster from Sittingbourne will be taken back to the paddock by Lydden recovery teams, and that's a real shame for the newcomer to the category. He competed in a rally sprint here a few weeks ago to get another taste of the circuit, but Tyler is pretty frustrated with that in 1-4-3. He's had 1 year of autocross in this Swift, so he's driven in autocross previously. Turns 19 this month, and ironically, Tyler's younger brother Callum, I think, will be coming to pick him up on the recovery. Callum works for the Lydden recovery teams, and Callum will be coming around to pick up his brother Tyler to allow this race to restart. The grid will reform, and we'll be ready with Q2, take 2 for the senior Swift. we're going to get a rerun of Q2 for the Swift Sports, and it'll be Matt Cake who retakes a pole position. The Canterbury racer who works in agricultural contracting and landscaping. When he's not winning every Swift race he starts on pole, a former oval racer in 630. Sam Peterson from Preston near to Lydden starts from the outside of, from the middle of row 1, and Lydden Village local Ian Seath starts from Phil Seath starts from the outside of row 1 in number 80, a newcomer to the rallycross scene this year. See how Phil gets on in number 80. On the back row, Dave Halford in 555. So we've lost Naftali Ieko and Tyler Scott after their contact on the approach to the jump. The barrier needed a bit of work as well from the Lydden team, hence the delay before we get the restart. But we're ready to go now. 4 1600cc Suzuki Swifts are ready to race. We're green and go, and Phil Seath gets a good start, but Sam Peterson's quickest out of the blocks in the black, the gold flashes. He gets an excellent getaway, and he's going to lead Matt Cake here. So Sam Peterson, if he shuts the door, would have the lead, but he's left the door quite ajar, and Matt Cake comes back up the inside. So Sam Peterson could have claimed the lead there, but he is a newcomer to the sport. This is his first season. Matt Cake's got more experience. He's a real star of the Swift division, beat Will Ovenden in this category in the past, so we know that Matt is fast and he has the most experienced driver out there in this Swift category, at least. Dave Halford at the back of the pack is a experienced driver in his own right, but in retro, and Matt Cake slowing. The 630 of Matt Cake then is out of this one, it seems. That's something terminal on the Swift in this race, and Matt is into the paddock already. He's just going to roll down the hill, and Matt Cake, the champion to be, he's basically wrapped up the title already. I'm sure he'll conclude that after the final today, but Matt is out here in this one already, and we have now a good fight for second, because Dave Halford in the Lydden Hill hire car in the 555, he's bouncing his way into second position, up ahead of Phil Seath. Matt Cake out, Naftali Ieko out, Tyler Scott absent as well. It's a 3-car race now between Halford, Seath fighting over second and third, and our race leader Sam Peterson in 114, the newcomer to the rallycross scene. They climb out of Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill, and this really is a real entry point division into rallycross competition. If you're looking to get involved in the sport, Swift Sports and the cross cars, a great way to do it, and you can get racing like this because this Halford and Seath are side by side coming down Hairy Hill. Halford on the inside line, Seath on the outside. They can't get the move done there, but Phil's getting really stuck in here with Dave Halford in 555. 2 laps left to go, and they are locked together for second position. In the Lydden Hill colours of Halford, the privately entered car number 80 of Phil Seath, who's entered the sport this year. Great to have another newcomer to the rallycross division. And up over the tabletop, the lead, the second and third place cars come, and Phil Seath's going to try and make a move on the inside at the elbow, but there's a little bit of rubbing between the two. They bang wheels, bang doors, and there's into the gravel goes Halford. Gets back on circuit, but that was a little bit robust between the two of them as they went through the Devil's Elbow. They get into North Bend Hairpin now for what is the penultimate time. Halford out wide, elbowed out wide at the elbow, ironically, as he gets back on circuit now. 114 of Peterson is going to be our leader. He goes Joker this time though in the black and gold entry, and that opens the door for Phil Seath in 80. Halford now back into second, and suddenly Peterson slows. I think Peterson might have an issue or thought it was the end of the race, because he suddenly slowed coming across the timing line. Is now back on pace now, but Peterson in third spot has dropped down a long way off the back of the pack when he was the race leader before the Jokers. So it looks like he's struggling with something in 114. They go into the elbow for what is now the final time in this lengthened Swift Sport Q2 race after the dramas in the first take. It's up into North Bend Hairpin for Seath in the 80 car. Lifts that rear right wheel as he turns through North Bend. Dave Halford in 555, swapping the Group B Quattro for the front wheel drive hatchback this weekend, and into the final bend they come. Halford's got all out of shape through paddock, and he spins. So Dave Halford has dramas at paddock. Seath is going to win. He takes the flag in 80. 114 of Peterson second, and it's his third spot for Halford eventually. That was a very eventful 3-car race. Started with 6, halved the pack and then we had 3 finishers. But Phil Seath does it. Sam Peterson second, Dave Halford third, DNFs for Matt Cake, Naftali Ayeko, and Tyler Scott. Hopefully Tyler can get to the checkered in Q3 because he's been unable to complete a lap nearly here at Lydden this weekend so far for the teenager. He'll be back out on track this afternoon. We've got one more qualification race to go of Q2. That's for the junior cross cars. Will be followed by an Autograss demo, and then we'll be into the lunch break. So cross cars follow, and then it will be into the Autograss demonstration, the second time we see them out on track this weekend. Second ever race in Britain, and it's Harrison Foley who's swapped across from his Swift and into the rear-wheel drive buggy for this weekend. Oh, well, for this race he's doing both categories. Busy weekend for Harrison. He starts on pole. 631 Phoebe Cake from Capel-le-Fern, not far from Lydden Hill, starts second generation rallycrosser with Dad Chris watching on. And 91 George Edinburgh. We'll see how George goes in 91, but he's doing a bit of creepy on the line. Might get away with it. Ready to race, light is on. We're green and go. George gets a good start in 91 from the outside. A little bit of creepy on the line. He'll get faster and faster as the weekend goes on because it's his first ever time in the car for the 91 entry. He's got Harrison Foley and Phoebe Cake around him, 2 far more experienced junior competitors, and it's now a turn of these 600cc cross cars to go racing for the second time this weekend. May lead to being a full championship next season. We'll wait and see what is decided over the winter, but this is the first real sighting of the junior cross car division, and the beauty of it being that you can just change the engine but keep the chassis. If you start off in junior competition in this car, buy a junior cross car, you can just upgrade the engine when you become old enough to compete in seniors, but keep the very same car underneath you. So a really good investment, and keeps you in rallycross for many seasons, not having to change car. So we're seeing the Harrison Foley 54 entry out now. That was used previously in the year by a senior competitor. James Black drove it very effectively in senior spec at the 2-wheel drive Super Prix. So it's a real good new initiative into the rallycross discipline, and we have a new race leader because Phoebe Cake has dropped to third, but a new race leader is George Edinburgh after the Jokers are played by Harrison Foley. George gets a little bit out of shape over the jump, but this is good stuff from the newcomer to the rallycross scene. He is very, very new indeed. This is his first start in the sport as they climb up Hairy Hill and come into North Bend Hairpin. George has the lead. Yes, it's an artificial one because Harrison Foley has jokered already, but Edinburgh's getting quicker each time we see him out on circuit, and his little buggies could be the real starting point for a number of top drivers as they begin their rallycross careers. Into the paddock bend turn they come, and yes, there is a joker lap being played by Edinburgh this time through. So George into the longer route. That opens the door for the number 54 of Harrison Foley to continue in the lead. Phoebe Cake gets her longer route done in 6.91, but we are now at half distance of this one, with Harrison Foley, our new race leader, having adapted from front-wheel drive to rear-wheel drive across the course of just a few minutes or so, having been in the junior Swift earlier in the weekend. He's doing well to adapt from the front-wheel drive little Suzuki to these rear-engined, rear-wheel drive cross-car machines. They're very popular in Scandinavia, but the category is now beginning to grow in Britain, and we may now see another division of it with the junior category. Coming down Hairy Hill then, with 1 lap left to go, is Foley from Edinburgh from Cake into Paddock Les Termes, and Foley is another junior driver who's running at the front end of the junior category with eyes on a move to cross car. Teddy McPherson's planning that. They are starting their final lap, but the drivers seem to have taken themselves off circuit already. having seen a imaginary checker flag, it seems. So the cross-car race may end a lap early because the race leader, Folly and everyone else have followed each other around the race circuit to end the lap. The last lap board was being shown, but we have a early finish to the race 2 for the cross-car juniors. Harrison Folly wins it, George Edinburgh second, Phoebe Cake third. All of these driving identical Live TN5s, so the company based in Belgium, run by Thierry Neuville and his brother. Good people running, experienced motorsport people running the company that builds these cars, and they're now proving very effective rallycross machines. Great to see the circuit filling up so nicely as well ahead of the fireworks later. We have one more circuit bit of action to go before the end of Q2, and it'll be the Autograss demo. Once the demo is complete, we'll be into the lunch break. Lunch break is the Autograss demonstration. Now this is the Class 7 Autograss machinery, space-framed single-seaters. You can have a single V8 or a twin motorbike power. And Liam Duran's gone for the single V8 option, and he's out on track in this one. So right at the very back of the pack, we've got former European Championship winner, event winner Liam Duran in number 33 as the Autograss Class 7 cars blast away, wheeling their way down Canterbury Straight. These are really top super saloon cars that usually just race in an oval, but they're turning left here at Lydden this weekend, and we'll see how the race unfolds. Autograss demo is go. They're not being timed, so there's no timing screen to watch, but these are pretty spectacular rear-wheel driven space-framed single-seat machines. Any engine capacity can be thrown in the back of these as long as they're put in the rear of the car and they're rear-wheel driven. So we've got such a mix. We've got twin Hayabusa engine machinery out on circuit. Most of the field, all of the field apart from Liam Duran, are gone for the twin engine option. Liam, who's coming down Harry Hill now and flowing it around the outside into paddock, is in a V8 option, and he's trying to come right the way through the field here. So Liam Duran in 33, who missed Q1 due to gearbox issues, is trying to come through the order in the now 4th place car. He started from the very back after missing Q1, but he's now up to 3rd, and he's still got time to chase the race leaders. The 3-4-5 is leading. That's Dan Parker in his mini pickup. There's a change through the Devil's Elbow though, and now Liam Duran's trying to get involved because Duran's right there with the leaders. They climb up Harry Hill, they wheelie their way up Harry Hill, but there's contact and Duran's onto his roof, and Liam Duran has rolled. Duran rolls on the approach to North Bend Hairpin, and Liam in 33 onto his roof. And what a great shame, after charging his way back up the order, Liam Duran rolls into North Bend Hairpin, and the circuit crews will be getting to the scene very quickly indeed. Autograss demo comes to an abrupt halt then, and we'll get the circuit crews out onto track, and we'll be restarting with Q3 after the lunch break. So Autograss Class 7 comes to an end, and what great race it was before the contact up at North Bend Hairpin. It was. We'll let Lydden teams get to work, and we'll be back shortly with a resumption of the Autograss demo. We'll be going into lunch after this before Q3 begins with the penultimate round of the British Rallycross Championship. So great news, Liam out of the car. Liam Duran out of the car and seemingly okay. The car very badly damaged after its roll up at North Bend, but Liam is out, and that is all important. Liam Duran all fine. He is out of the 33 up into North Bend hairpin. So if you can't see North Bend from your position, Liam is out and okay. Same can't be said, sadly, for his Class 7 Autograss Mini at this point. But he's talking to the Lydden medics, and the team will be overseeing everything up at North Bend hairpin. I doubt we'll get a rerun of this, but Liam waving to the crowd. He is all okay, and we'll be back with the start of Q3. It is due to get underway at 2 o'clock. So lunch break will start now, effectively, and we'll be into Super Retro Q3 at 2 p.m. That will begin with the Super Retro division, followed by the Supercars. We'll follow the same pattern as this morning, but we've got quite an instant to clear up at North Bend, so the officials will be busy through the lunch before we restart at 2 p.m. with the resumption of Q3 for the Super Retros. enjoyed your lunch, because we are ready to go racing again this afternoon here at the penultimate day of a British Rallycross competition at Lydden Hill, and it's kick-starting Q3 with the Super Retro, so the over 1600cc Super Retro division, and it's Nigel Davey on pole position in the ex-John Sampson Triumph TR7. Darrell Ambrose alongside, who's gone well today in the Peugeot. Andy Grant on the outside of row 1 in his Carnival Red Ford Escort Mark II. Ray Morgan and Martin West again together on the second row, as we saw in Q2 in their similar Ford Escort Mark IIIs. Ray's car has competed in a few more Rallycross events than Martin's though. And on the back row, Hannah Stewart in the Talbot Sunbeam. Hannah, a second generation Rallycrosser. Dad Barry, a former star of this category. Hopefully we'll have him back when the Porsche 911's engine is rebuilt. We're ready to race though. First race after lunch. Q3 is about to begin. We're green and go. Hannah Stewart gets left on the line. Andy Grant gets a good getaway from the outside of row 1. They charge down into the first turn, and Nigel Davey and Grant are together. Ray Morgan settles into third spot with Darrell Ambrose trying to go around the outside. Ambrose in the Peugeot trying to go right around the outside of Morgan. He's done it. Darrell's really been on the good form so far today. The BTRDA Classic category regular is trying to make a move on Andy Grant. They almost swap paint as they go into a Devil's Elbow for the first time. All four of them absolutely locked together. Grant versus Davey. This is a proper West Country duel. Cornwall versus Devon as they go into North Bend Hairpin. Grant on the inside line, using all of his experience. Davey has only been in Rallycross since 2020. Grant has got decades of experience underneath him, and he's going to make the move. Andy's through. A little touch between the pair, but has changed for the lead, and this is a great race to kick-start the afternoon action. Andy Grant in 45 with the advantage, but he's made a mistake through a chicane. Andy's made a rare slip through the chicane sequence, and Andy Grant was almost heading towards a tyre wall at one point. Darrell Ambrose trying to now go around the outside of Ray Morgan. This is great stuff from the Retro division, and Ambrose is going the wrong way round, and he's done it. Ray Morgan then drops down back into fourth position. So it's Davey from Grant, but we've had two different leaders. Ambrose now third, Morgan fourth. Grant with the fastest lap to his name, but with that error, he's now got to do it all over again. So do watch for the 2.5 litre Vauxhall-powered Ford Escort Mark II of Andy Grant. It's the former title-winning car in the hands of Lee Wood, and he's making very good use of it indeed as he comes down Hairy Hill into Paddock Bend. Grant is right on the rear spoiler of the Triumph TR7. The directly Motorsport prepared car is coming under intense pressure now from Andy, the former Supercar regular who still owns the ex-Will Gollop Andrew Jordan Ford Focus. He's hoping to put the car back into period Will Gollop livery for Lydden Legends Festival next year, so we'll see what Andy's got planned, but he's fallen a long way adrift of Davey in this Talladega sequence. Grant is a distant second now, and if anything, he's fallen into the clutches of Darrell Ambrose, who's in third. Darrell's having a really good drive in the Peugeot. They climb up Hairy Hill with Ray Morgan still in tow in fourth spot. The first four competitors still close. Grant spins through North Bend. Ambrose and Morgan smokescreen action up at the North Bend hairpin. Andy's now on the grass trying to get the Mark II Escort off there, but Andy's race has really unravelled, and now Darrell Ambrose and Ray Morgan are second and third. Davey's your new race leader. They start their final lap. 1 mile left to go then, with no joker to split the pair. Ray Morgan versus Ambrose is now the fight to watch. Andy Grant's rejoined. He's at the back of the pack after spinning at North Bend hairpin, but it's Nigel Davey who leads. Ambrose second, Morgan third. Martin West is was in fourth place. Grant's now got back up ahead of him, so Grant's fourth on a recovery drive, but it's Nigel Davey in 691 who leads the way in the Triumph TR7 V8, a new engine powering the V8 sports car this season. He's former event winner. He's won at Pembrey in South Wales in previous years, so we know that Nigel is quick. He has a quick car underneath him, and the new engine seems to be working well as they come down Hairy Hill for what is now the final time of asking. It's Nigel Davey then who's going to come through to take victory in the Triumph. The sports car beats the rest here in this one. Davey wins it. Ambrose second by 1.1 seconds. Fastest lap of the race went to Darrell Ambrose at the end there. I haven't seen the Peugeot go that well before, and he's really found something with the 205. Morgan third. Andy Grant is fourth after a very eventful race for Andy. Martin West will be in fifth spot in his Martin Skanker tribute, and sixth, Hannah Stewart in the Talbot Sunbeam. Great start to the afternoon's action. More and more spectators filling the banks there. So welcome if you're just joining us here at Lydden Hill this afternoon. Hannah Stewart's going to complete her race in a moment and learning all the time in her Talbot, but we're completely sold out this afternoon. The track will be full. No tickets are available for the fireworks and the night racing later, so it's at capacity at Lydden, the biggest event of the season, and great to see the track filling up nicely on the spectator banks. And don't forget the off-track action as well. We've got the fun fair up and running and other attractions off circuit, so if you haven't looked through the paddock, please do so. Always worth a wander around the Lydden Hill paddock and looking on the different tiers. Charlie French is preparing and ready to go in SR1, the reigning champion in the Super Retro division. The French and Son Engineering sponsored car prepared by the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club. Charlie comes out onto track with the championship winning car and championship leading as well. See if he can continue his strong speed this year. Stuart Emery will be alongside on the front row, joined on the grid by Pat Duran, Vince Bristow and Alan Tapscott. Nigel Davies' time of 3 minutes 33 is likely to be beaten in this one because we know the pace of Charlie, Alan and the rest, but who will come out on top between French, Crockett, and do not discount Emery and Duran as well. Bristow, Tapscott, anyone out there. If dramas happen, anything could happen in this, but we are likely to see French and Crockett as pace setters. Charlie looking very cool indeed on pole position, door open, ready to go. Duran and Bristow make up row 2. BMW 318i and a Ford Escort Mark II Zach Speed, and on the back row Alan Tapscott, another Devon racer in his barn find Easterbrook Motorsport prepared Ford Escort Mark II AT Motors on the side. We're ready to go then. Nigel Davies set the time they're all looking to beat. Darrell Ambrose has got the fastest race individual lap time to his name, but those records should be smashed here because these are the fastest drivers from Q2. French, Crockett and Emery. Stewart usually gets a good getaway in the Volvo. He'll be hoping to do the same again here. We're green and go, and Vince Bristow gets a good start from row 2, but Alan Crockett is already across the front of Charlie French. So Crockett could, for the first time today, dislodge Charlie French up front. Pat Duran's already made his way up into 3rd position. It's Emery 4th, Bristow 5th, in 6th spot at the back of the pack, Tapscott, but it's Alan Crockett then. He's maybe found something over lunch because he's climbed up off the start into top spot, but there's contact between the two as they go into Devil's Elbow. A rare sight between the two championship contenders. The respect between these two is very obvious to see. They race wheel to wheel across Britain from Mondello Park to Pembrey to Lydden. They're always together, and Crockett's got understeer and then flicks it to oversteer, it seems, through North Bend hairpin. He's lost a lot of time, and now Charlie French is trying to make a way around the outside. There's no joker to split, remember, so the Martin Skanker tribute car of Charlie French has got to make the move on circuit. Rallycross is always so important to get a good start, and Crockett did just that, and now French is on the back foot. They have 3 laps left to go of this, so about 3 miles of action ahead of us. Duran is still your 3rd place runner. He's up ahead of Stuart Emery for the first time this weekend, so Pat's having a good run, but the race leaders are side by side, and Charlie French is trying to make a move, but there's contact going into the elbow, and Crockett is spun round. French has dramas, and now the pack's chasing on. Duran, Emery, Bristow, they're all there, but Pat Duran has just got hold of 3rd place. It's Alan Crockett who lost all sorts of time in the dramas at Devil's Elbow. So too did French, but somehow we're continuing as if it never happened. We are still racing, no yellow flags needed. Both cars continue. Yes, we had contact, but we are continuing as we were. Duran, Emery, Bristow and Tapscott, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, but who will be out front? French is going to try and right around the outside going into Talladega. There's more contact. This is the most contact we've seen so far this season. Crockett and French door to door through Talladega. We have 2 laps left of this to go. Superb action between the Northern Irishman and the Brit from East Sussex. And the English driver from East Sussex. They turn into Devil's Elbow. for the penultimate time, and French is throwing absolutely everything at it as they climb up Hairy Hill for the penultimate run. The Opel dealer team car has the advantage. He's much more neat, much more tidy through North Bend Hairpin this time, so Crockett doesn't lose any ground to French at that point. Good fighting behind as well, because Stuart Emery and Alan Tapscott are involved in their own duel for what is 4th and 5th. We start the final lap and the gap is the biggest we've seen, 0.8 of a second now between Crockett and French. Charlie's going to have to find something in the locker here if he's going to be able to unpick Crockett out front, but we'll see what happens. The fight for third behind is still strong. Duran up ahead of Emery, the leaders into the elbow for what now is the final time. French kisses the curb through the Devil's Elbow. They climb Hairy Hill. This might be his last chance into North Bend Hairpin. Crockett's gone defensive. Charlie's trying to get the undercut on the inside but can't do it. And what a great dramatic duel this has been from the Q3 runners in Super Retro. And Stuart Emery's up the inside of the circuit owner. Emery's trying to make a move now on Duran as the leaders come down Hairy Hill. What a race it's been. Arguably the best race of the day so far. Crockett beats French for the first time this weekend. Duran holds on to third. He didn't know where to look. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, all the way down the order. They were absolutely together, and that was good, close racing between the two. And still, Charlie and Alan wave to each other on the slowdown lap. They've had contact this time, and there's still tons of respect between the two of them. Great stuff. And Alan Crockett might have just about to have started to turn the tables on Charlie French at a crucial point in the meeting going into the semi-finals later on. Alan Crockett ahead of Charlie French, but we know there's a lot more fighting to come later this afternoon. Supercars next. They follow the Super Retro division. Excellent action from the Super Retros. Yes, they are the oldest cars in the paddock, but they are absolutely top dollar stuff. Brilliant racing from the Super Retro category, and we look forward to more of that this afternoon. Mike Seller starts on pole position because the supercars are out on circuit now. The number 69 of Seller in the MAS European Logistics sponsored car comes down onto pole. The ex-Tanner Faust Markland Motorsport built Volkswagen Polo. The sister car alongside, another Markland-built Polo, now in the hands of Tom van der Heuvel from Holland in the 635. 21 of Colin Anson, the ex-James Grint, Julian Godfrey, Mitsubishi Mirage. And the outside of row one, hoping to get to the finish in this one, Sam Clennell in his Proton iRis supercar. Into the gravel in Q2 and was unable to go any further. But let's see what the SEM sponsored car can do. It's got its own personal sponsors on the car this weekend. Renico, Mark Rennison's company, supporting it as well. So we'll see how Sam Clennell goes in 22. 4 laps ahead of us. 4 600 brake horsepower supercars on the line. We're ready to race. Green and go. Clennell goes nowhere. Mike Seller, Tom van der Heuvel and Anson are away together. Clennell's now got his work cut out in this one because the Polos are already at the front of the field, and it's the Dutchman leading the Kentish racer through the Talladega turn. They go, and Tom van der Heuvel, who's found his feet quickly here at Lydden this weekend, up over the tabletop with a big jump and another heavy landing, but he looks to have got away with it. Mike Seller in second. We saw the suspension brake on van der Heuvel's car during the Q1 race earlier this morning when he jumped too far and landed heavily, but the Dutchman seems to be working okay at the minute. He came second in the Pro-Am Championship in the Rally X series run by Andreas Eriksson this year, so we know he's a handy peddler, and he's won championships in Holland in autocross. So Tom is a quick driver, and the 635 is up ahead of Mike Seller for now. 3 laps left to go. Anson rejoins in 4th spot after getting his Joker lap sorted, but it's the Troll Speed powered Polo of Tom van der Heuvel which leads the way, kicks the dust through the old Chesson sequence up over the tabletop. Much more subdued jump for Van der Heuvel this time, he might be nursing the Polo over the jump because he knows that that can be a bit of a car breaker. He took his foot off the power into the jump that time through, and it seemed to work okay, but he may have lost a little bit of ground to Seller, because the one to watch though is Sam Clennell. He's smoking the rear, smoking the front tyres through North Bend Hairpin. Do watch for Sam in the Proton as Tom goes Joker. He gets it all sideways through the Joker lap sequence, but Tom van der Heuvel gets his Joker lap done, comes out behind Mike Seller. Mike Seller's our new race leader, but Mike's yet to Joker, and Sam Clennell and Tom van der Heuvel have both got it done. So Mike really is in a vulnerable position here from the chasing pack behind. Mike needs to get his mandatory longer route sorted, has a big jump over the Lydden tabletop and into Devil's Elbow. Tom van der Heuvel's already on him, so the sister Markland Motorsport built Polo is charging up Hairy Hill and into North Bend Hairpin. Mike still yet to go into that longer route, a former star of super modified competition. The Sittingbourne based truck driver is charging down Hairy Hill, and this time, yes, he is going to go Joker. So Mike Seller into the longer Joker route. He gets his mandatory Joker section completed. Tom van der Heuvel is our new race leader, and Mike's come out ahead of Sam Clennell. Clennell in the similar livery to the Seller car up ahead. The Proton is up the inside of Seller, nearly. Seller's kept hold of it for now, but it's Mike with second spot. Tom van der Heuvel up over the tabletop. This is the last lap. All of the Joker laps have been played. The drivers have shown their hands. They now need to get the cars as quickly as possible to the line on the normal race circuit, and Sam Clennell is right there with Seller as they climb up into North Bend Hairpin. Clennell's trying his utmost, but Seller looks like he might hold on to second. They climb out of North Bend Hairpin, down Hairy Hill, and Tom van der Heuvel is already turning his way through the Paddock Bend turn. He comes up to the line, and Tom van der Heuvel is going to set the early benchmark in Supercar. Tom does it. Mike second, Sam Clennell's third. Fourth for Colin Anson, who wasn't at all far away from the pack in his Mitsubishi Mirage. But the early pace setter is Tom van der Heuvel in his Volkswagen Polo. He's absolutely delighted with that. Tom has been a spectator at this event for the past 2 seasons, but he hasn't raced here before. It's his first year in Supercar, and he's doing this as a solo effort. Tom has no mechanics helping him at all. He is a complete solo effort, and he's just won a Supercar race at Lydden, and he's absolutely loving it. Do give Tom a round of applause. He heads back to the paddock. Do have a word with him in the Lydden paddock as well, because you'll see he has no one there helping him out, apart from Derek Tohill's team kindly offering a mechanic. Tom is completely doing this all himself and has no team around him. What a brilliant effort that is, because these Supercars are not easy things to run, I am sure of that. Tom wins, beating Seller and the rest, and Q3 race 2 will be next out on track. They're already coming here because Derek Tohill is out onto circuit in the Peugeot, chased on by Patrick O'Donovan. It's going to be a very close one indeed, I'm sure, with Van der Heuvel's time the one to beat at 3 minutes 10.7. Q3 for the Supercars before we go into the final later on. Julian Godfrey, the 6-time champion, is out on to track, joined by the Peugeot 208s and the Citroën DS3 of Tristan Ovenden. It's Derek Tohill who starts on pole position, the qualified stockbroker from Ireland, boss of Parts for Cars, which is the well-known Rallycross livery now. It's been on his car for many a year. The blue and yellow Parts for Cars machine starts first. Patrick O'Donovan alongside, and he's sandwiched by the DA Racing team, the Frenchman Andrea de Bourg, the Bordeaux-based racer on his first weekend here at Lydden. Been to the circuit before but has never raced here. Great to have Andrea on track in 92. Tristan Ovenden alongside from Addisham near Canterbury starts on the 4th spot, with Julian Godfrey, the engineering wizard from Heathfield in East Sussex, starts from 5th. I think we're getting a start delayed board shown on the grid. Yes, we are indeed. So start delayed board is shown, and Derek Tohill Patrick O'Donovan, Andrea de Bourg, Tristan Ovenden and Julian Godfrey have a little longer to wait before they're let loose off the Canterbury Straight. Tohill has really enjoyed being part of DA Racing this season. He competed in a part French campaign. Has also been racing in Britain and leading the British Championship by 20 points from Patrick O'Donovan. Patrick missed the last round at Mondello. That's why this points gap has come about. Patrick's won 5 events this year compared to Derek's 3. So Patrick could level up the win tally this weekend by winning tonight and tomorrow. But he's on the back foot in terms of the title. POD starts from second. Andrea de Bourg will be alongside in the Peugeot, a car he won the French round at Loiac in August, beating Andreas Bakkerud, Clara Anderson and top European drivers in the highly competitive French series. Great to bring Andrea's Peugeot to Lydden for the first time this weekend. And Ovenden and Godfrey, they're teammates running in the JGE Team Goody Rallycross squad, and they're second in the points coming into this weekend in the team standings. The team standings currently being led by Team RX Racing, 234 points ahead onto their name, 198 for the Citroën DS3 squad. So the Citroëns have their work cut out if they're going to take the team's title this weekend, with Patrick O'Donovan and Sam Clennell both counting towards the Team RX Racing points tally. So if Ollie O'Donovan absent, it was important that Sam was here to help the squad win the team's prize, and that will be decided tomorrow. Ready to race though. Q3 and Q2. If Q2 was anything to go by, we are set for a cracker here. Ready to race. We're green and go, and Patrick O'Donovan gets a far better start than we saw in Q2. POD's going to try and sweep across the front of Tohill, and he's done it already. Patrick's into the lead then, the reigning champion. Takes top spot away, but he clips the tyres. There could be a penalty there because the tyre stacks do result in penalties if the marshals have seen it. And O'Donovan is the early leader, but having struck that tyre stack might be a bit of a question mark. He leads the way. Andrea de Bourg in second, third spot for Godfrey, fourth Tohill, fifth is Ovenden as they climb Herry Hill for the first time. It's a Peugeot 208 1-2, but not a 1-2-3 because Godfrey's ahead of Tohill now. So Tohill definitely had a poor start, and not sure where Godfrey found a way through, but he's made his way past the Parts for Cars car as the two Peugeots slide through paddock beautifully. The GB1 machine chased on by de Bourg. Andrea's looking very racy indeed, chasing on to Patrick O'Donovan's tail. Patrick back in the GB1 car into the right-hander. He goes deep though. Patrick's gone very deep through Talladega, and Andrea de Bourg nearly underneath him, but Patrick just gets away with it. A little bit too loose for the youngster in GB1, already a 3-time British Rallycross champion, looking for another crown this year, but he went in a bit deep to Talladega that time through. They climb up into North Bend Hairpin, and Patrick O'Donovan still has that advantage. But again, he's quite wild at times today. It's the wildest we've seen him at times for Patrick. Odd parts of this race went a bit deep into North Bend Hairpin, deep into Talladega. Patrick is really pushing on here in the Shannon GB1 car. De Bourg chasing on. Godfrey, Tohill and Tristan Ovenden, your final runners as Patrick flicks through the Talladega turn, smoking those rears on past the flags and up over the tabletop. Patrick O'Donovan in the GB1 still with the advantage, but yet to Joker. Julian Godfrey in comfortable third. Tohill's got that Joker done in fourth. So Derek Tohill in 77 has got the Joker lap done, but he hasn't got track position at the moment. Fastest driver on circuit, a 43.712 in the hands of Patrick O'Donovan. The POD reigning champion has that lead, and he has the Joker. He's going to get the Joker done here. So Andrea de Bourg's going to split his strategy. So now we will see de Bourg versus O'Donovan. Andrea needs to put in one hell of a lap here if he's going to be able to keep ahead of O'Donovan come the Jokers. Not enough of a gap at the minute, but that tyre stack still laying on the inside at Chessons, and we wonder if anyone will look at that after this race. But we are straight to the flag now between de Bourg and O'Donovan. He's got to get that Joker done at the end of this one. Has Andrea in the white Peugeot. It's now a Peugeot 1-2-3 with de Bourg in the white colours ahead of the mean black livery of POD in second spot, and Patrick's already closing in. He's got really good pace. Fastest driver on circuit with a 43.7. Andrea's got to go into the Joker. Patrick was nearly on him anyway. Patrick O'Donovan showed great speed in this one. He's going to win Q3 for the Supercars. GB1, Patrick O'Donovan wins it. Andrea de Bourg is second. Third for Derek Tohill. Fourth for Julian Godfrey. And fifth, Tristan Avendum in the Citroen DS3. So Patrick O'Donovan wins it. De Bourg, don't forget, still his first visit to the circuit, and Lydden, a very different circuit to what you would see in France, where the drivers are on very tight and twisty circuits at times. Andrea de Bourg is really able to see this Peugeot at full flight here at the home of Rallycross, but it's a faster track than he's probably used to, having raced mainly in France and across Europe as well. But de Bourg in second in the DA racing car. Can't live with POD in that one. Q3 complete then. It's the juniors next out on circuit for their third race of the weekend. The last qualifier of the day for the junior category, and it's Caden Harris in number 84 who comes down on to a pole position, usually fast starting in the elite sponsored car. Teddy McPherson alongside. Will Hands in 23. See the car, a few battle scars on it because it was on its roof in practice this morning, but Will is there and ready to go. Row 2, Tommy Brown in 18. And Harrison Foley in 273. Five junior racers on the line then, ready for a Q3 to begin. McPherson versus Harris. Hands is creeping low on the line, and that might be in danger of breaking the beam. There might now be a delayed start because Will Hands was creeping at the line. We haven't had the red light indicating a full start, but the marshals have now declared a delayed start. So we are going to get the grid reformed. Will Hands was just moving ever so slightly, well, a bit more than ever so slightly probably, quite obviously on the line, but we'll see what the officials decide in 23. Tommy Brown in 18 and Harrison Foley 273 will be our final starters on the back row. But the junior title race has been close all season. The wins have been shared between Teddy McPherson and Caden Harris. Caden won the first two of the year, won round 3 as well, but Teddy McPherson hit his stride in the mid part of the season. He won round 4, he won round 5, and he won the last round as well. He's also been busy racing a cross car, which he's planning to graduate into next season. So we should see Teddy in the cross car division in 2026, but he's got a title to try and win here. Only 3 points separate the number 84 car on pole and the number 119 next to it in the championship fight. There's 3 points between them, and the title will be decided tomorrow. Today, though, it's a key chapter in that story. Who will come out on top? 4 laps to go in Q3. We're ready to race. Green and go. Will Hands gets a good start again in number 23. He's away nicely. They're going to close up as one as they come down into Chestnut Drift for the first time. Hands on the outside line. Caden Harris in 84 has the lead, but Teddy McPherson is making his way. No, he's not. He's in 4th spot now. So Teddy's got a poor start. It's Tommy Brown in the similar grey colours who's made his way up into 3rd. So it's Will Hands in 23 with the advantage in 2nd spot. Caden Harris still leading, but Tommy Brown's made very good ground. He's come up into 3rd spot from the 2nd row, and he gets a little wriggle as they went round Devil's Elbow. That's cost him a bit of time. Teddy McPherson able to draw alongside and through. So a slight wriggle from Brown through the elbow has allowed McPherson to get up the inside, and he's going to try it again on Hands as they come down Hairy Hill. So McPherson's made good ground up and down Hairy Hill in this one, but he's not able to get past Hands at this stage. It's very close between the two of them. Hands in the green, McPherson in the grey. They come through the chicane, and 2nd and 3rd are absolutely locked together. It's Harrison Foley and Brown who go joker, but both Hans and McPherson are together on circuit, and the championship leader is getting frustrated now behind the bright green machine. He's going to try and make a move, nearly gets past on the approach to the jump but can't make a move there. Caden Harris is loving this, watching it in his mirror. He's seeing these two cars battling it out behind him, and the lead gap is increasing corner by corner. McPherson is right with Hans again, but this is a really impressive showing from Will Hans, who's not been put off at all by putting the car on its roof in practice at about 9:30 this morning. He's been back out right at the sharp end, and this is one of the best displays we've seen from him this season. He's getting quicker and quicker, and great to see him charging along in second spot. It's a comfortable second now, because Will Hans has gone in, Teddy McPherson has gone into the joker lap section and come out but ahead of Tommy Brown and Harrison Foley. So Foley has dropped into a 5th spot, but it's Caden Harris who leads the pack still. The first two drivers both yet to take their joker. Harris and Hans both need to disappear into that longer route, but McPherson, Brown and Foley behind them all don't need to worry about that. They can get their heads down and try and chase the leaders ahead of them. They come out of the Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill. This is the penultimate lap of the race, a lap and a half to go. They go past the Lydden Hill sign and down Hairy Hill for the penultimate run. Will Hans, with a slightly battle-scarred Swift after its dramas earlier in the day, still holds on to second, and he follows Caden Harris into the joker. So where will Hans come out here? He's going to make a mistake in the joker, sadly. He's walloped the barriers on the left and on the right, so Hans is into drops down into last position now. He's made a mistake at the joker and has picked up at least a 30-second penalty for hitting one barrier. He hit both, so Will Hans is now a long way off the back of the pack, so a penalty will not hurt his race time now. He's not going to be able to be ahead of anyone before the end of this one, but the three leaders are together. Caden Harris, Teddy McPherson and Tommy Brown. Brown in the 18 car is showing good speed here to fight with the championship leaders. He's third in the championship coming into this weekend on 99 points. The leaders in the series on a 125 and 128 respectively, so Brown's got work to do in terms of the overall championship fight, but he's showing good speed here this weekend to be right on the back of the championship protagonists. Through the paddock bend they come. Caden Harris jumping over the chicane section, he takes the win. Teddy McPherson is second, third for Tommy Brown, fourth Harrison Foley, and fifth will be Will Hans in number 23. Good close racing from the juniors. Dramas for Will through the joker. We might need the officials to just check the marshals down at paddock to check the joker bollards and check the barriers are okay, and we'll be ready to go with the next retro race, which will be the last qualifier for the up to 1600cc division. Q3 for the retro division up to the line. It's Dan Swayland who will start on pole position in number 22. The championship leader by quite some distance and a star of Q1 and Q2 first thing this morning. Ian Biaggi in 55 starts second. Simon Hart in this road legal taxed and MOT'd Ford Escort Mark 1. Doesn't lock though, so he doesn't like to leave it in potentially dodgy positions, so Simon Hart doesn't drive the car on the road too much, only to its annual MOT test, or only to its MOT and test and odd trips out. So Simon Hart in 137 starts on the outside of row 1. Ian Halfhide and Pete Christmas start on row 2, the Peugeot and the Toyota, and Joe Luke Eastwood in 57 on the back row in the Metro. The Toyota Corolla looks very smart indeed, a new addition to the retro rallycross division, and we'll see how Pete gets on. Joe Luke Eastwood was trying to make a strong move around the outside in the Q2 race, but spun out and ended up halfway off the side of the jump. He'll be hoping to keep it clean in this one, so do watch for a little plucky Metro at the back. Joe Luke Eastwood is a quick driver, and we'll see number 57 come through, I'm sure, but Pete Christmas was too keen to get going in 77. And the Toyota is going to have to be pushed back a row, or two in fact, because he's have to go right to the back of the pack is Pete Christmas, a newcomer to the retro rallycross scene. Simon Hart on the front row in his Ford Escort Mark 1 has raced the car since 2017. He says Dan Swayland's Ford Escort on pole has about 80 brake horsepower more than his. Dan has a BDA engine, Simon has a Crossflow. So he may be down on power compared to the pole sitter, but Simon does usually get away pretty well. We're ready to race. Green and go, and Simon Hart does get a better getaway than Dan Swayland, but it's Ian Biaggi who gets the best of all in the little Mini. Ian's going to lead them down into a Talladega for the first time, so Ian Biaggi has the advantage. The two Ford Escorts fighting for second and third, and Ian Halfhide was involved in good fights in the earlier race. He's in fourth position at the minute with Pete Christmas and Joe Luke Eastwood behind. Up over the tabletop come the pack, Biaggi, Swayland and Hart with the Lydden Legends Festival sticker on his windscreen strip. That will be returning next year, so do make sure you are booking your tickets for that if you haven't already. That should be a really excellent weekend at Lydden in July next summer. But it's Ian Biaggi who leads, the star of the retro division in recent seasons. Dan Swayland still holding his own in second spot in 22. Surely it's only a matter of time before the championship leader is able to pick his way past the Mini, or has Biaggi found something that's able to find a bit more pace from 55 and keep the Escort at bay? We'll have to find out. Biaggi in the middle of the road going down into a Talladega. Swayland and Hart together, and Swayland's now trying to make a move around the outside, and he's done it. Dan Swayland then, a strong move around the outside. Simon Hart's coming with him, trying to close in as well. Ian Biaggi's lost the lead. He's now in danger of losing second spot because Simon Hart's right there in the Haynes of Maidstone John Taylor replica Ford Escort Mark 1. Taylor, who won the European Rallycross Championship, this car racing in honour of him, and the livery always looks the part in the classic Haynes of Maidstone colours. Joe Luke Eastwood, fourth spot, fifth for Christmas, sixth still Ian Halfhide, but our new race leader, the familiar face of Dan Swayland out front in the Kent Movers car. They're going to hit half distance at this point. 2 laps done, 2 to go as they come through the chicane. Swayland's found more pace, a 53.6. So Swayland's moving nicely in the race-leading Ford Escort. Simon Hart trying to look up the inside of Biaggi as they turn through the banking, with Pete Christmas and Ian Halfhide still in 5th and 6th positions. Up over the tabletop for the penultimate time they come, and still this good fight on circuit is between Biaggi and Hart, and Joe Luke Eastwood's getting involved as well now. Eastwood, who bought this Metro off Terry Moore, who races in the Retro Championship usually but is absent this weekend sadly. Do watch for Luke Eastwood in 4th because he is one of the quicker drivers on circuit. A 55.2, a 54.2 is the second quickest lap time we've seen in this, so Joe Luke Eastwood's definitely the one to watch. He is turning through the right-hand paddock, and the driver who's challenging Swayland in terms of lap times is now chasing on Simon Hart as they bounce their way into Talladega. Swayland with that advantage. Biaggi, Hart and Luke Eastwood very close indeed through the banking. Up past the flags and over the tabletop for the final time. Ian Halfhide's had a spin in front of our commentary position, but this fight for second is still not decided. Biaggi and Hart and Luke Eastwood's join them now. So the second, third and fourth place cars all together. Sadly, this is the last lap because that battle is really beginning to brew nicely, but it's Dan Swayland already scampering away even further out front. It's this duel for second, third and fourth which is on, and Luke Eastwood's trying to look up the inside of the Simon Hart Ford Escort. They come down Harry Hill for what now is the final time. Dan Swayland's going to win, but who'll be third? Biaggi's going to be second, and Luke Eastwood gets third place away from Simon Hart right at the end. Luke Eastwood's made it up into third position, fourth for Simon Hart. Good racing from the group. Pete Christmas finishing in fifth spot. Sixth will be Ian Halfhide after his spin in the Peugeot past the commentary box. So a change for fifth and sixth. Christmas up ahead of Ian Halfhide, who only just finishes now. Good racing from the mid-pack. Joe Luke Eastwood in the little Metro. Biaggi in the similar Mini. And the Ford Escort Mark 1 of Simon Hart getting involved as well. Retros are complete. Swifts will be out on circuit next for the final senior Swift race of qualifying stages. Are onto the line, but we're currently missing the pole sitter, and Phil Seith's car is being shoved out of the dummy grid, it seems. His bonnet was up on it a few moments ago, and Phil Seith's Swift, which was due to start at the front end, has not made it out of dummy grid, it seems. There's been some frantic action down in dummy grid trying to get the car ready. Naftali Iakov's going to miss this one due to his damage picked up in Q2. So we may just have the three starters. Dave Halford in the 555 Lydden Hill hire car. Matt Cake in the Phoebe Motorsport Senior Swift. Phoebe, his sister, who raced in Junior Rallycross before switching across into the Junior Cross cars for this weekend. And Tyler Scott. Now, fingers crossed Tyler can get to the finish in this one. It's his Rallycross debut, but he's yet to see the checker flag this weekend. 4 laps ahead of us. Sadly, Phil Seith's car still being worked on in dummy grid. Bonnet's up, but the Swift's going nowhere. 4 laps ahead, and Dave Halford gets a decent start from the front row, but Matt Cake's already into top spot. So Cake has the lead. Now Tyler Scott will be hoping to get a good clean result to see the checker flag for the first time. He's already up the inside of Dave Halford, so that's a decent move already. Eases his way past Dave into second spot. Scott's car being powered along by an engine previously put in James Chisman's car. James, a front runner of the Swift category in a bright yellow Travel Masters Swift, but the car hasn't been seen for a few seasons. Engine now into Tyler Scott's entry, which is running in second through the sunshine, in the sunshine at North Bend Hairpin, chased on by Dave Halford, but it's Matt Cake who has the early advantage then in this Swift Sport Championship finale, the closely run, closely controlled one-make championship. You can either hire a car or you can go and down the buy your own route and run it yourself. There's hire options available with Peter Gwynn Motorsport to go hiring a car for a one weekend or for the season, and we're seeing examples of that across the course of this weekend. Hopefully we'll see more cars out for the final later on, because Phil Seith's car was moments away from being out on track before issues put him out of the dummy grid, so we haven't seen Phil Seith take to the start of this one. It's Matt Cake who comfortably leads the way in the 630. The championship's been around since 2009 now, the Suzuki Swifts. They are a well-used rallycross car, but still an effective one make category. We saw some top drivers start in the series when it launched, in 2010 I think it launched, with Dave Bellaby, Ryan Lawford, Tony Lynch and co all starting out in the series, and it's still going all these years later. And the winner of the championship this year will pick up a Rallycross Lights test. So there'll be a prize test, an RX Lights test available for the winner of the Swift Championship, which is, I'm sure, going to be Matt Cake once the final is complete later. He can wrap up the title officially once the final is complete. He's won every race he's started. He's been a true star this season, has Matt, the former oval racer, second generation rallycrosser. Dad Chris will be watching on trackside, helps prepare the car. Chris commentates here at Lydden on oval racing events, former BTRDA rallycross champion, and he knows the sport very well indeed, and he's put his experience and knowledge into Matt, who's put all of that to very good effect indeed. He begins his final lap, and Matt Cake, the fastest driver on circuit, is a country mile ahead of the rest. He is a long way clear of Tyler Scott, who is learning all the time. This is good stuff for Tyler, just to get a finish under his belt. He won't have to be taken back to the paddock under the recovery team run by his brother, so his younger brother working in the Lydden recovery team this weekend. Hopefully won't have to see Tyler this race, and he'll get to the checkered without any troubles. Dave Halford still in third spot. Dave usually seen in his Audi Quattro from Lydden Legends Festival and the retro divisions, but Matt Cake is absolute long way clear, country mile clear of the rest for Matt. Comes through into paddock, and hopefully we'll have 3 more Swifts joining the fight later on. Matt Cake wins with ease, and it will be Tyler Scott in 143 who comes down into paddock for the final time. The car that his dad Darren has taken to victories in the Swift Sport division in previous years. And our final finisher, Dave Halford, in the treble 5 car. Swifts are complete then, and next out on track we'll have the very competitive cross car division. Hopefully Phil Seath, Sam Peterson and Naftali Echo can get to the line for the final later on for the Swift Sports. Did sound like Sam had engine issues in Q2, so hopefully the team can get to work, and we'll see the Swift out later on. But it's cross cars next, and stand by for very good close single seat buggy action from the 850cc cross cars and 1000cc RX 150 buggies. Cars up to the line, and it is Stephen Burke who settles down in the middle of row 1, the Irishman in 32, but Bradley Turner in 61 starts on pole position. Thumbs up from Kevin Sharkey in 420. He's onto the line, and pleased with his performance so far today. Kevin's having a good run in 420. The 88, the newcomer to the rallycross scene, is Rowan Lundy, with James Constantine in number 8 alongside him. Thumbs up from Rowan. And in the back row, Ben Hardy, who's had a difficult day so far, but hoping for a strong run in the pink RX 150. Got to the flag in Q2. Can he do the same again here in Q3? A mixture of engine sizes in this one. We're ready to race. Green and go, and 420. Kevin Sharkey gets the best of the launches away from the outside of row 1. They charge down into Talladega together, and Brad Turner's going to lose the lead. Kevin Sharkey then with an excellent start. The Irishman into top spot ahead of the Englishman through the right-hander of Talladega up over the tabletop. It's Turner into second. Burke third. Fourth is Constantine in the in the TM5 entry, one of the older Live entries. As our early race leader, Sharkey clambers up Hairy Hill for the first time. Past the Lydden Hill sign, kisses the curb through the right hander, and there's been a contact behind because Bradley Turner's been out-muscled through the right hander, and through comes Burke. So Stephen Burke then's made his way up into second spot. Brad Turner goes joker this time. That leaves our race leader as Kevin Sharkey in 420. still second spot for Burke. There's good action between the Joker Brigade with Ben Hardy and Brad Turner swapping positions. You could see in a straight line the power of Ben Hardy's RX-150, the 1000cc engine, allowing him to power down the straight and get ahead of Brad Turner in 61. But around the corners, that's where the cross cars may be a little bit use their lightness to good effect as they climb out of the elbow and up Hairy Hill for the second time. It's still Sharkey with the lead. 1.3 seconds was the gap as they went over the line last time through. Stephen Burke smoking the rear tyres. The Irishman in second place. It's an Irish 1-2 at the minute. The speed car wonder entries of Kevin Sharkey leading the Yakar cross of Stephen Burke through across the timing line to hit half distance. 2 laps left to go. Rowan Lundy may have clipped the Joker lap barrier that time through in the number 88 car, but he's got his Joker lap done as the leader comes up over the tabletop for the penultimate time. It's Sharkey still with that advantage. James Constantine in number 8, high over the jump, the North Yorkshire racer who's been in junior competition. He's selling an all-4 Mini he raced in the British Championship a couple of seasons ago. That's currently on the market, the all-4 Mini super modified cars now. But James has found a new home in cross-car competition, and we see him really fighting well at the sharp end of the field. He's currently third in this one, behind the 2 Irish competitors who are both taking the Joker, and James follows them. So both the leaders into the longer route, and this is going to open the door for Ben Hardy. Ben Hardy's coming, but Kevin Sharkey's slowing. Kevin Sharkey slows coming out of the Joker, and that looks pretty terminal in this race. The Irishman is grinding to a halt underneath our commentary position. So Kevin Sharkey in 4.20 is out, and Ben Hardy has gone from the back to the front. He's got his Joker lap done early, and the former RX-150 champion has used the power of the buggy to very good effect. The 1000cc engine is working nicely. It will help him here going up Hairy Hill. He'll be able to pull just a little bit clear of the cross cars around him. But great stuff it's been from Hardy. There's still a good fight for second because Burke and Turner are absolutely together going through North Bend. But what a brilliant effort from Ben Hardy this has been. He's come up from the back of the grid, and he's going to win the race and beat all of the cross cars. There's still life in these RX-150s yet, and Ben Hardy's showing just that. He comes up to the timing line to win from the back of the grid. Ben Hardy does it in the pink. He wins. James Constantine drops to second spot at the line. Was it third? Brad Turner second, Constantine third, Burke fourth, Lundy fifth, and Sharkey didn't get to the finish sadly. The car stopped over the line on that penultimate lap. Good racing, and Ben Hardy with a really good drive there to lead the cross cars home. Cross cars, race 2, coming down onto the line. Kevin Sharkey's car will need to be recovered though. It just came to a stop out of the Joker lap. Bizarre ending to his race. Just suddenly cut out as he powered, or tried to power, out of the Joker lap section. So sadly Kevin's race ended rather sooner than he hoped. But David Kane and Ben Bartlett are already down on their grid slots, ready to go racing. Some nice shots from cameraman down on a Canterbury Straight of how nicely turned out these cross cars are, and get nice and close up to see how the drivers are looking ready to go. Stephen Jones in number 19 starts from the second row, the Portsmouth based racer, just being pulled into position very gently by the Lydden Hill start line marshals. Former champion, the new champion in RX 150s this year, the only driver to have competed in as many rounds as he could. Jones is the champion again in RX 150s. He's got Max Wedley alongside him in number 7, and on the back row, Liam McMullen from Ireland in his speed car Wonder. Lots of makes, lots of models. We are set for green here at Lydden. David Kane has been an absolute star in the cross car division in the latter part of the season. Can't stop winning at the minute, can David Kane? Will anyone be able to stop him here? The teenagers alongside him will be hoping they can. Bartlett and Ovenden look towards the lighting gantry. 4 laps to go. We are ready to go green. We're away, and Will Ovenden gets a good start from the outside of row 1. The start's so crucial in Rallycross, but it looks like David Kane's there again. So Ovenden with an excellent getaway, but Kane got an equally good one. But there's contact. Ovenden into the rear of David Kane. He just couldn't get almost too close between the pair as they went through the tight right-hander at Talladega. Bit of bodywork contact between the two of them. They get away with it, but that was a bit too close between them. Bartlett into 3rd spot now. 4th is Weatherly. 5th for Burke. 6th Jones. So RX 150 won the earlier race, but is at the back of this one. And Burke's launched up the inside of Weatherly. That was a last-ditch effort from Liam McMullen. Liam McMullen launched up the inside of Weatherly through North Bend Hairpin. Absolutely late on the brakes as he possibly could, and did just about get the place away, but has now gone Joker. So Liam McMullen, after his dive-bombing effort at North Bend Hairpin, has now gone Joker this time through. So it's David Kane who leads, Bartlett 2nd, Weatherly 3rd, Ovenden's dropped to 4th, Jones 5th, McMullen 6th. So Ovenden getting that longer route done. He can now focus on chasing down the leaders up ahead of him. Through the Devil's Elbow, riding the curbs come the pack. After his dive-bombing dramas up at North Bend Hairpin, Liam McMullen may have an easier lap this time, but he's at the back of the pack, having got that Joker lap sorted earlier on. But it's David Kane in the 51, in the number 581 car, but after contact with Will Ovenden, is just losing its rear wheel arch. So the race is not all too plain sailing for Kane, because he's got a wheel arch flapping. That shouldn't put him off too badly. It's like Caterham racing. They end up flying off in every race you see, and it has just done so at Talladega. So there's a little bit of bodywork loose now on David Kane's car, or has come loose. It's shed some bodywork. It's even lighter now, this little single seat cross car for Kane. Up ahead of Bartlett, Weatherly 3rd, still Ovenden 4th, Jones and McMullen 5th and 6th. But the new lightweight speed car Wonder of David Kane, with no wheel arch covering its rear left now. Mud will be flinging back into the face of the car behind, if it was particularly muddy, because it's unlike Knock Hill for the last round. Conditions are pretty much perfect compared to what the poor drivers faced at the last round. They were absolutely covered in mud, and Will Ovenden had to retire because he couldn't see in the final. It was that bad, and he's now fighting for 2nd in this one though. Will Ovenden's going to come back into 2nd place. So Ovenden up the inside of Bartlett. That was a good early Joker lap from Will, and again him and Ben Bartlett are absolutely locked together. I think there's a magnet between those two cars, because they are always together. Yes, they're both Mygales, but they're not teammates as such. They're the same manufacturer, but run out of different awnings. But the two of them always seem to be together on track. And Ovenden's now up into 2nd place, but unable to live with our race leader. And David Kane, of a 3-second lead, has got enough in hand to take the Joker lap and come back out in front with the advantage. He's going to leave it till the last, as he has done so for the majority of the meeting so far. David Kane out of the Joker at the final opportunity. 5.81, wins again. Kane does it. Ovenden 2nd, Bartlett 3rd, Weatherly 4th, but McMullen 5th. Jones is going to be in 6th in 19. But it's David Kane then who wins again in the cross cars. He is really on fire in the speed car wonder. A 46.0, the fastest lap. The closest challenger in terms of lap time was Will Ovenden with a 46.2. So Kane is a cut above at the minute. He is really charging along very handsomely indeed as he heads back to the paddock. Cross car juniors are next action. We're going to continue the cross car single seat pocket rocket theme, and it will be the junior division our next track action. Junior cross cars out on track then. We've just seen their 850cc cousins. Now it's the turn of the 600cc, slightly less powerful, but the same chassis, and it's the junior division for drivers between 14 and 16 years of age. 54 of Harrison Foley onto a pole position. The 91 of George Edinburgh, the BTRDA stickers on the side. He starts from the middle of row 1, and on the outside it's Phoebe Cake in 631. All of these cars are Live TN 5s, and just a slightly different engine compared to the senior category we've just enjoyed. We are almost ready to go then with Q3 for the junior cross cars. Foley, Edinburgh and Cake ready to go. Not too far away, we'll be flicking on the floodlights for the Flood Pit Rallycross later this afternoon. But 4 laps are ahead of us. And we're green and go, and George Edinburgh got a good start. Phoebe Cake gets the best of all though in 631. She charges away from the outside of the grid, but it's going to be an early lead for the number 54 of Harrison Foley. He's done all of the winning so far today in the junior cross car division, despite having a spin up at North Bend Hairpin in Q1. But we know that Harrison is quick, and he's charging along quite smartly in the number 54 car. Over the tabletop and into the Devil's Elbow they go. It's an easy lead at the minute for Foley, with Cake and Edinburgh behind. Out of the elbow and beginning their climb up Hairy Hill they go. We've got cross cars on circuit now. Next on track will be the semi-finals for the Super Retros. The Super Retros will be moving into the semi-final stage once this race is complete. We may have a brief break before that, but Super Retros are already gathering in dummy grid as the race leader goes into the Joker. Foley in 54 with the advantage, but gives up that advantage, and now George Edinburgh is our race leader. So 631 of Phoebe Cake remains in 3rd spot. Phoebe, who's been racing in the Rally X series in Europe this year, running out of the Team Farron as George Edinburgh gets all out of shape through Talladega, and Harrison Foley is now right on him. So George Edinburgh got a bit squirrely through the right-hander of the banking, and that's given him a much smaller lead than he once had, and Foley is now right there with him, but not able to challenge at this stage of the race. They clamber up Hairy Hill, past what is an ever-filling spectator bank, and into North Bend Hairpin. It's a strong lead for Edinburgh at the minute, despite that drama. He goes a bit deep though through North Bend Hairpin, and Harrison Foley may be able to sense opportunity. The Joker lap's already been played by the 2nd place car, so it's an artificial fight of sorts, because we know that Edinburgh's going to have to disappear into the longer route before this race is run. We have 2 laps left to go, and the 91 of George Edinburgh gets all out of shape through the chicane. He's really enjoying this Rallycross debut. He's showing some very good speed indeed on his first start in the car. He's planning to go into Swift Sport competition next year. The family have bought Phoebe Cake's old Suzuki Swift for next season, but the junior cross car option could look very attractive indeed, and a number of drivers will be thinking that maybe you could move into juniors, keep the car, and move into seniors with the very same chassis. That would be possible and could bring a lot of new people into the sport, such as the stock hatch days of the 2000s maybe. But cross cars are growing, and we are seeing evidence of that today with both the senior and this debut for the junior category. Junior racing very popular in circuit racing, and in Rallycross now for many a decade, and Harrison Foley is trying to make a move on George Edinburgh as they come into Paddock Bend, with Edinburgh in 91 taking the Joker lap route. That's going to give Foley the lead. They're about to begin their final lap. This isn't the first junior category to have launched at Lydden. The Fiesta Junior Championship launched back here in the 2011 time with just 3 cars as well, and that highly popular circuit racing championship now has grids of over 25 cars. So we know that junior competitions are very popular in the motorsport scene, and this could be a really good way to get into the split surface sport. Through the up Hairy Hill they go. Foley, Edinburgh and Cake are your leaders at the minute, with Foley through North Bend Hairpin for that final time. Then the Cross Car Juniors come down past the grandstands in number 54 into Paddock Bend. He'll come, and it's going to be Harrison Foley who's dividing his time today between Swift Sport Racing in the juniors and into the cross cars, and he's going to take another win in the cross car division. Harrison Foley wins it, Edinburgh second, and Cake is in third. That is complete for now. Then Phoebe will come down Hairy Hill for the final time and through Paddock, and that does wrap up Q3. We should be going straight into semi-finals next with the Super Retros. They are building in a dummy grid as Phoebe Cake comes up to the line to finish in third spot in 6-3-1. But next on track should be the Super Retro semi-finals, our first final of the 2-day meeting. The Super Retro semi-finals begin. We are going to get a quick Autograss Class 7 demo, and they're not lining up on the grid as we saw before lunch, but they're being let out of the paddock one by one. Won't see Liam Duran's Mini, sadly, after his dramas in Q2. The British Rallycross social media page has just shared the footage of his crash up at North Bend Hairpin. If you didn't see it first hand here at the circuit, Liam okay, but the car badly damaged after a big off at North Bend Hairpin. So these Class 7 Autograss machines can be one single V8 power unit or a twin engine setup. The majority of all of the cars out on track actually today in this one, Liam Duran has a single V8 in his, but all of the cars on circuit now are a twin engine setup. Most have the twin Hayabusa engines, and the restrictions, there aren't any restrictions really in Class 7 Autograss. If the engine can go in the back and it'll be rear wheel driven, then these Super Saloon rocket ships can wheelie their way around anywhere. Darren Hockley, who's out on track now in the blue and yellow Fiat, which is turning its way through Paddock Bend now. Darren has got a bit of Rallycross experience. He raced in the BTRDA Clubman's Championship in the previous years in the Citroen Saxo, but Darren is coming up towards the tabletop now in his Fiat. So it's the only non-mini pickup in the category, and Darren knows his way around the Lydden circuit from his BTRDA days, but he also works hard off circuit. He does all the fabrication work on Hal Ridge's Rallycross Ford Fiesta Supercar, the ex-Steve Mundy Ford, which Hal Ridge has brought back to life this year. So Darren is a handy man on and off circuit, and we're seeing how this Fiat goes compared to the minis around it. The Fiat turns into paddock now, but usually these drivers are used to just racing for 8 to 10 wide off the line and only turning right. So when they get to the Devil's Elbow, there may be a moment of confusion, but they're putting on a good show here, and Darren Hockley, former rallycrosser, is sliding beautifully through the banking of Talladega. Good to see Darren out on the circuit. Drivers from the local Invicta Kent club are here as well, down at Ivy Church on the Romney Marsh. So our local club are well represented here as they wheelie their way down Hairy Hill. These incredible Class 7 cars are going to be part of the demonstration run across the course of the 2-day meeting. So look forward to more of them throughout the course of the day. Sadly, we doubt we'll see Liam Duran for the rest of the meeting after his dramas in Q2, but that was a good display showing how these Class 7 racers and what they are very much capable of as they wheelie their way over the timing line. Semi-finals will be our next track action, and we'll be building up to the Super Retro semis in a few moments. Funfair all up and running off circuit, and do remember to pick up a programme if you haven't already across the course of the meeting. They're in the circuit merchandise stand, and there's a lot of off-track action to enjoy as well. Five Nations Trophy, and we have semi-finals for the Super Retros and the Cross Cars. So if we have a big enough entry for each category, we can run a semi-final, add a knockout element to it, and that is what we are doing with the Super Retros and the Cross Cars. Charlie French on pole position in SR1, the experienced engineer from Heathfield in East Sussex starts on pole, and we've split the championship rivals here because Crockett is in race 2, French in this one. Emery starts on pole, starts second in 71 alongside Vince Bristow in 97. Nigel Davey in 601 is on row 2 with Andy Grant in his 2.5 litre Vauxhall powered Ford. Chucks out 320 brake horsepower from its naturally aspirated non-turbo engine. So see how Andy gets on with Martin West on the back row. 4 drivers get through, 2 will miss out. Semi-final number 1 for the Super Retros is go, and Stuart Emery does get a good start, but at this point of the meeting, French, the championship leader, will just be thinking get through this stage and set up a spot on the front row for the final. Anything can happen though, and we have 5 laps ahead of us in this Super Retro semi-final number 1. So it's a longer races than we've seen in the earlier part of the day, as the afternoon sunlight begins to fade here at Lydden on glorious weather for our last meeting of the season, our biggest one of the year at Lydden. This fireworks event has grown and grown in recent years since starting during COVID. It's now absolutely jam-packed, so it's great to see so many of you out here enjoying this semi-final action from the Super Retros. It's French from Emery, from Davey and Grant. At the minute, Vince Bristow is going to miss out. So Vince Bristow here, a likely starter in the final, needs to find some pace in the BMW, and he is right on the tail of Andy Grant. Yes, the leaders are out front and they'll be ones to watch, but the fight for 4th is the one to watch a lot in the semi-final stage, because that is the crucial point. Andy Grant is on the edge here. He is just in the final at the minute if he can keep Vince Bristow at bay, but we could have many more laps of this to go, because Bristow is right on the tail of Grant as they clamber out of Devil's Elbow for the second time. French is your race leader ahead of Emery in the Volvo. 3rd for Davey, a lock up from Andy Grant in number 45, with Vince Bristow in 5th, and Martin West is at the back of the pack in his ex-Skanker Escort. But it's another Skanker Escort of Charlie French which continues to lead. Grant's still there in 4th spot. Vince Bristow's going to try and find any bit extra power he can from that BMW to close in on the Vauxhall red top powered Ford of Andy Grant up ahead of him. They turn through the Talladega banking, and Andy Grant has still got 4th spot away from the Hastings-based racer Vince Bristow in 5th. Vince needs to find something here if he wants to race again under the floodlights here at Lydden, because otherwise your weekend is over at this point. You won't get to race under the lights later this evening, and Vince will know that. He wants this, what has been a giant kid in BMW for many years. It's really held its own in rallycross competition. What looks a fairly near standard BMW, Vince has flung it around rallycross circuits across Britain, and he's doing just that again here at the home of the sport tonight. 2 laps left to go. Well, this afternoon, I should say, as Bristow goes through past the commentary tower, chasing on to Andy Grant, and he's closer than ever. Stuart Emery's in a comfortable 2nd spot, but Vince Bristow's trying to make a move for 4th position. He's trying to dislodge Andy Grant here. Grant in that bewinged Ford Escort has Vince Bristow breathing down his neck. We have 1 lap left to go after this one. So 1.5 laps to go, and Andy Grant's got a bit tail happy over the jump. Andy and Vince here, 2 old hands of rallycross competition. Andy, the former Supercar star, years in the Ford Escort before moving into the Ford Focus, and he's now just edging clear of Vince Bristow, who's been a real regular in retro competition for many a season now. They've spread slightly. It's Charlie French who's going to start his last lap with the lead, and a comfortable one at that in number 42. Stuart Emery in 71 in the Volvo 242 comes through 2nd. 3rd for Davey, but Grant versus Bristow. Vince is going to have to find some speed here. He's quick through the chicane. Talladega might be one of his last chances. They come together down into the loose section. This is it. One driver here will be missing out on a place in the final, and Bristow's trying right around the outside. Bristow in the BMW, but can't do it. Andy Grant's just able to keep hold of 4th place. So Bristow just has to settle for 5th at the minute. He's running out of corners. He's running out of time. He has 2 more to go. Charlie French is already out of North Bend Hairpin and coming down Hairy Hill. Emery's in a comfortable 2nd. Davies in a comfortable 3rd. But Andy Grant's not so comfortable in 4th, that's for sure, because Bristow's been right with him. Charlie French is going to win it. That's a comfortable drive in semi-final number 1, as you would expect with the championship leader, without Crockett to fight with in this one. Emery 2nd, 3rd Davey, and 4th Andy Grant. Andy does see off the attentions of Vince Bristow, and the tail-happy BMW will be parked up until tomorrow. We won't see Vince out later. That's a 5th place finish for the Hastings-based garage owner. He finishes in 5th. Martin West will be our final finisher in the Ford Escort Mark III in 6th spot. But that was a good fight for 4th position, and the Grant Auto Services sponsored the Carnival Red Mark II Escort of Andy Grant does get into the final. Vince Bristow will be back out on track tomorrow. Tomorrow's action gets underway at 10:30, and another busy day of competition to determine the British Rallycross title fights in many of the categories. French wins race 1 and takes the applause of the ever-growing crowd here at Lydden in the late afternoon sunshine. Charlie's the star again in the Tuesday night Rallycross Club prepared Martin Skanker Tribute Zack Speed Escort. He goes back to the paddock with another win to his name in the Ford. Stuart Emery with a solid display again in the Volvo. More power coming next year when he gets a new engine in the 242, the car he bought from Belgium a couple of seasons ago. Great to see Stuart getting more and more comfortable in the Volvo. Next up will be semi-final number 2 for the Super Retro division. Alan Crockett in the Opel, Pat Duran in the Ford, Tapscott, Darren Ambrose in there as well, and Ray Morgan, joined by Hannah Stewart. Thumbs up then from Alan Crockett on pole position. He starts on the front, the Ballymena-based dentist in his Opel Kadett GTE, reminiscent of the car campaigned by Barry Lee in the late 1970s. He starts on pole. Pat Duran is alongside in the Mark II Escort, with Alan Tapscott in a similar car. Darrell Ambrose and Ray Morgan. It'll be a close fight between the two of those. Ray in the 114, Darrell in the Peugeot. And on the back row, Hannah Stewart in 314 in the Talbot Sunbeam. Alan Crockett's car was only completed in the week before the Lydden Legends Festival last year, which we enjoyed. And it's been a real star of the Retro Rallycross competition ever since. He previously drove a Vauxhall Corsa in the BTRDA Championship. And let's see how the second generation Rallycrosser goes here. Might have a slightly delayed start though, because the start line marshal is indicating that to the drivers. Something has holding us up on the start of a semi-final number 2. But all of these cars in the Super Retro division over 1600cc, and they have to be manufactured pre-1991. So they are the oldest cars we see in the paddock, and there is a bit of track maintenance work going on at the top of the hill at North Bend Hairpin. So a bit of an oil spill there, and the Lydden Hill marshals are at work. Don't forget there's lots going on off circuit from about now, really, or throughout the day. There's been quite a lot, but gates open at 4 p.m. for evening guests, spectators coming in for the floodlit racing. We have a giant robot walk around in the paddock at 5 o'clock, an LED light show in the paddock before the Supercar final and fireworks display. Don't shoot off at the end as well, because we have live music, and the fun fair is open till 9 p.m. So lots to do off circuit, but we're getting ready for semi-final number 2. 5 laps ahead of us. Crockett, Duran and Tapscott your front row. Ray Morgan's had a very good start from row 2 as well. So Ray has got a bit between his teeth and he's already making a move on Alan Tapscott as they go down into Talladega. A little bit of argy-bargy between Ray and Alan, but they both get away with it for now. It's Alan Crockett who leads the way in the Shell Oil stickered Opel Kadett GTE. Pat Duran into second spot, Tapscott and Darren Ambrose. Where's he come from? He's joining the party here. The Peugeot is getting involved with the Fords, and Darren Ambrose has been a real revelation so far this weekend. It's the strongest I've seen him go, at least at Lydden, and Darryl is really mixing it with the Retro Rallycross regulars here. He's a regular driver in the BTRDA Classic category, but we haven't seen loads of him in the Retro division, but he's been a very good addition to the category for this weekend. And we've seen Darrow going along very smartly indeed as Pat Duran spits flame going through the right-hander of paddock. It's Alan Crockett in 779 who leads. 4 laps to go. Duran, Tapscott, Morgan and Ambrose first, second, third and fourth. In fifth spot, Ambrose at the minute. So Darrell needs to find some speed here and try and demote Ray Morgan from the final. That is his plan. He goes deep and wide through Talladega, and this Peugeot 205 is all over the rear of Ray Morgan. We've seen one Hastings garage owner miss out on the final. Will we have another? Because Ray Morgan is under pressure from Ambrose. There's contact, and around goes Morgan, and Ambrose is in the door, and that's not what we want to see. The ex-Mark Lloyd Ford Escort is damaged on the left-hand side, but Ray Morgan able to continue. Ambrose gets through, but that was definitely robust, and Ambrose is now up into fourth position, but Morgan continuing on his way in fifth. Hannah Stewart now into sixth spot in the Talbot Sunbeam, but the race is continuing, and it's Alan Crockett who's still leading the way by 1.9 seconds. Darren Ambrose has lost his front bumper with the dramas we saw in the Devil's Elbow, but Alan Tapscott is now right on the tail of Pat Duran. And Pat, who previously lived in Kent but is now a Devon resident, is being chased on here by another Devon local in the form of Alan Tapscott. The cars run out of the same morning, and Tapscott knows Pat incredibly well off circuit. He's now going to try and make a move on the circuit owner on track. But Alan Crockett's continuing his escape out front in the Opel Kadett GTE. All these cars pre-91, but there's a lot of life left in these. They are really putting on a show in this crowd favourite Super Retro division. Hopefully we'll see more cars out again next season. James Harrell's Beetle's always quietly tucked away, ready to go racing again. Barry Stewart's Porsche having an engine rebuilt. John Cross with a new car in build after selling his Lancia Stratos. So no John Cross in the Stratos this weekend, no Lee Wood either. So we've got cars and drivers sitting on the sidelines that should be coming back out next year, and we have another Lydden Legends Festival coming up in 2026. So all the more reason to get these historic rallycross cars back out on track. And the fight now, though, is still between Duran and Tapscott. Ambrose still fourth. Ray Morgan's had to retire, sadly, after his contact at the elbow. So Ray's weekend has unravelled. That was quite a hit from the Peugeot as he went into the Devil's Elbow, and that has put paid to Ray's meeting, sadly. So Ray's out on the semi-final stage as Duran spits flame coming down Hairy Hill into Paddock Bend. In this late afternoon sunshine now, it's a comfortable lead for Alan Crockett, who flicks his way through the Talladega turn onto that loose section. Darren Ambrose still running along in fourth spot in the battle-scarred Peugeot 205. Hannah Stewart is in danger of being lapped now because Alan Crockett is closing in. They're on to their final lap, and Hannah Stewart definitely has an issue, sadly, with the Talbot Sunbeam, because the leaders are about to lap her and have already lapped her, and there will now be yellow flags going up the hill because Hannah Stewart's Talbot Sunbeam has ground to a halt on the approach to the hairpin. Thankfully this is the last lap. Chicken flag is being made ready, and Hannah Stewart's Talbot Sunbeam won't be much of an obstruction now, but it's going to be a win for Alan Crockett. French wins semi-final 1, but Crockett responds and wins semi-final 2. That sets us up with a grandstand finish this evening. The final under the floodlights, Crockett versus French, will be one to watch. Semi-final number 2 is complete with Ambrose finishing fourth and DNFs for both Stewart and Morgan. David Kane is on pole, as you would expect. Having watched any of the earlier races, he has been the absolute star. 581, David Kane on pole position. .581 of David Kane sitting pretty on pole. Will Ovenden alongside in number 5. See how he goes. Thumbs up to the cameraman down on the start line. Will Ovenden's looking very happy indeed in the middle of the row 1, ready to go. Max Wedley alongside with a thumbs up to the commentary box as well. Max is looking just as happy as Will. They're all buzzing, I'm sure, to be racing these cross cars around Lydden Hill, the home of the sport, and great to have a big colourful field for Progress. Kevin Sharkey in 420, Stephen Burke in 32, and on the back row Ben Hardy in the pink colours. He's the one to watch because Ben has got the more powerful 1000cc RX 150. He's quick in a straight line, so do watch for the bright pink buggy just at the back of the grid. Ready to race, 4 go through, 2 miss out, and Max Wedderly has blown it. Max has blown it on the start. He could win the title here, and Max, with a very comfortable margin, is going to now face a double joker lap. Yes, his margin in the championship is high, but he didn't want to be doing that in this semi-final stage because he'll be missing out on the final later on if he can't overcome the 2 joker penalty. Double joker lap board will be shown then. Max Wedderly, championship leader, who hasn't won since July, had so much form earlier in the season, but hasn't been on the top step. He's now got his work cut out here. Wedderly then, from the outside of row 1, but do keep an eye on that pink RX 150. We're ready to race. And we're green, and Ben Hardy's left on the line by the light cross cars, but do watch the pink one as it tries to come through the pack. We're ready to go, and we are away. Kane is the leader. Max Wedley's got his work cut out here. He's already up ahead of Will Ovenden. So Ovenden has lost out to Wedderly in the early stages, and Ben Hardy has completely dropped off the back, sadly. So Ben in the RX 150 is going into retirement, I think. He does seem to be picking up the pace again now, but Ben missed most of the Talladega turn and is now only rejoining just about now. So Ben Hardy's a long way adrift, but this fight between the cross cars is still on because it's David Kane who leads, Wedderly second, Ovenden third, fourth for Sharkey, Burke in 5th spot, and Wedderly now has got to try and think about when he's best to take these 2 jokers. He's not taking any now. He sticks to the normal line with still the 581 of Kane leading, Wedderly in number 7 second, Ovenden in number 5 in third, then Sharkey and Burke, the 2 Irishmen, across the timing line as one. 4 laps left to go at the semi-final number 1 for the cross cars. Ben Hardy is trundling around at the back of the pack, hoping that bad fortune hits the race leaders or something happens to Sharkey and Burke, and that would allow him to come back into that all-important top quartet. But at the minute, Sharkey, Burke and Hardy are heading out of this stage with Ovenden. So Burke and Hardy are. Sharkey should be getting through in 4th, but there's still a lot to play out here. Joker laps to still be played, and Max Wedley's leaving it late. He's not going into the Joker route yet. 581 of Kane still your leader. He's in the Speed Car Wonder, 3 different makes and models in the top 3 positions. The Speed Car Wonder leads the way. From Ireland, we have the Life Live built in Belgium of Max Wedley's car, and the Mygale from the Mygale UK operation running in 3rd. So this shows you the variety of the cross car category. Many different chassis. You can get a different look to each car. The liveries really look smart indeed, and Will Ovenden is trying to close in on the championship leader as it stands. They come through the packed North Bend hairpin. Brilliant to see so many of you crammed in around the top of the hill, and every vantage point at Lydden is being filled up very quickly indeed. As Ovenden and Wedderly, the Kentish racers, Faversham for Wedderly, Addersham for Ovenden, they're back onto the normal line, but Max has still got another joker to do. They come out clearly ahead of Kevin Sharkey, Steve Burke and Ben Hardy are your current runners, but this has been an absolute domination from David Kane so far today, and he may do what he's done for the rest of the meeting, take his joker on the last lap. It's what he's been doing throughout the course of the day so far, and with 2 laps left to go, or 1.5 now, he's already completed most of this one. He will be taking his joker towards the end of this event. No, he's going to go 1 lap early. So 1 lap earlier than usual. David Kane into that longer route. Max Wedley will follow, and Max will now drop behind Will Ovenden. So Will now up into second spot. Max Wedley is back into third after his double joker lap penalty. So last lap board is shown, and Ovenden is now into a strong second, but Wedley has got the bit between his teeth. He's had some decent speed in this one despite the double joker penalty. Max Wedley is right there with Will Ovenden as they go into Devil's Elbow, through the left-hander and up Hairy Hill. David Kane's already at the top. He is in a class of his own in the cross-car division so far this weekend, and for the second part of the season he's really hit a fine streak of form in the latter part of 2025, and David Kane is going to come through Paddock Bend up to the timing line. 5.81 of Kane, he wins it. Semi-final number 1 goes his way. The Digger Sim stickers of Will Ovenden is second. Third for Max Wedley. Fourth is Kevin Sharkey, and our final finisher missing out on the final will be Stephen Burke in the 600cc cross car, and final finisher Ben Hardy in 169. So Hardy misses out after his troubled start, but Ben's got good speed, and we look forward to seeing how he can mix it with the cross cars tomorrow when we go racing throughout the daylight hours on Sunday for the last day of the season. David Kane wins it though, 4 seconds clear of Will Ovenden and Max Wedley, with Kevin Sharkey, Burke and Hardy our final finishers in what was a varied field. Next grid already making its way out onto circuit. This will be our last race before we go into the floodlight competition. So we'll be going into the floodlit racing once this semi-final is complete, and that will start with the cross car junior final. Semi-final number 2 though for the senior cross cars, and they're joined by the more powerful RX 150 buggy of Stephen Jones. But it's Ben Bartlett, a 16-year-old in number 44, who comes down onto pole position. Still be young enough to race in the junior category, but he is really mixing it with the adults here. Ben is rapid, and he starts from pole, the former karter. Alongside him is the Liam McMullen, number 29 from Ireland, in the red Speed Car Wonder, looking very confident indeed. Stephen Jones, a former RX 150 champion again this year. He loves his RX 150 buggy racing. He instructs at the Goodwood Motor Circuit. He lives near Portsmouth, and we'll watch what Stephen Jones can do. Second row, Brad Turner, who is switched across from BMW Minis into cross-car competition alongside James Constantine. They're both in Live entries. And on the back row, it's newcomer tour for this weekend, Rowan Lundy, who's previously raced in circuit racing. We are ready to go. Without David Kane, this really could be a good one, because Kane has been the man to beat in cross cars, but there's only one way to beat him at the minute, and that's not let him start. Semi-final number 2, Kane free. Who will come out on top? Ready to race. Green and go, and Stephen Burke gets the best. Liam McMullen gets the best of the starts from the middle of row 1, so McMullen gets the best getaway, but Brad Turner's had a really electric start. Turner goes right from the second row into the lead. McMullen's trying to look up the inside but can't do it there, so it's Liam McMullen dropping into second spot. Brad Turner leads. Ben Bartlett from third drops down from first, drops down into third, so Bartlett in 44 drops to third spot. James Constantine is in fourth, ahead of Lundy and Steve Jones. That's how it stands, and Ben Bartlett's now trying to make a move on not just second but the race leader as well. You can throw a blanket over the first 3 cars. They're absolutely together. Bartlett on the inside, McMullen on the outside. They come down Hairy Hill. Brad Turner's just ahead of them both for now, but McMullen goes joker, so into the longer route goes the number 29. The Speed Car Wonder entry gets that joker lap completed, and this really is a race on here. Semi-final number 2 is alive and well for cross cars and RX 150s, and Brad Turner's coming under increased pressure from Ben Bartlett. Bartlett's trying to nip up the inside if he can underneath the oval racer, can't get it done there, so it's Brad Turner still with the advantage in 61. Ben Bartlett in 44 in second spot. James Constantine third, but yet to joker. McMullen fourth, has jokered. So do keep an eye on the red cross car in fourth position now. The number 29 of Liam McMullen. Stephen Jones is right there as well though, and he can't be ruled out. Jones in the RX 150 uses the extra pace of the 1000cc buggy to slide up the inside at North Bend Hairpin. So Jones now is your fourth place car.
McMullen down to 5th. Constantine running in 3rd, but Ben Bartlett's taking his joker and he's going to come out ahead of all of them. So Bartlett comes out back ahead of Constantine, Jones and McMullen. Constantine's the one in danger here because he's yet to take his joker. Jones as well. McMullen has got that longer route done, but he's getting held up by squabbling with both Constantine and Jones, so it's not helping the red buggy. They go side by side with Jones, so they approach Devil's Elbow. There's nearly contact between them as they go into the left-hander, and there is contact. It took a while to happen, but now we do have contact, and Stephen Jones and McMullen have collided at Devil's Elbow. They're out of contention in this one now. That's a real shame because it was really brewing nicely for a good final race here in the final couple of laps. Brad Turner with 2 laps left to go, out into the joker, but Ben Bartlett's going to nip back through and grab the lead away. So Bartlett in 44, now your new race leader. Turner 2nd, Constantine 3rd, and now 4th is Rowan Lundy. So Rowan Lundy on his Rallycross debut in number 88 is now running in 4th place. This is great stuff from Rowan. He's made his way into 4th position. He's quietly climbed up the order with the dramas for Stephen Jones and Liam McMullen. But now it's Bartlett with the lead. Turner still 2nd. We are on to the last lap next time through. So a lap and a half to go of this cross-car motorbike engine semi-final number 2. As these mostly Yamaha powered cars are charging around the Lydden Hill circuit, and Bartlett's about to start his final mile of the home of the sport. Through the chicane, he hits the timing line and starts his final lap. Turner, Constantine, and where's Rowan Lundy's dropped into the clutches now of Liam McMullen, but it's Turner who's trying to challenge Bartlett. 1.7 seconds between them, and Rowan Lundy and McMullen are very close indeed as they go through the Talladega turn. The closest fight on circuit is coming up to the jump now, with both Lundy and McMullen into the Devil's Elbow. McMullen trying to take the place away. Bartlett's going to get up the have a comfortable lead, but McMullen's up the inside of Lundy at Devil's Elbow, and that could be crucial to get into the final. The red buggy of the cross-car machine up into 4th spot now, and McMullen's recovered from that drama to get ahead of Lundy, but Ben Bartlett's going to win it. Checker flag is ready. Checker flag flies, and it's Ben Bartlett who wins. Turner 2nd. 3rd will be James Constantine getting into the final, with McMullen, Lundy and Stephen Jones for 4th, 5th and 6th. So our final finishers. Bartlett qualifies for the final with the win, 2.7 seconds clear. Brad Turner 2nd, James Constantine 3rd, Liam McMullen 4th. That is how it finishes. There missing out will be Rowan Lundy and Stephen Jones. This is the conclusion then of the semi-final stage, and we will be having a break now as the light begins to fade before the finals start at just before 4:30. So we have about a half an hour break before the finals begin at the penultimate round of the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship. We'll be starting at 4:27 with the cross car junior final. So about a half hour break. Do head into the paddock if you haven't been there already, or keep your vantage point if you'd like to before the main supercar and the other finals come at the end of the day. But such a rammed Lydden Hill. It's great to see so many of you here and continuing to arrive at the circuit. Don't forget, in this half hour break there will be lots to do off circuit as well. The fun fair is up and running, and as it has been throughout the day, so do have a look there in the paddock. There'll be a live band after the fireworks display at the end of the meeting, so don't feel you need to shoot off. At 5 o'clock we'll be having a giant robot walk around in the paddock, an LED light show before the supercar final, and there'll be live music from Unshackled in the beer tent. So do have a look there before the fun fair closes at 9 p.m. So you can spend the evening here at the home of the sport on a nice sunny evening. As the light begins to fade low, the floodlights will come on and we'll be ready to go for the finals of the penultimate round of the British Rallycross Championship, which are due to get going at about 4:30.
Well, good evening everybody and welcome along to Lydden Hill if you're only just joining us for our floodlit Rallycross evening, the penultimate round of the 2025 British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. A complete sellout here at Lydden Hill tonight, so thank you all for turning out and enjoying this penultimate round of the championship. Fireworks will round out our action today, but we've got lots of Rallycross finals to get through before then. The floodlights have been flicked on, the circuit has been checked and is still in the process of being checked at the minute, but we should be not too far away from the first of our finals. Just to run you through the rest of the programme on track today, the Crosscar Junior final will be our next race. That is due to start pretty imminently. The Crosscar Juniors, the first time we've seen that category in Britain, and start line marshals are going out onto circuit now. Retro final will follow with the less powerful up to 1600cc retro division. Swift Sports will follow after that, the one make category. We'll have an Autograss demo under the floodlights, which we've enjoyed throughout the day so far. Junior Swifts will be after the Autograss demo, followed by probably the three standout races from what we've seen so far today. The Super Retro final, which is going to see a battle between Charlie French, Alan Crockett and the rest in their pre-1991 over 1600cc cars. The Crosscar final will follow, and our last race will be the Supercars. The headline 600 brake horsepower turbocharged four-wheel drive Supercars will come out onto circuit for our last race of the day. That will be followed by the fireworks display, of course. Supercar grid is in, and it's Patrick O'Donovan on pole position for our Supercar final, which will be our last race of the day. Derek Tohill's qualified second in number 77. Andrea de Borg in 92 third, with the second row being made up of Julian Godfrey and Tristan Ovenden. Mike Seller, Sam Clennell and Tom van den Heuvel will start on row 3. We have 4 rows of supercars for the final later on, 9 starters, with Colin Anson being our final starter, and the only one missing out as a reserve is George Tracy Jr. in his Citroen C4, which has struggled through the day with technical issues. But a great grid, and it'll be a 9-strong supercar field which will round out the day. Thanks, mate. But yeah, good to go. So our first final is heading out. Our first final is heading out onto the circuit, and it's the Crosscar Juniors. Now, as we're under the floodlights now, every category has to come out onto circuit and do one slow lap just to familiarise themselves with the conditions in this fading light as they go into the floodlights through Talladega. It's not at racing speed at all. It is just a slow warm-up lap round just to get used to the different light conditions. And our first drivers who are going to get a taste of this new look Lydden for the evening at least are the very young junior drivers from the Crosscar division, and it's the first time we've seen this category in Britain. They run 600cc Yamaha engines, different to the 850cc we see in the senior category, but Crosscar has boomed in Scandinavia and across Europe in recent years. It's the final round of the Belgian Championship this weekend as well. There's a Crosscar division very healthy indeed, with Kobe Powles and co all competing in the Crosscar group there, but we have still got a good showing of them in Britain now as well, and this could be the next thing for 2026. A new junior division added to the Rallycross package, and we see Harrison Foley coming down onto pole position. Off-track entertainment is kicking into gear now as well. We'll have the giant robot walk-around starting at 5 p.m. before the Supercar final at about 5:45. So there'll be an LED light show in the paddock,
and the giant robot walk around. So if you're not trackside, do make sure you're having a look through the paddock. The fun fair now all lit up on the top tier of the paddock, so do have a look there. But it's the turn of the cross-car junior drivers who come down onto the grid for their last race of the day. More to come tomorrow, and more entries, I'm sure, because more entries next year, because the category should grow from here. It's a good advert to see how these young drivers handle the 600cc motorbike engined little pocket rockets, and it's Harrison Foley who will start on pole position in 54 with number 91 alongside. 91 George Edinburgh, who's making his rallycross debut here today. And on the outside, it's Phoebe Cake, the Capel-the-Fern based racer, not far away at all, in number 631. Phoebe starts on the outside in the last cross car. We are ready to go though. 6 laps of action ahead of us for the finals. Only the retros will have 1 lap less. We're green and go. A good start from Phoebe Cake. She does get good getaways. She's doing that when she was racing in the Rally X Nordic Championship across Europe. She gets good starts, but it's 91 George Edinburgh who's leading the pack. The local racer into top spot ahead of Phoebe Cake for now, and it's the driver who's done all the winning so far today, Harrison Foley, in number 54, who's at the back of this train. So Harrison, who has won every race he started in the junior cross car division so far today, now at the back of the pack in this one as they clamber up Hairy Hill and into North Bend Hairpin for the first time through this classic part of the Lydden Hill circuit, that tight North Bend right-hander, and they begin this daunting descent down Hairy Hill, past the grandstands, and then throw it into Paddock Bend, or at least the supercars and other categories will really be throwing it through here in the latter part of the meeting, because Paddock Bend, one of the most daunting looking rallycross circuits, rallycross bends out there, and it's a good first lap from George Edinburgh. He's on course for a good result here. Number 54 of Harrison Foley, just unable to live with him at the minute, but he's got his Joker lap done. So Harrison's got his Joker lap sorted. Phoebe Cake in 631 in second spot at the minute, with still George Edinburgh leading the way in the 91. Up over the tabletop they go into the Devil's Elbow, where we've seen lots of dramas so far today. One of the best passing places on this Lydden Hill rallycross circuit, and they clamber up Hairy Hill and into towards a North Bend Hairpin. It's a good drive so far from George Edinburgh in the cross car junior division. All of these cars are the same chassis, Life TN5s, built in Belgium by Thierry Neuville's company, run with his brother, and the Life concern is a top rally team running rally cars in Europe, but also building these cross car machines, and this is where we see the TN5s out on track today. Life UK being headed up by Adrian Turner and Sam Brad, who's out racing in the seniors in the later final. But this is a good drive so far from George Edinburgh. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 55.975. Great effort from the youngster on his first rallycross start here. This will be learning so much. Harrison Foley behind is only third still, with Phoebe Cake having a good run in second spot. She's found good pace across the course of the meeting, now up into second position in 631. The experienced Swift Sport racer, who's also got the RX Rally X experience from her outings in Europe this year as well. But she's running in second through a packed North Bend Hairpin. Begin their climb down Hairy Hill. 3 laps left to go, and it's George Edinburgh still with this margin out front. I expected to see the black car of Harrison Foley, the number 54, to start to close in, but he's now getting close to the rear of Phoebe Cake's 631 car. They go through the chicane at half distance, 3 laps left to go, and it's still George Edinburgh with that comfortable lead, but he's yet to take his Joker lap. And if you haven't been to Rallycross here before and you're here for the fireworks tonight, every race we see apart from the retros will be doing a Joker lap, as we have a change for second. Foley gets up past Phoebe Cake, and the Joker, this crucial part of the race that all drivers must do once. It's on the extra part of the circuit through Paddock Bend. If they forget it, they get a 30-second penalty, and sadly Phoebe Cake's had a spin through the elbow. So Phoebe Cake is spun away in the 631. She drops to the rear of the pack now after being passed by Harrison Foley, but it is George Edinburgh still with that lead out front. He's got to do his joker still. So when will he decide to do that? Not yet. He's into the paddock bend turn now, through up towards the chicane as the light continues to fade here. The 91 of Edinburgh, 2 laps left to go, and these 600cc cross cars are continuing on their way with the number 54 of Harrison Folly. Phoebe Cake's going to get the car restarted now, so she's on the grass on the inside, but she is able to get the cross car restarted at the Devil's Elbow, so there won't be a yellow flag now at the elbow. The Lydden Hill marshals are now armed with light signals, so they can not just wave the yellow flags, which may not be seen in this light, but the lighting towers, the little light boxes they've got, the yellow and red, telling the drivers any warnings up ahead and warning them of any dangers around the corner. But George Edinburgh's put in a great display here. He's still the fastest driver on circuit, but Harrison Folly's closing and he's taking time out of the race leader. Phoebe Cake is into the chicane. 2 laps left to go for Phoebe. They're about to start their final lap here at George Edinburgh and Harrison Folly, and Folly is definitely beginning to closing right down now on the 91 car of George Edinburgh. Last lap board is shown, 1 mile left to go. They go under the Lydden Hill gantry for the final time, and George Edinburgh is coming under a lot of pressure now from Harrison Folly, who's left it late, but he's going to try and make a move on the final lap here. And Harrison Folly right around the outside, side by side with George Edinburgh as they go up towards the tabletop. The youngsters are side by side, wheel to wheel, as they go into Devil's Elbow for the final time. And the 2 junior racers are absolutely locked together then on this final lap. George Edinburgh in 91, the 54 of Harrison Folly. They clamber up Hairy Hill in what will now be the final time. Phoebe Cakes dropped right down to the back of the order after her spin at the Devil's Elbow, which took her a while to recover from. But this has been a good display from George Edinburgh. Coming down the hill in 91. He's led from the front since the start, and he comes through into paddock with the lead. Edinburgh checker flag being made ready, and the number 91 is going to take the checkered. So Edinburgh takes the win. Folly in second in 54. Phoebe Cake will be a long way adrift, sadly, for her after her spin. She'll finish in third. But that was the first final in Britain for the Motorsport UK, what could be a junior cross-car championship in future years. The number 91 of George Edinburgh stopped now on the slowdown lap, but Phoebe Cake's got to finish her race, and the cross-car juniors will be complete for their first final. They'll be back out tomorrow with another final round of the British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy, but our next final will be the retro division, the up to 1600cc retro group, which has been closely fought so far today. Phoebe Cake comes down through paddock, and the local racer from Cape Fern. Final hasn't gone her way here, but she has continued her learning curve in Rallycross and gets to the checker flag to finish the final in third spot. So Phoebe finishes third, George Edinburgh wins, Folly second, Phoebe Cake in third. That is the cross car juniors complete then. So 1 final ticked off. Next will be the retro division, and all the cars will be coming out doing their 1 slow lap before they go round to the grid, and it will be the pre-1991 up to 1600cc retro racers which will be out on circuit next. Retro division is next, and if you haven't been here during the first part of the day, you wouldn't know that Dan Swayland has been the star in the Ford Escort Mark 1, and he's going to claim pole position in number 22. Dan is planning a graduation to Super Retro. He's put bigger 15-inch wheels on the Ford Escort in recent events, ready for a bigger engine, but he couldn't get heat in the tyres with the bigger wheels to start with, so he's put softer shocks on the back, trying to improve the performance of his Ford Escort Mark 1. He's planning an 1800cc turbocharged engine for his next engine in the Ford Escort Mark 1. So he'll be keeping the Ford, which he's used in circuit racing, but he's planning to step up to Super Retro. Other drivers on the grid to look out for: Ian Biaggi, the Scotsman, in his Mini; Simon Hart in his road legal tax and MOT'd Ford Escort Mark 1, the Haynes of Maidstone sticker car; the Essex-based racer Ian Halfhide from Windsor is in his bright yellow Peugeot 205. Now, Ian was racing in rallycross in the 1970s, but had decades away from the sport before being drawn back into the category in recent year. This year, in fact, he's made his debut in retro, into his mid-70s now. See how Ian goes. And our final starters: Joe Luke Eastwood in his Metro, and Pete Christmas in his Toyota. A nice Toyota Corolla, very neatly turned out, which we'll see out on track. Now, Joe Luke Eastwood's Metro is an A-Series powered MG Metro, not a Rover Metro as it has on the entry list. So thanks to Retro Rallycross guru Steve Nottage for confirming that, but it is a Metro for Joe Luke Eastwood, a hastily repaired Metro after his dramas at the BTRDA two-wheel drive Super Prix here a few weeks ago when he rolled at Paddock Bend. You can see the repairs haven't been able to spray the Metro in the same red, but it's great he's got it out, and it's been very effective today so far. The retro cars line up on the grid then. It's Dan Swayland on pole, the Isle of Sheppey racer, the youngest driver, the youngest driver in the retro division, in his mid-20s. He starts from pole. Ian Biaggi alongside in 55. Simon Hart on the outside of row 1 in his Ford Escort Mark 1, a car he has raced on the retro scene since 2017. Former champion in this division. So Simon can't be ruled out. He's always quick off the line as well in the Ford. Joe Luke Eastwood in the plucky little Metro will fight the bigger cars around him, with Ian Halfhide alongside. And our final starter, Pete Christmas, the former drag racer who's switched across to rallycross this season in the ex-rally spec Toyota Corolla. Very neatly turned out indeed. Retros are go then. 5 laps of action ahead of us for the first retro final of the weekend. Ready to race. Green and go, and it's a good start from Ian Biaggi and Simon Hart. Dan Swayland again doesn't get the best of the getaways. Joe Luke Eastwood has had a decent run early on. He's made his way up into third already. The Joe Luke Eastwood's one to watch here in the Norman Ouchin Terry Moore owned Metro. He's been a really good run in the MG Metro in his early stages, with Ian Biaggi and Dan Swayland the early leaders. Up over the tabletop they go. Swayland in the middle of a British laden sandwich here, with the Mini ahead and the Metro behind. This is classic retro racing from the pre-1991 division. They're racing over 5 laps, and as this is retro rallycross, they run to almost period rules, and they won't be taking a joker lap. So they won't be taking a joker for the retro division. They stick to the normal line, a conventional or traditional rallycross race before the joker laps were added in the 2000s, and it is now a straight battle to the flag, and we're going to see Escort versus Mini, a traditional rallycross duel here from the front-wheel drive Mini against the rear-wheel drive Escort, and Dan Swayland's trying to go right around the outside. The Kent Movers sticker car is trying to make his move, and he gets it done around the outside of Ian Biaggi. Has he gone too deep? No, he's got it done neat and tidily. Ian Biaggi then demoted to second, and do keep an eye on Joe Luke Eastwood. Luke Eastwood's having a really good run here in number 57. He's up now into a solid third place ahead of Simon Hart, with Ian Biaggi up ahead of him. Hart can't be ruled out, but this is good stuff from Joe Luke Eastwood. Dan Swayland's the effective champion for a 2025. He'll be pretty much sealing the deal here tonight with another win. Swayland coming down Hairy Hill in 22 with the advantage, with Ian Biaggi, Joe Luke Eastwood and Simon Hart, your 4th place runners. 5th for Christmas, and 6th is Halfhide at the minute, but it is the 3 laps to go. Dan Swayland with the lead, but do keep an eye on Joe Luke Eastwood, because the Metro is really going along handsomely in 2nd place and trying to make a move on the Mini. Ian Biaggi has the 2nd place at the minute, but the little Mini is coming under pressure now from the period rallycross car behind, in the form of the Metro of Joe Luke Eastwood, up over the tabletop. The Mini has history as well. It's previously an Ian Clark car, I believe, so it's another car which has had period history in rallycross competition, and great to have it out racing today in the hands again of Ian Biaggi. Dan Swalen's already in a class of his own. He's exiting North Bend Hairpin with a strong lead in the Ford Escort BDA powered car. We've got a Crossflow powered Mark 1 in the middle of this battle, because the less developed Ford Escort of Simon Hart is right there with Joe Luke Eastwood as they clamber down Hairy Hill and into Paddock Bend. We have 2 laps left to go, 2 miles then nearly of this Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit. They come through the chicane and Simon Hart's right there with Joe Luke Eastwood. Joe was challenging Ian Biaggi last time through, and again he's close enough to threaten in the mirrors and loom large in the mirrors of Ian Biaggi. But fastest lap of the race is still with the Scotsman. The Mini Clubman man is really showing some good speed. Up over the tabletop they go. And Joe Luke Eastwood in the Metro now coming under pressure from Hart. Simon Hart looked up the inside there in the 137. The Essex racer in his Haynes of Maidstone John Taylor replica is climbing up Hairy Hill for what is the penultimate time then. So Dan Swalen's gone. He has checked out and is in a different postcode already, but behind them, second place for Biaggi looks pretty comfortable. It's behind that little fight is where we see the duel, because the Metro and the Escort are together, and we may well see a change of position before the end of this one. Joe Luke Eastwood is in his first season of rallycross competition, and he's really found his feet very quickly, running in a strong third place here, which could be a very satisfying podium after the dramas he had at the two-wheel drive event here in September when he put the car on its roof. But the up to 1600cc retros have been very close indeed, at least not for the race lead. Dan Swalen's already up at the hairpin, but this fight for second, third and fourth is still on. Simon Hart comes through the Devil's Elbow on the tail. Ian Halfide's still there in the 5th spot towards the back of this train with Pete Christmas as well. But Dan Swalen's come down the hill for what is the final time here at Lydden Hill on day 1 for the Retro Rallycross division. Dan Swalen then's going to come through and take the win and the title with it. Swalen and Kemp Movers takes another victory. Dominant stuff from Dan. Looking forward to seeing what he does in the Super Retro division in 2026 if he does make his move next year. Ian Biaggi second. Joe Luke Eastwood, great display. That's a really good effort from the team to get the Metro repaired, get Joe back out on circuit. And as soon as the crash had happened, the team was saying they were going to get it rebuilt, and they did just that. So great to have the Joe Luke Eastwood's Metro out on track. It's an MG Metro rather than a Rover, and Joe gets a good finish under his belt in third. We have a slight mix-up on our timing screen, but it was first Dan Swalen, second Ian Biaggi, third Joe Luke Eastwood. Our next final will be one make action from the Suzuki Swifts. So the Suzuki Swifts will be our next out on circuit, and we'll see how they go for their penultimate final of the season. Dan Swalen has listened to what was said in the driver's briefing, where down at Paddock Bend in the tyre cleaning zone, but Dan, rather than showboating on the tarmac, has put it in the gravel. That's the only mistake he's made so far today. So Dan, we won't be too bothered, but the Lydden crew are going to have to get to work to pick the Ford Escort out of the gravel trap. So Dan Swalen, our champion for 2026, our event winner, and the Isle of Sheppey racer, is now a rather embarrassed end at the end at Paddock, but he is waving to the crowd, and number 22 of Dan Swalen probably the one mistake he's made all season. So we can let Dan off that and look forward to seeing what he does in 2026, because the car is always immaculately turned out. The team prepare a very impressive looking Ford Escort Mark 1 with its BDA engine. It really sums up what retro rallycross is all about, and Dan Swayland finds the gravel in the showboat zone, which is worth noting if you're down at paddock, because that is where drivers have been told they can do donuts at the end of the finals. So if drivers want to celebrate, they can do that in the designated area at Paddock Bend. So if you're at paddock, you're in a good spot. So our Swift Sport final will be our next track action. In 5 minutes' time, the giant robot walk-around is beginning in the paddock. So do look out for giant robots wandering around Lydden Hill paddock. It's all building up for remaining finals and into the fireworks display at about 6 p.m. So lots to cram in here at Lydden before 6 p.m. on the penultimate day of the British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. And it should be Swift Sports which are coming out onto circuit next. We've got a busy dummy grid, drivers raring and ready to go in this split surface sport which has attracted so many of you here this weekend. Great to see such a rammed Lydden sold out this afternoon and this evening for our final round. More to come tomorrow, daylight racing to determine some of the remaining titles and more great track action from the British Rallycross Championship. Looking ahead to 2026 at Lydden. Not all the dates are out yet, not many dates at all, but there is one, the 17th to the 19th of July. Lydden Legends Festival is back in the summer next season. It was held at Lydden last year, at Lowiac this year, but it's back at Lydden next summer. So do have a look on the circuit website for the details and to claim your tickets. That's a celebration of all things rally and rallycross. From Group B machinery, 1990s supercars. Andrew Jordan, the former British Touring Car Champion, is due to be here in an ex-Kenneth Hansen Citroen C4 supercar, which he has found in Finland and is currently building up into get ready for next July's Lydden Legend event. So we really should see an excellent field of supercars, plus the rally machinery, and a real mixture of rally and rallycross cars from all ages. It was a great event last year, and we look forward to more of the same on the 17th to the 19th of July 2026. But we have more pressing business to deal with first, and it's the Swift Sport final. Matt Cake from Canterbury is on pole position. He's won every race he's started this season. He has been an absolute dominant champion. He's going to wrap it up this afternoon, but probably the most dominant champion in Swift Sport history. He is, really. No one else has done that, won every race. Matt Cake has been a real star and adds his name to the Swift Sport title again. Great stuff from the Kent man, and he comes round North Bend Hairpin with pole position to his name. Dave Halford, another Kent racer from the Isle of Sheppey, is in the Lydden Hill hire car. You can hire this Lydden Hill car at in Taster Days, Rallycross Taster Days here held at Lydden throughout the year, and you can get behind the wheel yourself in the Lydden Hill hire car, which you can see coming down the hill now into paddock, and get a chance to drive on the proper rallycross circuit, which is a rare treat, run by Peter Gwynn Motorsport's team, and they're well worth looking at the dates for those ahead of next season. But Matt Cake then, the runaway championship leader and champion-elect in the Swift Sports, starts on pole. The second generation rallycrosser, son of Chris, comes down onto pole position. Dave Halford's qualified well, getting the 555 car on second, having swapped his Audi Quattro Group B car for a Suzuki Swift. Tyler Scott's qualified for the final third. Third generation rallycrosser is Tyler. His granddad Dave, dad Darren, rallycrossers of their own right, and Darren drove this car in the Swift Sport Championship in its early years. Phil Seat on the back row with Sam Peterson, who's made it out. The two Kent racers from Lydden and Preston respectively. The only one we're missing is Naftali Ayeko, the London-based Kenyan, sadly out with damage. But we have 6 laps ahead of us. Will Matt Cake continue his 100% winning form and wrap up the title in style here? We'll find out. Great start from Tyler Scott. Where did that come from? Tyler Scott is away like a rocket from third on the grid, and this is great stuff from the Sittingbourne based youngster. He turns 19 this month. He'll be the youngest driver in this senior Swift Sport category, and the teenager's going really well in the Scots Transport sponsored car. He's into second place already. Phil Cease made good ground already in number 80 as well. He missed Q3, did Phil, but is back for more in the final. The car's been fixed. Whatever the issue was repaired by the team, and he's now trying to make a move on Tyler Scott as they climb up Hairy Hill for the first time. Matt Cake's already making good his escape, but Tyler Scott's trying to take the fight to him, and so too's Phil Seath. Seath around the outside. These are the two Kentish racers. There's a Kent 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4 actually. Well, all the drivers are local. Every driver in this category is from the county, so they're all on their home circuit, and it would be who gets the bragging rights in this one. Likely to be Matt Cake, who's got less than a second advantage over Phil Seath for now. But he's ahead of Tyler Scott, who's bouncing his way into the Talladega. Sparks fly from under one of the Swifts as they go into the loose section. But this category, all for 1.6 litre, closely controlled Suzukis. Up over the tabletop they come. And it's Matt Cake with the advantage ahead of Seath and Scott. And this really is an entry-level option to go rallycrossing. If you're trackside and you want to go racing, Swift Sports and the cross cars are arguably the most accessible options. You can get out on track in hiring a car or buying one yourself and building it up and running it with your own team, which always helps with costs, or you can go into the hire car route and don't have to worry about too much of it at all. Under braking, Phil Cease has got the sparklers going as he comes down into Paddock Bend. The Phil Cease machine number 80 has already started the fireworks display about an hour early, but Phil is really hard on the brakes down into paddock, and you can see the sparks from the brake disc as he charges into the right hander at the bottom of the hill. Sparks from the Swifts, and we hit half distance. 3 laps left to go then. Matt Cake is 3 laps away from confirming the 2025 title. He has been the man to beat all season long, and he's showing great speed again. Works in agriculture and landscaping, and a very handy rallycross driver when he's put behind the wheel of this 1.6 litre Suzuki. Down Hairy Hill and into paddock. This has been a great display from Cake, and he's going into the Joker. So Matt Cake then gets that longer Joker route done. Into the Joker lap he goes, and Phil Cease going to come through in second spot. Cake over the timing line, half distance to go, and the Jokers are done. So Cake, the fastest driver on circuit, has the Joker lap completed. Phil Cease in 80 in second, Tyler Scott third, Dave Halford fourth, Sam Peterson fifth, and sadly Naftali Ieko didn't start. But this has been a great display from Matt Cake, who's been sparking his way around. So it sparks as he lands on the jump as well. So these Swifts running low to the ground, sparking their way around the circuit at times, and the glowing brake discs really looking the part as well. But there's been no stopping Matt Cake all season long. 2 laps left to go at the end of this one, and he is not far away now from a Rallycross Lights test, a Supercar Lights test, which is the prize for the winning Swift Sport driver this season. Cake with the 2-second margin. Again, Phil Cease sparks his way down into a paddock bend in number 80 with second to his name, but we have 2 miles left to run then, and it's still Matt Cake with that margin through the banking and up towards the tabletop for the penultimate time. He's been a real star all season long, has adapted well from oval racing, having moved races here regularly with the Kent Outlaw Oval Racing Club, which uses the Lydden Hill Oval, the fastest oval in the UK, and well worth coming along to spectate at one of those events if you haven't seen oval racing here at Lydden. They're a regular fixture held on a monthly basis, and well worth a look if you haven't been up there already. But there's dramas at the top of the hill because Sam Peterson's Swift has expired. He missed Q3. It did sound like he had engine issues earlier in the day, and Sam Peterson has stopped up at North Bend Hairpin. Race leader's going to come through to begin his final lap, but it does look like Peterson's day, possibly his weekend, may be over now, as Seath goes out of the Joker lap ahead of Tyler Scott. So Tyler Scott's in the comfortable third, but Sam Peterson sadly out up at the North Bend Hairpin. And there's a lot of spectators up there as well. You can see a crowd up around the top of North Bend, as there is everywhere here at Lydden this afternoon, this evening. The first time this event has been sold out, and it's great to see so many of you enjoying the thrills of this split surface sport as we build up to the Supercar final and the other categories later on this evening. But it's going to be a win then as he passes the stricken and smoking Sam Peterson car. Don't want to see that with Sam on his Rallycross debut this year out on the spot. But it's Matt Cake who comes down Hairy Hill with the comfortable victory set to be his. 630 comes through, and it's going to be the win and the championship then for Matt Cake. Matt Cake confirms it all. He wins again, continues his 100% winning streak and wins the title, just as Dan Swayland had earlier. Matt Cake wins it. Phil Seath is going to be second. That's a strong result for the Lydden Hill local. And Tyler Scott on his debut gets third. So Tyler's day started in the gravel trap and ends on the podium. Great stuff from Tyler, and the Scott family will be delighted with that. We've seen both Chris and Darren Scott drive that car effectively, and now there's the next generation. Tyler Scott from Sittingbourne gets a podium ahead of far more experienced Rallycross campaigner Dave Halford, and sadly we lost Sam Peterson and Naftali Ieko. But Matt Cake does it. 7.8 seconds in a single make class is impressive stuff, and we know that Cake is very quick everywhere he goes, and he takes the win again. Swift Sports are complete, and next on circuit we will due to have an Autograss demo, or Junior Swifts in fact. Junior Swifts will be our next track action, so we'll be going straight into the Junior Swifts. They'll be our next track action, and we continue the Suzuki theme, and it's the turn of the teenage racers before the Autograssers will be back out tomorrow. So Sam Peterson's car is recovered from North Bend hairpin, a smoky Swift, not a nice sight, but the 114 car heads back to the paddock. Next on circuit, it'll be the teenage racers of the junior category, and the championship battle is very tight in this one. It will go down to tomorrow because there's only 3 points between Teddy McPherson in 119 and Caden Harris in 84. Caden's going to have pole for this one. Teddy McPherson will be alongside. We've got Harrison Foley in there as well, plus obviously Tommy Brown and Will Hands, who have both been in the thick of the action across the course of the day. But if you are in the paddock area or near the paddock, the giant robot walk around started at 5 o'clock. We'll be having an LED light show at 5:30 as well, so about 20 minutes time before the supercar final kicks off at about 5:45. So lots of track action to pack in the next 50 minutes or so, but don't feel like you need to shoot off straight away at the end of the fireworks, because there'll be live music from the Unshackled group in the beer tent. That's in the paddock on the top tier, the new Lydden Hill beer tent for this season, always making improvements on and off the circuit. If you haven't been here for a couple of years, you may not have used the new access road which the Lydden team put in a couple of seasons ago, always making improvements on and off track, and it's delighted to be joined by so many of you here today as we round out the 2025 season. Caden Harris then will be our pole sitter. He's second in the championship, 3 points adrift of Teddy McPherson. Harrison Foley will start from the outside of row 1 in the championship winning car of Tyler McAlpin from last year. Tyler now doing good stuff in the Miata Trophy, Mazda MX-5 racing, having put his Rallycross experience to very good use. And we'll be joined by Will Hands and Tommy Brown, both newcomers this season. Will, a Lydden local. And we'll see how these junior racers get on. They head down to the grid and will be very shortly underway. The grids for the other finals have been coming in as well. We've got the Supercar final, which we ran through earlier. Just to remind you, if you missed it, it'll be Patrick O'Donovan on pole, Derek Tohill second, Andrea de Bourg third. Super Retro grid will have Charlie French on pole, Alan Crockett second, Stuart Emery third, with Pat Duran and Alan Tapscott on row 2. And the cross cars, if you've watched and remembered any of the racing you've seen so far today, then you'll know who'll be on pole for that one. It's David Kane from Ireland, with Ben Bartlett and Will Ovenden making up the front row. Those finals are to come. Juniors now, followed by the Super Retros. So French versus Crockett next. Cross cars will follow, and then it's the supercars. So there's a lot to go in this floodlit Rallycross competition, but it's the juniors who are out on circuit for their penultimate final of the season. Caden Harris and Teddy McPherson have shared the wins so far this year. Who will come out on top then in the penultimate round of the 2025 campaign? Caden from Essex, Teddy from Buckinghamshire. Teddy won the last round. Caden won round 6. He won a double header here at Lydden in the opening rounds as well. So Caden knows how to win here at Lydden. Can he find that winning form from Easter again here tonight? Ready to race light is on. Junior Swifts are go, and Harrison Foley gets a decent start from the outside of row 1, but Caden Harris gets a typically good getaway, but it's absolute could throw a blanket over the 5 of them as they charge down into Talladega. We've got Harrison Foley on the outside, Will Hands in the thick of it. He's got his hands full, you could say, in third spot, but he's running nicely at the minute, and the championship rivals go side by side, and there's contact. Caden Harris is going off the side of the jump, and where will he rejoin? He rejoins on the race circuit, but that's not what we wanted to see early on. Caden Harris is involved in contact with Teddy McPherson. Will Hands is now up into second spot, but we just about got away with it because Harris could have had a big moment there going off the side of the jump, but he just disappeared off the tabletop before it hit the real steep part, so he got away with it, and it's now second place for Will Hands, third for that is still Caden Harris. Yeah, Harris still third in the darkness, fourth for Tommy Brown, and fifth Harrison Foley. Already the brakes are sparking on Will Hands' car and Caden Harris as they turn into the Joker Lap section. The sparklers are out on the Rallycross cars early on before the fireworks display even begins, but it's an early race lead then for McPherson after the dramas with Harris in that early stage. Through the Talladega banking they come, And McPherson from Hands from Folly is your top 3, with Harris and Tommy Brown rounding out the top 5 runners as the juniors climb up Hairy Hill. This is helping McPherson's championship because he's got a 3-point lead already, and with Caden Harris off the side of the jump, then the championship could well be going the way of McPherson come tomorrow. It won't be decided tonight, but it could go the way of McPherson come tomorrow evening. 3 points in it. It's close, as the Jokers are not played by Harrison Folly. So Folly does go into the Joker route. He gets his longer route completed, comes back out on circuit, drops to the rear of the pack. There's Harrison, who's been very busy today. He's done more laps than anyone racing in the junior cross cars and the junior Swifts. So he's been a particularly busy driver in the Lydden Hill paddock, as McPherson has that strong lead over Will Hands now, with Harris up into 3rd spot. Caden trying to make good ground again after his dramas on that opening lap. It just got a bit too close as they went up over the tabletop, and Caden Harris is trying to not damage his championship dreams too much here, because he's on the back foot. He jump-started race 1 very first thing this morning, which wasn't a brilliant start, but he rebounded in the later stages, and he'd be hoping to do the same again here in this one. Will Hands goes Joker in the red and green entry, chased on, or dropping now towards the back of Harrison Folly at the back of the pack. So Harrison Folly chases on Will Hands, as Harris now into 2nd spot, with McPherson still your leader. Up over the tabletop that he goes. He's got 2 laps left to go at the end of this one. McPherson still your leader in the class, ahead of Harris. A good fight behind though, because Tommy Brown shown good speed in number 18. Tommy is closing up, and he's right there with Harris as the sparks come out of the right front of Teddy McPherson's car. He's stepping up into cross cars next season and has been driving the car in the BTRDA and 5 Nations Championship already this year, so he's had experience of a cross car competition. And Teddy McPherson is left it late for the Joker, but he's going to get it done here on the penultimate lap. Teddy McPherson in 119 goes Joker, gets it done, and he's back out onto the normal circuit, down into the Talladega Chestnut Drift sequence, with Caden Harris, his championship rival, still 2nd. Brown into 3rd in the 18. Will Hands and Folly, they're the closest little battle pack on circuit. Will in 23 and 273 of Harrison Folly. Up over the tabletop and in towards the Devil's Elbow they come, and they're going to have the last lap board shown to them this time through. So the race leader, Teddy McPherson, with a 2.6 second gap and the Joker lap done, he really is in the box seat here and should be able to stretch his championship margin come the end of this one. They come down Hairy Hill for what is the penultimate time. Last lap board is being made ready, and McPherson, the 16-year-old from Buckinghamshire, is going to come through the chicane with the teddy bear stickers on the car and begin his final lap. Caden Harris can only shadow him from a distance really, because Caden's, after that dramas on lap 1, has just been on the back foot ever since. They go into Talladega for the final time. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Caden Harris in 2nd. So the number 84 car is really showing good speed, and Teddy McPherson might still just feel a bit of pressure in the final few metres, but this has been a great display from Teddy in 119. Out of the elbow and up Hairy Hill they come into North Bend Hairpin, with Harris in the gloom through the North Bend, with a close fight behind of Hands and Folly continuing as they go into North Bend Hairpin. We might get a change for 4th and 5th position up at North Bend. There's a bit of contact between Brown and Folly, but it's going to be a win then for Teddy McPherson. McPherson comes down through the chicane to win the penultimate round and stretch his championship lead. McPherson wins. The 3-point buffer is now larger. Harris 2nd. Brown is 3rd. Tommy Brown with a good result. 3rd in the championship, 3rd in the race. Will Hands in 4th. And a good close fight with Harrison Folly, who finishes in 5th spot. Juniors are complete. It's the Super Retro final, which will be next out on track. And they have produced some of the best racing of the weekend so far. We'll see how they get on in a few moments when the next batch are let loose. And it will be Charlie French and Alan Crockett who will be starting from the front row, joined by Stuart Emery. This should be one of the best races of the night because the Super Retros have been an absolute star all season long, and we have enjoyed a tremendous battle. Charlie French in number 42 will start on pole. All of these cars are pre-1991 and over 1600cc. We've got turbocharged cars, we've got normally aspirated cars, we've got a real mixture, and Super Retro has really blossomed in recent years, and the battle between Crockett and French has been a classic rallycross duel. We look forward to more of that in a few moments once they trundle around on this slow lap. Charlie French will start from pole. Alan Crockett alongside. Stuart Emery, the Kentish racer from Faversham, in his Volvo 242 from Belgium, will start third. Pat Duran, the circuit owner, the man responsible for all of this, starts fourth. Alan Tapscott fifth. Nigel Davey will be sixth, and it's a big grid because we have a third row with Davey sixth, seventh Darrell Ambrose in the impressive Peugeot 205, and Andy Grant did well to qualify for the final, keeping Vince Bristow at bay. Ray Morgan and Vince Bristow both miss out. First time in a while we've seen a Super Retro final without the Hastings Battlers, and hopefully they'll be back right at the sharp end again tomorrow. But it's set to be a real duel here between the SR1, the reigning Super Retro Rallycross champion of the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club, Charlie French, and Alan Crockett in the Opel Kadett GTE. The dentist from Northern Ireland will be hoping for a strong result here to eat in to Charlie French's championship points lead, which at the minute stands at 7 points. It will go down to tomorrow, but this race, which will just happen in a couple of moments, is a crucial chapter in the Super Retro story of 2025. Get ready for some flame-throwing Super Retro antics because Charlie French, Pat Duran and the rest will be belched in flame around this Lydden Hill circuit. So if you haven't got your cameras ready, get them ready now because Super Retros will spit flame around 5 laps of Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit, and it's Charlie French who comes down onto pole position in the Martin Skanker tribute car, a car built by the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club in Heathfield in East Sussex, and the experienced engineer who's turned into a Rallycross champion starts on pole. Second generation Rallycrosser Alan Crockett in his dealer Opel team Opel Kadett GTE starts second. Stuart Emery third. Pat Duran from Devon, the 4-time British Rallycross champion who's gone back to his two-wheel drive Rallycross roots in recent years, starts on the second row with the highly experienced Alan Tapscott. It wouldn't be a Rallycross event without Alan on the entry list. He starts on row 2. Row 3, Nigel Davey from Cornwall, who's only been in the sport since 2020 but has shown good speed. Darrell Ambrose in the Peugeot, and the very back row starter is Andy Grant. He's gone for the normally aspirated Vauxhall engine in his Ford Escort Mark II. Charlie French on pole and Pat Duran have got turbocharged variants. So we'll see how this final goes. 5 laps ahead of us for the Super Retro division, the brainchild of Shirley Gibson and the team, and it's really grown into a very strong category, ever growing, and this should be a top final. Slight hold on the line, but now we get the thumbs up then. Who would it be, French or Crockett? This is a crucial step in the championship. Can't rule out Emery, can't rule out Duran or anyone on this grid. 5 laps ahead of us for Super Retros. Green and go, and Charlie French gets the best of the starts. Alan Crockett's going to settle in behind him. Pat Duran gets a good getaway in the Ford Escort. Stuart Emery's dropped down the order, but the Ford Escorts are sandwiching the Opel Kadett GTE as they come down into Talladega for the first time under the spotlights at Lydden. It's the Escort of Charlie French which leads the way, but Alan Crockett is right there with him as they come up over the tabletop. The 779 is in second spot, and the two of them are already wheel to wheel, as you would expect in this duel for the crown we've seen between the man from Northern Ireland and the man from Heathfield in East Sussex. Hard on the brakes, brake lights glow brightly as Charlie French turns into North Bend hairpin. There's no joker lap to split them, so we'll see these powerful turbocharged machines really race hard on circuit and spit flame to boot as well. Pat Duran, huge flame from the side of the number 46. He hasn't felt hugely comfortable with the car in his early years in this machine, but he's getting more and more on top of it. They're really dialing the car in, and Pat is finding good speed here in the final, running in third ahead of Stuart Emery in the Volvo 242 in the naturally aspirated car. He's going to upgrade this power next year, but Duran is having a really good run here. The day didn't start well when he forgot where the circuit went, it seemed, coming out of the Devil's Elbow when he spun going out of the left-hander and up Harry Hill, but Pat has really found his feet as the event has gone on, and he's running in third in this one. We have 3 laps left to go at the end of this, and it's French versus Crockett. Down Harry Hill under the spotlights. Flames again pour from the back of the Ford Escort. Crockett's right there with him, but the dentist from Northern Ireland's unable to chew into the race lead here for Charlie French, because Crockett is not close enough to challenge at this stage. The championship lead in the form of 7 points for Charlie French is still enough at the minute, and Crockett really wants to try and edge into that if he can tonight, and then take it to a showdown tomorrow. The title will be decided in the daylight tomorrow, but Charlie French is extending that championship lead, it seems, here by winning, or what could be a win, come the end of this one. 2 laps left to go. 2 laps, still a long time in Rallycross, and the Flames throwing as they go into North Bend Hairpin. French and Crockett through for the lead out of North Bend Hairpin. Crockett's not done yet, gets all out of shape coming out of the North Bend right-hander, and Charlie French is just able to edge slightly clear in the Ford Escort. Out of the chicane they come. 2 laps left to go, 2 miles to run, and Charlie French is flame throwing his way into Talladega. That was a good few seconds of flame from the back of the Ford. Pat Duran in a lonely 3rd spot now. Stuart Emery's dropped down the order, so Stuart's had a drama somewhere. He's only 7th as he came across the timing line. So Nigel Davies moved up into 4th spot, but the race leaders are together again, and we have a lap and a half of this left to go. Will it be the Ford or the Opel? Who's your money on in this one, because they are very close indeed as they go through North Bend Hairpin. Crockett made a mistake here last time through. He lost time to French, but Charlie's going to spit some huge flame into the face of the Opel as they come into paddock, but Crockett's not put off. He goes around the outside, and what a move this could be. They're side by side, and Crockett goes on the grass, and it's all kicked off in the Super Retro final. Flames again from the back of French, but Crockett on the grass on the run through the chicane. They're on to their final lap now. 1 lap left to go then of the Super Retro final under the spotlights at Lydden, and it looks like French might be able to hold on. Crockett with a very bold move on the run into the chicane, but it nearly came off, but 2 into the chicane rarely goes, and that was another example of that. It looks like that might be the crunch point of the race. I don't think he's going to be close enough to challenge now, because Super Retro 1, the reigning champion, looks set to extend his championship lead and look like he really would be the likely winner tomorrow come finals day. But Charlie French is going to do it. He comes into paddock for the final time. It's his birthday yesterday, and he's going to celebrate in style by winning under the lights at Lydden. Charlie French wins. Alan Crockett is 2nd. Pat Duran is circuit owner 3rd. He gets 3rd on his home turf. 4th will be Nigel Davey, Alan Tapscott and Darren Ambrose. That was a good race as well. There was a lot going on with Davey, Tapscott and Ambrose, and non-finishers for Andy Grant in 45 and the unfortunate Stuart Emery, who out of the commentary box here in the darkness I'm struggling to see. So Stuart Emery somewhere, probably in the paddock now, but the Volvo 242 didn't get to the line. Andy Grant does get to the finish, but a long way adrift. Great stuff from the Super Retros. We have 2 races to go. Cross cars and RX 150s are out next, and they'll be followed by the supercars. So the supercar final will follow, but it's Charlie French who wins in style in the Ford Escort. He's a top engineer. He's worked with Julian Godfrey for many years off circuit before moving away and setting up the own company and being a big part of the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club, which has built the Ford Escort Mark II, and he's delighted to have won on his local circuit. Andy Grant didn't have such a good time. The smoky Ford Escort Mark II slows going into North Bend Hairpin on its slow down lap. Little smoke from the rear as well, but Andy will hopefully be back for more tomorrow at the Super Retros in a very healthy state. And Charlie French is now throwing the car into donuts down at the paddock. So a quick donut for Charlie. Now heads back to the paddock. That is the designated donut zone this weekend at Paddock Bend. The drivers have been told they can do their donuts, but only down at paddock. And then he heads back to the paddock. So Charlie French leaves a smoke at paddock, and it's moving on next to the cross car final. The cross cars will be our next and penultimate race of the day here at Lydden Hill. And the cross car drivers, like the Super Retros, have been told to do their donuts in the paddock bend area. So do keep an eye on there. If the cross car drivers want to celebrate in that way, Petter Solberg, Martin Skanker style, they can feel free to down at paddock. So can the supercars. But this next race should be one to watch. The cross cars have been excellent. It's the first full season of the Motorsport UK sanctioned Cross Car Championship. It's run in partnership with the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Series, which raced here at Lydden in the two-wheel drive Super Prix back in September. And it's really grown into a good category, which is bringing new drivers into the sport and hoping they will stay in the category for a good time long. David Kane will start on pole, and Ben Bartlett will be alongside. The two teenagers will join the Irishman on the front row, because Bartlett and Ovenden will be our front row starters. Although Kane has been the man to beat, the fight behind has been very close indeed. Ovenden out of the paddock and onto the track. Brad Turner and Max Weatherly start on row 2, the two Live entries, teammates in their TN11 models. James Constantine's done well to qualify for the final, starting on the back row in 6th. Liam McMullen will be 7th in number 29, ahead of Kevin Sharkey in 4-2-0. That's the grid, and these cross cars are powering around on their slow warming up lap. Stuart Emery's car is parked on the race circuit. Actually, I just saw it on a camera shot. Stuart Emery's Volvo in the darkness stopped in the Super Retro final on the Dover slope. So sadly Stuart out on the spot, but hopefully we'll be back out tomorrow. But this should be a really close one. David Kane has been the man to beat for the latter part of the season. He's won the last 3 events around Britain: Pembrey, Knock Hill and Lydden. He's back here again at the home of Rallycross today, and let's see what the Irishman can do in his speed car wonder. These little pocket rockets are motorbike engined Yamaha 850cc engines. All of these are on this grid because we haven't got any of the RX 150s or the lone 600cc Yamaha Suzuki engine car of Stephen Burke. So we have just got a full grid of 850cc Yamaha powered pocket rockets. These space framed cross cars come down to the line ready for their penultimate final of the year. Patrick O'Donovan drove one of these cars at Knock Hill at the last round and got on the podium. The conditions there were pretty atrocious. The drivers did really well to get through the final, but we've got nice dry weather tonight. Visibility might be not as strong as it was earlier today, but the floodlights will help them around Lydden Hill circuit, and it'll be David Kane and Ben Bartlett. David Kane in 501, Bartlett in 44 and Ovenden in number 5. Max Wedley lines up on the second row with Brad Turner alongside. James Constantine starts from row 3, and on the back row with him Liam McMullen and Kevin Sharkey. 2 Irish drivers join the North Yorkshire front runner at the back of the pack. But cross car final time is about to go. 6 laps of action before the supercars are let loose at Lydden for their penultimate final of the year. Cross cars are ready to go. Kane's been the man to beat. Can the white entry number 581 do it again? But will the teenagers be able to topple the rapid Irishman? We're green and go. Will Ovenden does get a good start, but David Kane's quick out of the blocks as well. What can the Addison man do on his local circuit? He's made a good getaway, but so too's Brad Turner. Brad Turner's made a really good start from the inside of row number 2, and he's already up into second place. Great stuff from Bradley Turner then. The former BMW Mini racer has switched across from one make front wheel drive racing into the cross car division, and Brad is going along really well in second spot now, with Will Ovenden and Ben Bartlett getting together, coming out of the Devil's Elbow. I think there's been drama there. Someone's had a moment that someone has spun in the darkness. I think that might be, no, Ovenden has got away with it, but someone did have a drama at Devil's Elbow. It's David Kane who leads, coming into paddock for the first time. huge sparks as he approaches the chicane. These cross cars are spectacular as they turn through. Ben Bartlett was involved in the contact with Will Ovenden because Ben is making a smoke screen as they go into Talladega. If it doesn't want to improve visibility for Ovenden behind, it's already tricky in the darkness, but he's now got smoke screen number 44 car up ahead of him of Ben Bartlett into the sparks and through the Devil's Elbow they come for the second time, and Brad Turner's gone wide. Brad Turner's made a mistake at Devil's Elbow. He ran deep and that might allow Ben Bartlett and Will Ovenden to close up, but while all this is happening, David Kane is sprinting away out front. It's still Turner in second spot, Bartlett third, Ovenden fourth, Weatherly fifth. Max will be claiming the championship tonight, it seems, with a fifth place finish. Not the result he would have wanted to go out with the title, but he would have done it again as number 61 of Brad Turner chases on David Kane. They're throwing some incredible sparks up through the loose section on the run into Talladega and into the chicane. These cross cars are very close indeed as they hit half distance now. Kane into the Devil's Elbow. Turner in 61 after that fast start. Just seems to be struggling through the Devil's Elbow. Time it goes left through the elbow, Turner is really struggling with something. Drivers tiptoeing their way around the Devil's Elbow. Yellow flags at the elbow actually, so I don't know if there's some oil down or something at the elbow, but drivers seem to be struggling in the darkness through the elbow, Brad Turner at least, and there is a yellow flag there. Can't see exactly what the cause is, but David Kane won't worry at the minute because he's a long way clear, and Will Ovenden's going to come out ahead of Brad Turner. But Turner's gone joker, so Turner's got his joker lap done this time through. Ovenden sticks to the normal line, and it's still David Kane with that race lead coming into the Devil's Elbow sequence. Now, does anyone have any dramas here this time through? They seem to be going slowly through the left-hander, more slowly than usual. Brad Turner tiptoes his way through the left-hander. Must be something up there at the Devil's Elbow because there's a yellow flag signal being lit up and just can't see what the issue is, but something at the elbow is afoot, but that doesn't seem to be slowing down David Kane. And we have got a car actually at the North Bend hairpin, so that's why we've got a yellow flag. A car has stopped on the approach to North Bend hairpin. I think that's Liam McMullen on the inside of North Bend. So in the darkness up at North Bend, we've got a bright red light where the cross car is stuck, and the race is continuing, but we've got the race lead for Kane. 2 laps left to go. Kane, Turner, Ovenden, your top 3. Sharkey, Constantine and Weatherly, the top 6. And it's Bartlett who's dropped right down the order. So Bartlett's dropped well down in 7th now, but setting quick lap time still. So Ben's had a drama somewhere, and it's still David Kane who's going to come through and begin his final lap. The number 7 of Max Weatherly is also down on power, it seems. So something definitely happened out of view in this one, in the darkness from the commentary box and from the stream. We can't pick up exactly what, but the gaps in this cross-car race are strangely large when all weekend we've had super close racing, apart from Kane out front maybe just edging clear, but he's currently got a 6-second lead, which is circuit racing style stuff, not cross-car rallycross competition. But Brad Turner, who's got the fastest lap to his name, but he's unable to challenge David Kane out front. Last lap board is being made ready next time through. Yellow flag zone still at the elbow because we've got the stricken McMullen car on the inside of North Bend hairpin. I don't know if that has dropped some fluid, but we might have a fight on circuit because Kane is going to... No, that's just a lapping fight, actually. Kane's going to lap Max Weatherly. Passes Max in the darkness, and David Kane wins. So David Kane on what was a quite odd cross-car final with big gaps between the leaders. Max Weatherly went off the pace. Ben Bartlett fell away. Liam McMullen off at the side of the road. But in the end, we do get a top 3, and it's David Kane, Bradley Turner and Will Ovenden. So Ovenden through in 3rd, and that is the cross-car final complete. Sharkey 4th, Constantine 5th, and Constantine, Weatherly, Bartlett all a lap down as well. Not entirely clear what exactly happened at certain stages of the cross-car final there, but we enjoyed some great racing from them through the course of the weekend. More to come tomorrow in the daylight, and the speed car wonder of David Kane is the winner by 6.5 seconds. Dominant display, and Kane wins. We might have a bit of track work to do after that. There seem to be cross cars around the circuit, So we're getting near 6 o'clock, but we'll have time, of course, for the Supercar final, which will follow. Our main race of the day and the race of the year here at a sold-out Lydden Hill. Great to see so many of you here as David Kane celebrates in the official donut designated area. He is sliding his cross car around, and that is been a dominant display from the Irishman in his 850cc speed car wonder. Kane does it, and it's supercar time next, but we have got a bit of track work to do at the elbow, and the marshals are addressing some fluid down on the left-hander, so there was some fluid on the circuit. Ben Bartlett's car did stop on track as well, so Bartlett out, McMullen out, so there's cars to recover, but we'll be underway shortly with the Supercar final. So we have got a bit of track work to complete after that cross-car final. Lydden circuit crews already hard at work at the Devil's Elbow. Recovery heading up to North Bend Hairpin. But the dummy grid is already pretty busy of supercars, and we will have a supercar final before the fireworks display. Don't forget, tomorrow gates open at 7 a.m. if you're heading back here tomorrow. Be great to see you here at the home of Rallycross again. Cars take to the circuit at 10:30 tomorrow morning before the funfair and family zone opens at 11 o'clock. It's open right now. As you can see, the funfair well up and running in the paddock before racing will conclude tomorrow afternoon at 4:30. So a shorter day tomorrow, packed full of action though, because there's not many hours to get all the racing in, and it's another full round of the British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. So there's a lot to get through, and we'll see the final champions crowned. Derek Tohill will be on the front row of this upcoming final with Patrick O'Donovan and Andrea de Bourg. So we are really looking forward to a top supercar final. And once the fireworks are completed, once the racing is over, there will be live music in the beer tent. So the Unshackled group are going to be performing in the beer tent at 6:30. So you don't have to wait around long before there's live music in the beer tent in the paddock. And don't forget, the paddock, as ever here at Lydden, is open and friendly for all to wander around. The programmes available. A lot of the teams and drivers have posters, and you can get autographs in your race day programmes. The food bay will be open until late tonight, and so too will the beer tent and all of the other vendors around the paddock. So don't feel you need to shoot off straight away. There's plenty more to see in the paddock. The supercars drivers will be, once the final is complete, coming down onto the Canterbury Straight to watch the fireworks display. So the supercar drivers will be parading round the track and parking down in front of the commentary tower before the fireworks are set off. But once the circuit is clear, we'll be ready to go with our last race of the day, and the big one, the 5 Nations British Rallycross Championship Supercar Final.
So Supercar final grid, just to run you through it if you missed it earlier, it'll be Patrick O'Donovan on pole in GB1, Derek Tohill alongside in 77, the multiple Irish champion, 2021 winner of the British Rallycross Championship, Andrea de Bourg, the younger brother of JB de Bourg, who's headed over from Bordeaux in France for this weekend. First time at Lydden, and he's been a great new driver to see here at the home of the sport. Its two teammates will be on the second row, Julian Godfrey and Tristan Ovenden in their Citroen DS3s. On row 3, it'll be Mike Seller, the Sittingbourne-based truck driver in number 69, with Sam Clennell in 22, and one of the stars of the day so far, Tom van der Heuvel from Holland. He has come to Lydden as a spectator in the previous 2 years, but really wanted to compete in the top class, had the budget to be able to buy a supercar, entered events in Europe and has now made it over to Lydden. He's running the car as a complete solo effort this weekend. No mechanics here to help him. He's completely running the car as a one-man band, and he's a very effective driver, and he's got a very effective rallycross car underneath him in a Troll Speed powered Volkswagen Polo. So do watch for Tom van der Heuvel from Holland in number 635 when we go green. Colin Anson will be our final starter. It will be a 9-car grid in the Supercar final, with first reserve being George Tracy Jr. If you're not trackside and you're watching on the live stream, some great shots of the crowds we're seeing here at Lydden with this sold out circuit. Every vantage point taken, and it's absolutely chocker. So great to see so many of you here, and this is where the champion could be crowned, because if Derek Tohill beats Patrick O'Donovan in this race, he will be the 2025 British Rallycross champion. If Patrick O'Donovan beats Derek, it will go to a final tomorrow. Before we get the supercars out, we are going to have a quick dose of Class 7 Autograss races for one last demo. Now, these are the top of the tree Autograss races, usually race on an oval, and we've seen some real dramas in this today. Liam Duran ended up on his roof at North Bend Hairpin, which was very unfortunate indeed. Thankfully, he does own another one of these minis, or two I think, so we may see Liam out again tomorrow in some form. But Liam was A-OK, walked away, but that was a big drama up at North Bend Hairpin. If you didn't see it, there's all worth watching back on the British Rallycross socials for all of the updates you may have missed through the course of the meeting. Live streams put together, so you can watch that back or pick out the highlights on the Lydden Hill social media pages and the British Rallycross 5 Nations Trophy. But these cars from the Class 7 Autograss runners giving us one lap just to show what they're all about. You'll see more of them tomorrow, but they are top of the tree Autograss racers, and they run in V8 engines or twin motorbike engines. The cars we're seeing out on circuit now are space framed single seat little super saloons, and they run with no engine restrictions. You can put whatever engine you please really in the rear, as long as it's in the rear of the Autograss car and it's rear wheel drive. So we'll look forward to more of them tomorrow. The mini pickups and the one Fiat of Darren Hockley, the former rallycrosser, comes across the line in his Fiat. But Autograssers head back to the paddock. Class 7 cars will be out again tomorrow. And that would allow us to look towards the supercar grid. And Patrick O'Donovan, who was unable to compete in the last round at Mondello Park with clashing commitment in the Extreme H Series, which meant that Dad Ollie drove the car at Mondello and shared the wins with Derek Tohill. Ollie absent this weekend, so he's lent his his Proton to Sam Clennell. So we've got a new look supercar grid really, with no Ollie O'Donovan, Sam Clennell stepping in. Steve Hill should be returning next season. Great news to see Steve back on the grid in his Mitsubishi Evo 10. He's been absent this year, but Steve has been a big supporter of the rally sprint events here held at Lydden in recent months, and is planning a return to supercar competition. Hopefully we'll see Steve out in 2026. Sadly, Steve Harris has been able to make the final in his BMW Mini electric machine, but we are still set for a frantic supercar finale with O'Donovan, Tohill and de Bourg, your first 3 starters. And don't forget, if Derek Tohill beats Patrick O'Donovan in this race, he will be the 2025 British Rallycross champion. He has got enough of a margin. 20 points is the gap coming into this weekend. So Patrick O'Donovan needs to turn the tables on Tohill here to take it to tomorrow. O'Donovan will start from
pole, Tohill second, De Bourg third, Godfrey fourth, Ovenden fifth in the DS3s, Mike Seller-Clennell and Tom Vanden Heuvel, and our last starter, Colin Anson. This is some of the most exciting motorsport you'll see around. The 600 brake horsepower, turbocharged four-wheel drive rallycross supercars can accelerate quicker than 0 to 60 than an F1 car, under 2 seconds, and they really are a sight to behold. And we look forward to biggest race of the year, really. You could say with such a huge crowd we've got here at Lydden, we are ready to go with our penultimate final of the season. More to come tomorrow, but this is under the lights and we could see a champion crowned. Derek Tohill in the Parts for Cars Peugeot 208, the ex-Gregoire de Moustier Peugeot, could win the crown here if he beats Patrick O'Donovan, and that will be enough points to go the Dubliners' way. He'll have Peter McGarry on the radio, talking him around the lap, guiding his man through the Lydden Hill circuit, and we are almost ready to go. The Shannon sponsored car of POD, Patrick O'Donovan, will start on pole. The youngster who's a 3-time champion already. He's been a true star. He started in rallycross competition back in 2018 in a humble little junior Swift. He's been an RX 150 champion. He's been a British rallycross champion. He's the reigning European rallycross champion. But here tonight, he really needs to beat Derek Tohill to take the title fight to tomorrow. If Derek gets the better of POD, the title goes the way of the blue and yellow corner and the Parts for Cars stickered car of Derek Tohill. Patrick O'Donovan will be all guns blazing in this one. What can the youngster do in the handsome built Peugeot? We've got O'Donovan on pole in GB1. He's ready and raring to go in the black Peugeot. Good luck seeing it on circuit in the darkness, but the black Peugeot looking very mean indeed against the bright yellow Parts for Cars car of Derek Tohill, which edges into position in number 77. He's been a star of French rallycross this year as well. Derek's loved his rallycross competition. He's raced in France, Europe and across Ireland and across Europe with the Scandinavian series. Here at Lydden tonight, he could be the new champion. Andrea de Bourg alongside with Tristan Ovenden and Julian Godfrey, and the back row, Mike Seller, Sam Clennell and Tom Vanden Heuvel, joined at the very last position by Colin Anson in the Mitsubishi Mirage. Supercar final time then is ready and raring to go. Fireworks will follow, but we'll get fireworks on track before that, because it's Supercar final time and the biggest race of the year we see here at the home of the sport. Do watch for the Polos from row 3. They always sound brilliant. The Polos, arguably one of the best sounding supercars you'll see out on circuit. They will be two to watch. Seller and Tom Vanden Heuvel in the Dutch Markland Motorsport built Polo. But we are ready to go. Thumbs up from the start line marshal then. Will Tohill take the title away from O'Donovan here? Patrick needs to beat Derek to take the fight to tomorrow. We're ready to race for the Supercar final under the lights at Lydden. Green and go, and Derek Tohill does get a good start from the middle of row 1, and he's got the lead. Derek Tohill's got the lead down into Talladega, so Derek's doing what he needed to in the early stages. Patrick O'Donovan drops into second spot. Andrea de Bourg is third, so Patrick's in a DA Racing sandwich. He needs to get ahead of Derek, otherwise Derek Tohill will be the new champion for 2025. We go into the Devil's Elbow for the first time, and Derek Tohill's going to really feel the pressure here because he's got the young charger behind him, the reigning European champion, a real star, or a former European champion, a real star of rallycross competition, as Tohill smokes the tyres through North Bend Hairpin. Patrick's right on his tail. Derek's going to be feeling that pressure being applied by POD, but De Bourg's there to try and help as well. So Derek's not on his own. We've got De Bourg in this as another factor. The French star on his first start at Lydden, but Derek Tohill's leading at the minute. The Dubliner is up ahead of Patrick O'Donovan. An excellent start from Derek. He got it done, and he's now leading POD up over the tabletop. Flames fly from the back of the Peugeot. This is excellent stuff from the three leaders. They're locked together. There's been no Joker lap action yet. It's three Peugeots. 1, 2, 3. Derek in the lead. Patrick second. Andrea's there as well as Tohill flings the car in the handbrake. There's contact. Contact up at North Bend Hairpin. And Patrick O'Donovan's out. And that could be it for the title. The title could well have been won right there, right now. Patrick O'Donovan out at North Bend Hairpin. And Derek Tohill is now got the safety blanket of Andrea de Bourg behind him. De Bourg now is with his teammate the two teammates out front, and it all happened up at North Bend Hairpin. A pretty innocuous touch between the two, but it's forced O'Donovan into a spin of sorts, and now it's the two Peugeot pair out front. Tohill and De Borg, Godfrey third. Van der Heuvel's made his way up into fourth position, I think, in the Polo. Yes, he has. So Tom Van der Heuvel's gone well as Julian Godfrey glowing exhaust on the back of the DS3. But Derek Tohill here is set to be a champion's drive here, it seems. Patrick's out. Patrick is out of the car and the title is done. Patrick O'Donovan is out of the car in the Peugeot, and there's nothing the youngster can do now. Andrea De Borg is second, already taken the joker to cover off Julian Godfrey and the rest behind. But Derek Tohill then is set to become champion here with a victory, but we still have half the race to go. 3 laps left to run. Up over the tabletop comes Derek, the Dubliner who's been a star of the European Championship and Irish Series for years, and he's a former British champion, but it's the first time here this weekend at the fireworks event for a good few seasons. Great to have him back, and just look at that Peugeot glowing as it goes into North Bend Hairpin. They look beautiful, the 208s through North Bend. The glowing brake discs of the supercars under the floodlights at Lydden, and Derek Tohill versus De Borg won't be too much of a fight because De Borg wouldn't want to take top spot away from his teammate in this one. Tristan Ovenden is up ahead of Tom Van der Heuvel as Julian Godfrey goes joker this time through, and now Ovenden is on the tail. Sam Clennell is now up ahead of Julian Godfrey, so Tohill's jokered on that last lap. So De Borg is now your new race leader. Tohill into the Devil's Elbow, so a change up front with De Borg sticking to the normal line and Tohill going joker. So Derek got that longer route done then. De Borg will need to do his. They come out of North Bend Hairpin and down Hairy Hill. Tohill in the 77 car with that advantage as it stands into the final lap. They begin. Tohill in 77. De Borg's on to the last lap. He is our new race leader, but Tohill's got his joker lap done already. Godfrey has dropped down into fourth. Clennell's third now. Sam Clennell's made his way up the order in the Proton. Great display from Sam Clennell in the Proton Iris on his first supercar start, but Andrea De Borg is a long way clear now of Derek Tohill as it stands onto this final lap. It's De Borg from Tohill as it runs at the minute, but we have half a mile to go. The brake disc glow bright as De Borg slides through North Bend Hairpin for the final time. Comes down into Paddock Bend, and Andrea De Borg looks set for victory here. The fireworks flying. De Borg wins it. De Borg with the fireworks wins. Second spot for Tohill in 77. Godfrey is third, but the title for 2025 goes the way of Derek Tohill in the Peugeot 208. He's won the crown in the Peugeot, 4 seconds adrift of his teammate at the end, but a win for Tohill and the 2025 championship with Patrick O'Donovan, his nearest challenger, out of the car up at North Bend Hairpin. But Derek Tohill has done it. He wins the 2025 championship in the Peugeot, and the cars are now going to head back round to the paddock, to the start line, to watch the fireworks display, which is upcoming very shortly. Fireworks on track, fireworks off track in a few moments. Derek Tohill second in the race, first in the championship. De Borg wins, Godfrey third. Tom Van der Heuvel made his way up into fourth spot with Mike Seller in fifth, Tristan Ovenden sixth, Sam Clennell seventh, Colin Anson eighth, and a DNF for Patrick O'Donovan in the Peugeot after the contact up at North Bend Hairpin. So the championship was decided then under the lights at Lydden in the smoke of the fireworks over the gantry, and Derek Tohill's done it. Will he celebrate with donuts down at Paddock Bend? We'll see, but Tohill has done the double now in the British Rallycross Championship. Tristan Ovenden's car at the side of the road was it. I think Ovenden didn't finish in the Citroen DS3 as well. Difficult to see exactly what was all happening in the final in the darkness here. But there's donuts down at the bottom of the hill because we have a new champion in the form of Derek Tohill, and he celebrates in style. The 77 car of Derek is a worthy champ of to take the GB1 crown back again. In the year that we lost Dermot Carnegie, the 6-time British Rallycross champion, he's got a Dermot sticker in the window, and Derek Tohill has just gone and done it in the British Rallycross Championship. And I'm sure he'd be thinking of Dermot at this moment. Andrea de Bourg celebrates in style as well, knocks a cone over for good measure. Great Lydden debut for Andrea de Bourg. That was top stuff from the Frenchman in the Peugeot 208. But it's been Derek Tohill's day. He wins the championship tonight, and the 77 car of Tohill comes down to the line. Tohill wins, De Bourg and Clennell your top three. Fireworks to follow off circuit once the supercars are parked up. We're now going to hear from Hal Ridge down on the grid, and we'll be back with you in a few moments.
Victory here under the floodlights. We've got the fireworks in just a few minutes' time. On his debut here at Lydden Hill, Derek Tohill, though, finishes second. Derek Tohill, 2025 Motorsport UK British Rallycross Champion, 5 Nations Trophy Champion. How does that feel?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, we thought we were going to have a fairly sleepless night tonight, to have to wait till tomorrow. So to get it done now is amazing, and especially after getting a rear end hit. But we made Sophia stronger, so it worked.
Your second championship, 2021, it was a COVID year where you didn't get to celebrate that evening. It all dragged on, there was events cancelled. This is a proper win where you can enjoy it and then race again tomorrow.
Yeah, incredible way to be able to do it, and yeah, we can have some champagne tonight with the De Bourg family and team. So thank you, big job from the team. Yeah, we got a great start in the final there, and yeah, it was good to have a race with Patrick. Unfortunately, he didn't finish, but that's happened to us also this year, and I know how it feels. It's not a nice feeling.
You're a big Rallycross fan. To do this in front of a sellout crowd here at Lydden Hill is must be pretty special.
Yeah. I had a tough week where I buried my godfather, and he was a childhood idol, and we also buried Dermot Carnegie this year. So yeah, this goes out to their memory, to Dermot Carnegie and Frank Fennell. Yeah, I live for these moments, and we'll have a drink for the two of them tonight.
Lovely words. Well done, Derek. Your new champion and a debutant this weekend in the supercar category. Sam Clennell, not very long ago you were in the gravel there in the Joker lap. It's been a baptism of fire. To be on the podium here in supercar, how does that feel?
Crazy, absolutely crazy. Brilliant race, yeah. Can't lost for words, really.
You work in this Team RX team or Team RX racing team all the time. You see the ups and downs and the ebbs and flows, but to be living in it in the car is very different, isn't it?
Yeah, completely different kettle of fish. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed to see Patrick up there. Don't know what's gone on, but she will have a look. But yeah, absolutely over the moon for the day. Horrible morning, but yeah, still amazing to drive this car. So thank you, Wally, for this. So thank you.
And another go tomorrow. You must be feeling a lot more confident now.
Yeah, no, it's really good. Thank you. Yeah.
Sam Clennell making his debut here this weekend. Andrea de Bourg still making his way around the circuit. Let's grab another couple of these drivers while we're here. Tom van der Heuvel, you made your British Rallycross debut here today. How does it feel to race under the lights in front of this big crowd?
It's an amazing experience. It was a bit dusty sometimes, so it's, yeah, do you put on the whispering or not? But it's great. So much happened in the first corners also. I've never experienced something like this. It's great. Really wanted to be back.
And the circuit here, pretty special?
Yeah, especially the banking. You can have so much high speed carrying in and then to the jump. So there are different lines. So overtaking, you saw it in the finals. Very good possible. So I think great track. Super.
So good to have Tom van der Heuvel here this weekend. Let's go and grab another one of our finalists, a 9-car supercar final here. Julian Godfrey, you know very well how it feels to be Derek Tohill right now, to win a British Rallycross Championship. You have 6 yourself. Put yourself in his shoes for a moment. Pretty special to do it here at Lydden Hill.
It is, yeah. Yeah, it's finally clinched the championship today. Got to Patrick not finish in the final, guaranteed it. So no, it's great for him. That's his second British Championship, isn't it? So yeah, no, good for him. And lucky he's still got a few more years to do it. Whether we get up to 6 of mine, but we shall see. We were talking about it earlier. He's 10 years behind me, so he's got 10 years to try and do it.
You've got to have the want to do it as well, haven't you? And you certainly have that. You've had ups and downs this year, but you seem to be going pretty well today.
Yeah, no, it was going very well, but unfortunately in the final I had to come together with the bore in the first corner, and it bent the steering arm. So it was a bit of a picture drive in the final, but got it to the end, and I hope to get third, but not quite.
I'm sure you'll be all good for tomorrow, though.
Yeah, that will be all good for tomorrow, and be hopefully another nice, lovely, sunny day.
Well done, Julian. As you can see in the background, the winner of today's event, Andrea Dubourg, is coming around the circuit as the lights go out, because we're about to experience what 8,000 people have come here to Lydden Hill to see this evening. A brilliant supercar final. You will never get 9 supercars in a race and it not be brilliant action, and everyone now waits for the fantastic firework display to begin. The lights are going off in pre-grid. We are about to experience one of the highlights of the rallycross season anywhere in the world with this fireworks display. Will Dubourg make it back in time? He's still hanging out of the car on his debut here in the British Rallycross Championship at Lydden Hill. He's probably going to struggle to see through the Joker lap at this stage to get round. I wonder if we can grab a quick word of him before the fireworks commence. Here is the 208 looming from the darkness. Let's just try and grab a little word if we can. I can tell you firsthand, it is not easy to drive a supercar when you're hanging out of the door. Derek Towles desperately stopping his car, rolling away. Andrea Dubourg, you've never seen this circuit from a driver's point of view before this morning. You described it as Andros Trophy ice in practice. How was it to win the final?
Yes, it's just amazing. This is my first feeling when I practice here this morning. It was like Andros style, so amazing. And I'm very happy to be here because I went 5 or 6 years ago, but I never drove before. But it's very good for me and for Derek too, because I win the championship now.
A word for Derek. You worked closely all year to be British champion in a fiercely competitive championship. Patrick O'Donovan, of course, very, very fast. Brilliant effort for all of your team.
Yes, it's a good thing for our team and for Derek too. And once again, I'm very happy. Now we will fun tomorrow for the second race here at Lydden Hill.
Congratulations, Andrea. Well done to...
2 races, 2 wins.
Of course, Andrea Dubourg won at Lowy Hercule this year, and now he wins under the fireworks here at Lydden Hill. What a final. Yeah. Scott! Derek.
Thanks, Al.
Derek.
Speak about everything. No, we didn't.